under sustainable farming systems that guarantee you safe, healthy, and nutritious diets. I therefore implore you to visit the stalls, buy our products, please. Test for those that will be giving us an opportunity to test. This is the only way you'll be able to grow and also contribute to the growth of the agroecological sector. So today, in addition to the market, we're also going to try to see how will AMASE help us foster business collaborations through partnership and networking. Because if you've moved through the stalls, you'll see we have certification bodies, we have financial institutions, we have people who are helping us in branding, we have those that are also adding value to our products. We also intend to create awareness about agroecological entrepreneurship and market systems by showcasing the role of agroecology towards transforming our food systems. We also intend to enhance the capacity of agroecology entrepreneurs through business planning, marketing skills, financial management, and many others. And that is why we shall be having business clinics ongoing. I encourage all of us to talk to all that will be available in the business clinics, interface with them, because today it's free of charge. But when you're talking to them later in their offices, I assure you, you'll have to pay a price for it. Amongst us, we have a diversity of stakeholders, as I mentioned when observing protocol. Please use this opportunity to network, because as Pelham, we believe we are networking for a greener Africa. I would therefore like to send an open invitation to all the potential partners that will get touched from this event, but also those who share our vision, and encourage you to join us in supporting our farmers financially, but also in any way that you feel you can make a meaningful contribution towards mobilizing and involving other actors within ensuring that we have a very successful event. As I conclude, I would like to share that this event has been put together through a group of think tank, which we call the organizing committee, that helped us think and brainstorm and granted us very good ideas that has made this day a success. We had an organizing committee, and I would like to recognize the following institutions. I don't know if their representatives are present, but wherever you are and you can get to the podium, please just make it through. We have Arue. I don't know if there's anybody from Arue present. We had the Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa as one of the members of the organizing committee. We also had Farmers Media present, Horizon 3000, Agro-Tourism Association, FSI, Shona, Rutuko, Pelham Uganda, and the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Cooperatives. We sincerely appreciate our organizing committee, and MC maybe at some time later on, it would be good that they stand and people get to know that it was because of their effort that we are having this as a success. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to extend another invitation to you to please interact, please participate, please engage, but please buy as much as you can today. This is the only way we shall be providing markets to our smallholder farmers. It starts with us. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Limbazi. One thing that is clear is that while you're going through the exhibition, buy something. We want to, in a special way, to thank Professor Charles Sechewa, the director SAD Uganda, for being here with us from morning up to where we are. We want to start with highlighting the potential of agroecological entrepreneurship and territorial markets in improving livelihoods and transforming the food systems. But before he comes, I want to highlight this from the security here, Whenever you're moving around, please move with your valuables. Don't leave your phone behind. Don't leave your laptop behind, because we're in a people's space. Today, given that the public is open to our conversation, please be very careful with your valuables when you're walking around. And those in the different stalls, please don't leave your phones just at the table and you walk to check out something. So please be very vigilant. Be very, very vigilant. And in case you identify anything that is being isolated or not taken care of, it could be a bag, it could be a polythene bag, be very inquisitive to ask what is that and if someone is in charge of it. As a country, we have to be very alert. So ladies and gentlemen, join me and we welcome Professor Charles Sechewa to come and talk to us about the keynote address today. That is about the potential of agroecological entrepreneurship and the territorial markets.
Sorry, I have a technological challenge, but I think I will overcome. And I wonder why it comes now. Yeah, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, protocol observed, because I don't know who is here yet. I stand here on behalf of the Agroecological Organic Fraternity and on my own behalf, and especially to appreciate the youth. I wouldn't be here because I had some other engagements, but when I was told that this is basically about the youth in agroecology who are moving stepwise towards having investments in agroecology, I felt it a must to come and be here today. So I came from Entebbe, where we have another workshop convened by a Macknight Foundation for the purpose of supporting agroecological research. So I left that side and came here purposely for the reason that I have mentioned. The other reason is because we have been in agroecology for quite some time. And so I would like to appreciate PELAM for bringing us together and taking us some step forward with all the other partners that have joined the PELAM to make this possible, not only today, but also on so many other occasions annually. Now, I think I should move into the actual presentation. I would like to give some highlights about agroecology enterprises, about enablers in regard to agroecology, and some challenges that exist to date, and how we can actually overcome them. Yes, now the technology has been enabled. Yeah. Okay, so that is the presentation as regards the keynote speech. Agroecology is actually a business. Agroecology is also science. Agroecology is the way we live. It is actually a social movement. It is our life. For those of you who are coming here for the first time to experience agroecology, you have actually not made a mistake. This is where you are supposed to be. This is where you should be to shape a better life for all of us and to contribute to having our planet Earth able to sustain us today and into the future. I must say that we have so many opportunities as agroecology stakeholders. We have so many opportunities. We have so many opportunities as agroecology business persons. The East African community and other economic blocs like COMESA and of late the African Free Trade Area, the Continental Free Trade Area, offer us very wide opportunities to invest in agroecology. Uganda is one of those countries that are spearheading the development of agroecology. And together with other countries, we form a massive, effective demand that will take agroecology steps forward. And so for those of you who have stores here and others who intend to invest in agroecology, this is a very big opportunity for you. To talk about the free trade area, it has about 2.5 million people that would demand for your products. And we need to take advantage of this. Of course, I will let you know that there are challenges associated with those broad blocks, economic blocks. The youth, if you are well aware, our youth form the biggest part of our population, not only in Uganda, but also in other African countries. So we can say that we have a pyramidal structure of our population, whereby majority of us are categorized as the youth. I don't know whether you know very well characteristics of our youth. The little I know about them is that they highly demand, and they demand for what they want most. Most of our youth would demand the modern food system. The modern food system that is probably detached from what we think is agroecology. And so when they demand, they will ask for chips and chicken. They will demand for more meat than vegetables, and so on. And that's why we have McDonald's, we have the KFC, and others thriving not only in Uganda, but also in many other African countries and beyond. It's because of the effective demand that youth offer to these markets. Now, being aware that they are the majority, they have to be transformed. They have to be transitioned to agroecology. And this is not something easy because of what they are. So it brings about a slow process, But I must appreciate what I see today, that the youth form the majority of those who are exhibiting. Somebody appreciated my being here very early this morning, and I took opportunity to scan the environment, and I have found that the youth are very ably involved into agroecological entrepreneurship and advancement. So this is something very positive that it would probably enable us to move faster than what we would have expected. There are also other challenges. In Uganda, we tend to have similar agricultural products. And this is not only here in Uganda, but also in Africa. The gathering or convening where I came from in Entebbe, it has participants from East and Southern Africa. And we have had many convenings where we have come together as Africa. And similar concerns have been echoed that the African effective demand and the supply that goes with it is not very well segmented. What does that mean? It means that we have to have agroecology not as business as usual. We must think out of the box. Going around, I have seen quite a number of products, but these products that I have seen put together by the youth, they are not very different from products one would see if one went to another exhibition, let's say in Kenya, Tanzania, it will still be the same. So we need to have a better way forward. We need to think out of the box. Agroecology is not based on certification. We have agroecology, which is organic agriculture. Maybe for some of you who could be here for the first time, you need to know that agroecology is much broader than organic agriculture, and organic agriculture is the cream of agroecology. Now, that level has certification to guarantee that products that are brought on the market are actually organic. The other agroecology has not reached that level as yet. Or it may even not reach there the way the organic part of it has been developed. And what do we have to do? This again calls for us to think out of the box. How do we guarantee that products that we have come up with through our different enterprises actually are agroecological? Today we shall have persons, visitors, who will buy. How will they be sure that what they are buying is actually agroecological? It will depend on the relationships between you and them. If you will not believe in them, you will not probably buy their products. If you will believe in them, you will be confident and you will be able to purchase their products. So we need a way of actually guaranteeing that what we bring on the market, what we produce, is actually agroecological products. Now, even when a product is certified with, let's say, the East African Organic Product Standard, we still need to demand for some other developments within the certification process. For example, we have in Uganda, the Uganda National Bureau of Standards that guarantees quality, that helps us to put in place various standards. Now, we need these certifications to recognize agroecology. If you take an agroecology product from Uganda to Kenya, it is not recognized. You will have to have, for example, the KEBS certification for you to have this product sold in Kenya. Something must be done to address that concern. Now, we also have poor organization and the high costs of the third-party certification. If we would like to market broader and to market beyond boundaries, we need third-party certification. Third-party certification is a form of certification that guarantees the third party, somebody who does not even know where you are processing from, where you are producing from, that actually what you are marketing to them is agroecological. Now, for this to happen, we need a special way of organizing ourselves. We need to have a different way of achieving that, such that costs do not become a limiting factor, as we have already seen in the case of organic agriculture, because agroecology should be the way of our life, and therefore agroecological products should be affordable and should not be expecting premium prices. So we need to have a fair, affordable, and a cheap way of certifying our products. Now, the high cost of conservation of new business is also an issue. It's really a high cost of converting from the other way to the agroecology way. It is quite a process. You will get more about this when you dialogue with the RUTCO, for example, who are engaged in transforming the youth to become better entrepreneurs. The process is not that short, and it is a cost. So we need to address that as well. Now, in Uganda, we have tried to embrace the participatory guarantee systems. Participatory guarantee systems would probably enable us to guarantee our products. But this, as far as I'm concerned, is also still a bit too stringent. We need to bring it down to a more friendly way, to a better way for the user, for the stakeholders, to be able to implement it easily and at a fair cost. Now, it is also very true but surprising that we do not have, as by now, an effective demand that one would actually desire to have. Agroecology, when you explain it, is quite attractive. Everybody would like to have agroecology as the future of our planet, as the future of our businesses, the future of our agroecosystems. But where is the effective demand? I will challenge those of you who are seated here today and listening to me. How many times have you been able to look for health food products? How many times? We simply go to the market and buy what is there. We do not even ask whether it's safe food or not. The population that is here today is big enough. But I have been in gatherings where we even have bigger populations as the audience. And I have always asked them how many of them had went to any of these entrepreneurs, to any of the agroecological farms to purchase products from there. And quite often, it's not even a handful. There are just a few of them that would actually consent. So we still have a challenge with transitioning ourselves to agroecology. It's not the business that should be agroecological. It is all the different segments of the food system, of the value chain that should actually transition to agroecology, starting from yourself, starting from myself. We should be able to demand. And if we did, then we would have an effective demand that would drive these enterprises to be feasible, viable, and to be sustainable. So we need an effective demand in place. I must also say that the environment within which agroecology has come to be practiced is always not a very friendly environment. We still have people in Uganda, in our region, on the continent, but also globally, who feel that agroecology has come to undo their businesses. And so they labor hard to curb the development of agroecology in our countries, in our region, and on the continent, and even globally. So we need to address that concern also through enabling policies. We must have policies that do not contradict the other. I must applaud our Ministry of Agriculture for having recently made it an affirmative action to see that the very highly hazardous pesticides are actually put off the market. That is a very positive step forward towards us achieving safe food and sustainable agroecosystems. So we thank you for that. When you look at that graph, it is based on actual data collected from our currently existing agroecology markets. We find that when a lot of products have been stocked in these markets, they don't meet the demand that they would actually desire. But when the supply is low, then these markets sort of break even, meaning that there is low demand and there is also low supply. I'm very impressed today to see so many products here. I have always been impressed, annually impressed. But every after an expo like this one, I have always made a follow-up to see whether these products would also be available for supply to the market. And I have always found that it is not the case. Further investigations have shown that we prepare for the expo, and our production is not grown to be sustainable, to be consistent. Now, if we want to grow agroecology businesses, consistent supply is very important. We should not only target exhibitions, but we should continuously produce and supply these markets. Somebody may say that what comes first, is it the egg or the cock? I think products must be in place before we stimulate an effective demand. Products must be in place. The population must be impressed. They will not be impressed, they will not be attracted if we do not have organic products in place. And organic products of quality, organic products that are well branded and that are attractive. So we have a lot still to do, but of course, a lot of effort has been put in what I have seen around, and it is actually attractive, and this should be maintained and even improved on. I will go ahead to let you know that in our initiative regarding agroecological business, we have simplified the procedure of how to have these products in the market and how to ensure that they are actual agroecological. And this is what I present there, and I will encourage you to do the same. The most important thing is to make sure that products you bring to the market are sourced from agroecological sources. That is very important. If we shall fall short of that, then the market will actually not be sustainable. It will be short-lived. So we must ensure that raw materials we get are actual raw materials from agroecological systems. We must ensure that the way we handle them, the way we manage the system is agroecological. I must let you know that there are principles governing agroecology. We do not have an agroecological standard per se, but we have principles. We have the 10 elements of FAO, and we have an additional number to make it 13 principles of agroecology. Some of those, if I could mention, they are very simple but very meaningful. There must be co-creation. What does that mean? As I said earlier, agroecology is our life, is the way we live. So we must work together in order to generate solutions to our challenges, in order to have safe food at table. So co-creation is very important. There must be a circular economy and a solidarity economy, circular and solidarity economy. That is very relevant to you as entrepreneurs. What does that mean? You must be able to have a wide range of products, but also of actors, and they must be working interactively and in a cohesive way. And the final product is their product, and it feeds into other products. So that is what it should be, and so many others, as you will gradually get to know, or as you already know. Short of those 10 elements and the 13 principles, we have no agroecology, and your products are not agroecological. Yes. To this, I must say that in agroecology, as much as there is a slot to allow in external inputs, these external inputs must be environment friendly. They must be environment friendly. If you will use synthetic chemicals, however judicious you may do it, you must get to know that you are affecting the environment. And therefore, what you are doing is actually not agroecology. So I believe that today we are witnessing products that are coming from agroecological systems. If not, it will be very unfortunate. So these are simplified procedures, and we have those simplified elements and principles that should guide our enterprises. Yes, I have mentioned about standards, but you should not be constrained with these standards because they guide us in performing our business, but they should not limit us. And this is where we really need a lot of pragmatism, such that we come up with the most appropriate way of producing agroecological products and bringing them on the market. There's been a lot of efforts, local efforts, and I would like to share some of these with you, where we have implemented agroecology and we have brought agroecology to the community to shorten the access to safe food. We have quite a number of different forms of agroecological markets. We have the physical standalone markets. We have the physical ordinary market situation. We have weekly markets. We have weekend markets. We have online and basket delivery markets. And we have on-farm markets. And we have supermarkets. So I will go very fast through these. Indeed, I have been a bit elaborate because I thought that this was really very important. This is a market at Abaita Ababiri, and it has agroecological products, organic products, natural products in this market. Their biggest challenge is both the supply, which is low, and a low or a non-effective demand. This is again that very market, and I'm there myself moving around the market. Then we have this sort of market also in Arusha. We have a similar market by Ilis Depe, and they continue to set up these sorts of markets in the East African region. Currently, they have established other markets in the Kagera region and the other parts of Tanzania. They are the same market. Now, we have also another market, agroecological, organic, and the natural products can also be found in Entebbe in the municipality market, right in the center. The Entebbe municipality, having understood the agroecological concept, offered space, 18 stalls right in the center. The challenge of this market, though it is placed in an existing market, is again the supply and the demand. You have come up with various products, and probably you don't know where to market them. These are opportunities for you. Yeah. This is the Equatorial, still the Equatorial municipality market place. We have these big weekly opening markets, especially in eastern Uganda, but also in other parts of Uganda. And we are working with the Macanite Foundation to have organic agroecology space in these markets. Another opportunity that is soon coming again for you and me. We have the weekend market here in Zambia. Caritas and Nogamu have set up a weekend agroecology organic market. And I'm told that often they do not have Ugandan customers there. Their customers are visitors to Uganda or expatriate visitors. So where are we to form the effective demand for all these nice products. So, unlocking the potential, what do we have to do? We need to sensitize more the community and especially the youth. Please, we need to do this as a must if we are to unlock the potential and enable enterprises within the agroecology subsector. We need to come up with an easy and apply agroecology transition assessment tools. These tools have already been developed. We have the e-based tool which has been developed by BioVision, but we also have simple tools that can easily be customized here in Uganda. We have to involve restaurants. A restaurant is close to the final stage, close to the table, and it's a pool for our products. It is a pool. Now, if we do not invest in agroecological restaurants, we shall not be able to have sustainable agroecology markets. We need to take advantage of our cultural diversity. The cultural diversity we have actually gives us an opportunity to think out of the box, to have products that can go to the African free continental trade area, for example, that can go to the Comesa region, that can sell within the East African community, because we have different cultures across those economic blocks. And if you come up with a culture-based product, it will certainly market in all these different places because it will be unique. We need to prepare various recipes. I don't know whether we shall have the opportunity to test some products here, but we need to have this as a principle. People do not know how agroecology products taste. They must know and appreciate. I love the food in Southern Korea, which is most times fermented, but it was after tasting it that I loved it. I love the Indian food that is very spiced, but it's after tasting it that I appreciated what it is. So we need to showcase what we have through recipes and the opportunity for organoleptic testing. We need to build accessible markets. We have a few that I have shown you, but this is not all. We need many more agroecological markets. Let us not simply invest in production. We need production, processing, marketing, and consumption. We must invest in all those different stages or segments of the food system or value chain. If we shall not do that, then the production will get stunted because it will not have the other levels pulling it. Now, we have to have agroecology products recognized across borders. And this is something that requires a lot of lobbying and advocacy, policy engagements for us to achieve it. And if these are done, the sky is the limit. I wish to encourage the youth to actually invest in agroecology. It is our way of life. It is here to stay, formally or informally. Nobody would like to feed on medicine. We would like to feed on food as our medicine. This morning, somebody sent something to us who are on the Nogam platform that our rice today in Uganda and even the water we use to prepare it have arsenic contamination in it, and therefore it is an agent that is carcinogenic to make us develop cancer and fade away. So please, let us have agroecology products, let us have agroecology businesses, let us form an effective demand. Thank you very much for listening to me. Sorry for being so elaborate, Mr. Chamagero. Thank you for being tolerant.
We want to appreciate the professor once again. The conversation was very deep. Let's clap for him again. We are indeed past time, but we're going to have a much more conversation to that. Now that we are in the very last, because it was more of him telling us, now we're going to break it down as per the different constituents. So allow me welcome Madame Sarah Nantongo Mubuke, the Senior Principal Banking Officer, and she heads the Credit Appraisal and Publicity Section in the Agriculture and Other Credit Schemes Division at the Bank of Uganda to join us up here. Let's welcome her. You clap for her. This is the money. She has the money. She knows where the money is. And let me have Isaac Mohofa from Rotico Business Builder. Isaac, join us up here. Let me have Judith Bakiria, Busiano Fruits and Herbs. Judith to join us up here as well. Is Judith here? Okay. Let's have someone from the Slow Food Uganda Earth Market representative. Slow Food to possibly come up here. And from the Ministry of Trade, we are having Mr. Stephen Mbogo, the Assistant Commissioner, Small Medium Enterprises, on behalf of Dr. Mutambe, who is not here with us, the Commissioner, to please join us as well here. Judith is not here with us, just to confirm. Let's have Mr. Henry Chimera, Consumer Consent, to come and join us as well. Henry Chimera. Okay, Judith is here finally. So we're going to dig deeper into this conversation, and good to have you. Let's clap for them, ladies and gentlemen. We have government, we have consumers, we have entrepreneurs, and we have the consumer consent as well. I'm going to start off with, let me start with Judith Bakiria from Busiano Fruits and Herbs. Judith, yesterday we missed you. We should have had you yesterday. But now that she's here, she's speaking on behalf of the agroecological entrepreneurs. She has come with her products on set. Have you noticed that? She's an entrepreneur. Every platform matters. Yeah, let's clap for that. Judith, I want us to tap into the experience. What is the potential? If you could help us highlight the potential of the agroecological entrepreneurship space, and how best can we scale it up to make it bigger?
Okay. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Yes, I am Bakiria Judith. Bakiria means if you look at people going to sow, they will harvest when you are still looking. And the farm is called Busaino. Very nice indeed, Busaino. Fruits and herbs. We are an agroecological enterprise based in Eastern Uganda. Today, I'm talking as a farmer, as somebody doing value addition, as an agroecological entrepreneur, as Senga Namazi Kojalwazi, and as someone taking lead to organize micro, small, and medium enterprises in Uganda. I would like to focus my talk around micro, small, and medium enterprises, because the bedrock of the Ugandan economy is on what we call MSMEs. You can talk everything, but if you've not captured that market, you're not talking agroecology. If you go everywhere, the people who are cultivating every day, who are roasting maize, who are in the market, the women who wake up at 6 to gather things and to go and sell, those are the people we are calling the micro entrepreneurs. And would like to bring them together because they are in their thousands. The economy of Uganda is not based on big industries, but on the micro, the small, and medium enterprises. And today, we are lucky they are still doing things the natural way. They don't know the word agroecology. What they know is doing things the natural way. The use of chemicals in Uganda is still very limited because of our history. And then we are also coming from a culture we call a forest culture. If you grew up in the village, there were many forests. You enter, you harvest, you go out, and you leave the forest behind. And it is that forest culture that we are building in to talk about agroecology. Because in the forest, there is everything. There are tall trees, there are short trees, there are fruits, there are animals, and they coexist. And it is that concept of biodiversity that is the bedrock of agroecology.
Right
and
there.
If we can build on it, sorry.
I just wanted to just to pause it there about the ecosystem being plugged into each other and making it much more better. I'm coming back to you, Judith, there. Let me talk to Isaac from the Rotico Business Builder. Yesterday we heard from Hans. He shared quite a very remarkable model. The ones you use from inception to the prototype and building a co-founder, and the entire business model seemed to be very exciting. If you could help us, take us through what it's like to hold an agroecological entrepreneur to the very last mile when they can be in position to turn the idea into money, and we can see money coming in. We are here today for money, partnerships, and sales.
Thank you, Andrew. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Isaac Mhofa, the venture builder at Rotico. And I could say that I'm excited to see all of us here and seeing that we are all focused towards one thing. How do we make agroecology meaningful? When we talk about being meaningful in the Ugandan context, we are talking about the money, right?
Twagala cent.
Cent. So, Rotico, yes, we're a business builder. We're a startup studio, and we look at purpose-driven Ugandan entrepreneurs.
Correct.
Those that are focused on seeing a change in our food system. Then slowly, we work with them on the journey to build and own their agro-food businesses. So we start with a process where we normally actually forget, and that's the problem. What problem are we addressing as agroecology entrepreneurs in the Ugandan food system? Where do we start from? So we start from loving the problem. And we had a 10 days boot camp where we were identifying the key areas. We call them the leverage points, the food system. Where can we make great impact? And as we were going through the process, it was exciting. We mapped out about 9 key topics that everyone was looking at and saying, if we start businesses here, we can transform Ugandan food system. And when you go actually later on to our booth, you'll be able to interact with the 23 founders that we have with us in the journey. Now we are in the 3-month venture building process. And during this process, we move now from the problem to now looking at the solution. But if we are looking at getting solutions, how do we develop them? Mm-hmm. Our model looks at what we call human-centered design. We go and talk to the target customers, to the people that are going to be able to buy these products. And ideally, we have 2 lanes. One of that is the smallholder farmers. How do we support the very many smallholder farmers in Uganda to transition to agroecology? Then 2, how do we ensure that nutritious foods are affordable and accessible to mainstream Ugandan consumers?
Okay.
Very key areas to look at.
So you look at the consumer, and that informs the design of the entrepreneur you're making, that it's easy to sink.
Yes. The entrepreneur looks at what is needed in the community.
And how long does that take, the training?
So, the training, we have 3 months, and after that, we are going to go towards what we call the product market fits, testing out. Now we have prototypes, some of them you'll see them in our booth, asking questions to target consumers. Even you here, you can provide us feedback. One
Isaac,
of the businesses like
Isaac, before we go past that.
Yes.
So after 3 months,
Yeah.
do you let this entrepreneur fly by himself, or you still hold hands with him? And how long do you hold his hand that is now strong enough to stand by himself?
So we will be able to support the entrepreneurs because we are co-founding with them these businesses, but they are the main owners.
Okay.
So we go with them for close to 2 years. So in January, we will start the journey of supporting them to really be in the field, making the real money.
Right there, hold it
Yes.
there.
Yeah.
We're coming back. I love when I hear the thing, making real money.
Yeah.
Coming to Slow Food Uganda. You're very good at what the professor termed as territorial markets. Break it down for us. What model are you using? If you could break down for us the territorial market approach you're using to make sure that the ecological products spread far and wide.
Thank you, Andrew. Good morning, everyone. My name is John Chuagalo. I work with Slow Food Uganda. And before I come to your question, I just had something which tickled my mind in the morning. I had a discussion with a certain youth, and he was like, "You Slow Food, you're telling us to grow sustainable foods and all that. But for us, we want money. Why can't you tell us to go commercial instead of telling us to go small scale?" And this is something we have been misusing, as all of us. We differentiate between small-scale farmers and industrial farmers as commercial farmers and small-scale farmers, which is not right. As long as there is commerce somewhere, economists, you should be knowing this. As long as there is exchange, as long as there is money, it means that is commerce. And the word commercial comes from commerce. Also, small-scale farmers are commercial farmers. This is something we have to put in our minds so that we can also motivate these young people to come into agroecological production, knowing that they're going to earn from what they do. Coming back to the question, as Slow Food Uganda, we have a very interesting approach of connecting farmers directly to consumers. So we have territorial markets, which we generally term as earth markets. And these are generally farmers markets, which give an opportunity to farmers to sell their products directly to consumers. And with these markets, they support farmers to actually, protect their unique endangered products through growing them more and in bringing them to the final consumer. And these markets are also helping consumers to access those products which are agroecologically produced, which are not so common in our day-to-day setup, because people have ignored them just because of so many factors, of course. And of course, they also support like these products which are brought in the market are nutritious and diverse. So with our earth markets, they help us to support the local economies, whereby the farmers can be able to trade within their localities. They bring products directly to consumers and they sell these products. And these markets actually happening.
John, before you go forward,
yes.
What are the prerequisites you have as slow food
markets
to onboard these farmers? Because yesterday, the Yalta president said the market is not there. And this is a conversation that has kept coming. And you say you connect the farmers to the consumers. The same applies to what Isaac is saying, that we connect the farmers to the consumers. So when we're on this panel, we're always saying we connect. What are the prerequisites do you demand for a farmer to be onboarded into your program that they can have access to these consumers you're talking about?
Yes, actually, first and foremost, when we conduct these earth markets, we find a big challenge that most of the farmers don't believe in themselves. They be like, when I grow this, I might not get the market. Yet the market is already available. So one of the ways we are trying now to motivate these people, we are now tapping into the other normal markets, the general markets which are happening in different urban centers, where we are creating agroecological kiosks, and these farmers are getting an opportunity to sensitize consumers who would have come to buy other products from the normal market.
Let's go back a bit. Farmers don't believe in themselves. So what do you do as Slow Foods to change the mindset of these farmers who have an issue with self-esteem in their products?
Of course, the first thing we do is to organize them into groups and rebuild their capacity on market access, financial management, and other capacity building initiatives which come up. But of course, we also use our markets as an advocacy tool, whereby they are created, in most cases, they are created at the local government headquarters, just to ensure that we create friendship with the leaders so that they can understand the importance of agroecological farmers in our economies.
Thank you, John. You'll bear with me. I had to go deep because today we are talking money and access. Let's talk to Sarah. Let's clap to Sarah, ladies and gentlemen, that she's here. Clap to Sarah. I will tell you why. So Sarah here, she's a senior principal banking officer. She heads the credit appraisal and publicity section in the agriculture and other credit schemes division at the Bank of Uganda. So what it means that Sarah has an oversight role on every bank that should give you access to credit in agriculture. Good to see you, Sarah.
Thank you very much.
And we want to understand from where we are. Yesterday we had a conversation, access to credit financing came heavily among the talks we had, and we need to know, as farmers who are in agroecology, where is the money? How do you access the money? Who has the money, and at what percentage?
Thank you very much, and thank you for the good introduction. As you have been informed, Bank of Uganda works in partnership with financial institutions that are regulated by Bank of Uganda to offer subsidized credit to farmers, agro-processors, people involved in agriculture, and other businesses. But for the part of agriculture, we have the agricultural credit facility. And you ask me, where is the money? The money is with the financial institutions and with the government of Uganda, but you can only access it through a regulated financial institution. These are commercial banks, credit institutions, microfinance deposit-taking institutions, as well as Uganda Development Bank. And we have, over the years, had a complaint from the consumers that most of our financial institutions are not helping the farmers, especially the smallholder farmers. So what the government came up with is an arrangement of a different kind of loan that can be blocked to help smallholder farmers access small amounts of money. For instance, if you would want to get money that is below 20 million shillings, then one of our major challenges was that most of the borrowers do not have collateral. And the government realized that lack of collateral was bringing a challenge, so they decided to allow borrowers access funds through their financial institutions without the registered collateral, the land titles that were originally required by most financial institutions. But at this time, if you are to get that loan, you would need to have a good relationship with your financial institution. So what that means is that every borrower is required to have some kind of relationship with the financial institution. You do not just wake up in the morning and go to a bank and say that, yes, I was told, yes, this commercial bank, the credit institution, the microfinance is supposed to give me credit. But when you don't even have a single account there, you have to be bankable. You have to have a bankable proposal. I've been listening to the agroecological products, and this, in my opinion, is value addition. There is value addition involved, and this is what the government is looking for. So where we have agroecological products, they are all financeable under the agricultural credit facility. That aside, we can also look at the value chain, not just the farmers. We have people who are processing, people who are adding value. We have the people who are marketing. We have people who are involved in bulking of these products. All those people are financeable. You just need to have a bankable proposal, submit it to a financial institution. I'll read for you the commercial banks. Then I think we all have access to maybe the Bank of Uganda website. Then you can look through and find out the financial institution, whether your bank is involved, is part of the banks that subscribe to the agricultural credit facility.
Sarah,
yes.
If I may interject.
Yeah.
What do you mean by having a relationship with my commercial bank? What do you mean by being bankable? We are farmers. If we could break down this, that it's understandable to us to understand, because yesterday the Yalta president said, you go to the banks, there are quite a lot of hinges and hurdles. You need this, you need this, you need this. So when you speak bankable and relationship, do I have to be a friend to the bank manager? Do I have to be a friend to the credit officer? What do you mean by bankable and relationship with your credit facilitator?
Thank you very much. Now, to start with, having a relationship starts with opening an account. And when you open an account with a financial institution, automatically you have started a relationship with that bank. But how do you maintain that relationship? By continuously banking the proceeds from your business onto that account, so that you can have some kind of history. Sometimes we get applications, we receive applications whereby there's only a single deposit in 3 months. Now, what kind of...
The season is bad.
That is not having a good relationship. Even if you have a husband who talks to you only once in 3 months, then that would not be a good relationship.
At least he talks.
Yeah. Anyway, that is the relationship. You need to have a consistent relationship with the bank. You deposit your money, you inform them in case you have a facility with them and then it goes bad. You don't just run away. You keep on informing them, updating them that maybe I have encountered a challenge in this area. Then they can restructure for you something and then be able to continue working with them without them having to look for you from wherever you have disappeared. That is something to do with relationship. Okay. But then when we come to bankable, we have so many businesses that have very good products, but they do not have a single record of their transactions. We have people who have sales in hundreds of thousands of shillings, but they don't have a single journal to indicate what the input, how much they spent, and how much they've earned at the end of that day. Now, if you do not have these kinds of records, then the bank will not be able to assess the kind of money, the amount of money that you need, or the banking needs of your business. And in that light, I want to encourage every person who is involved in some kind of business to take records, because these records are very important for any financial institution to assess your ability to borrow and repay. Then the second thing that you need to do to be bankable, you need to have some form of registration. You register your business, however small. You can register a business name. You don't have, it's not a requirement that you must have a limited liability company. No, you can have a business name. And then you pay your license fees within your local council. You do not have to make it so complex at first. If there are returns to file your returns. These are things that PFIs look out for when they are trying to assess your ability to be bankable. And you asked about the interest. Now, if you're looking at agriculture processing, the interest rate is capped at 12% per annum under the agricultural credit facility. This is one of the facilities that you're going to find lucrative for anyone undertaking agriculture. However, there is another facility that the government onboarded. There is the Small Business Recovery Fund. I don't know whether you've heard about it.
Yep.
But that Small Business Recovery Fund was meant to help all business owners who had businesses running before the COVID-19 pandemic hit the nation, and their businesses suffered in some form of financial distress. Now, where your business suffered financial distress and you have ability to recover once you have some money invested in your business, then you'll be able to access these funds. And these funds are still accessed through the financial institutions that you're working with. These are the commercial banks, the credit institutions, the microfinance deposit-taking institutions, but this time Uganda Development Bank is not included in the Small Business Recovery Fund. The interest rate under the Small Business Recovery Fund is capped at 10% per annum. It means that you're paying back less than 1% per month on this loan.
Sarah,
yeah?
yesterday we talked about the 12%. So let me tell you what the farmers are going through. You go to a bank, you tell them that I'm here for the agricultural loan of 12% as per the government. They will tell you that money has not arrived yet, but it's coming. But while it's coming, we have this one here. Now, this is the bank selling its own product, and theirs is at 24%. The other money you're talking about of the 10% of the COVID-19 recovery and all, banks are still saying that money is not there. And if it's there, they give you another package. My question then to you as a regulator, as Bank of Uganda, what are you doing to make sure that the banks comply? Because farmers are bleeding financially. We're talking about this money here. It sounds so good. It seems so real until you walk into the bank. They will make you walk from here to Timbuktu and back until you take their products. So they have designed products that look like the agricultural loan government is giving, and they're not speaking about this money. This money is in the background. So as a regulator, how are you helping us, the farmers, have access to this facility that is there? And we're doing it so without being coerced into other products onboarded by the other banks.
Thank you very much. That has been a major challenge on our side in the implementation of these two schemes. As the government of Uganda and as Bank of Uganda, we have embarked on, we started with sensitizing the banks. And once we engage the head office branches of these financial institutions that we are working with, they informed us that our challenge as regulators is that we concentrate only in the central region. That is why most banks in the upcountry branches are not giving out these loans. So the government of Uganda, the Bank of Uganda in particular, made it a point to visit all the branches around, to make a countrywide campaign of sensitizing the PFIs that are in those branches. And this exercise was, I'm glad to report that this exercise was concluded last month in September.
So we can go for the money now.
We made it a point to visit, to converge all those branches in different regions, Zimbabwe, Arua, Kabale. We went around the country sensitizing the managers. But then when we went down, we also received a report that there was a challenge in the strategy of the PFI. So now this is an issue that our deputy governor is handling with the heads of institutions at the Uganda Bankers Association level.
Okay.
Because the force that moves this money must come from top to bottom.
Correct.
We have dealt with the bottom, we have dealt with the middle, now it's the top to change the strategy that will ensure that this money is received at the bottom.
Thank you. Sal, read us the banks where we can go to. Please listen attentively and write some of these banks, the banks that have the facilities.
We have commercial banks, and under the commercial banks, we have ABC Capital Bank, Absa Bank Uganda, Afriland First Bank Uganda Limited, Bank of Africa Uganda Limited, Bank of Baroda Uganda Limited, Bank of India Uganda Limited, Cairo Bank Uganda Limited, Centenary Bank Limited. Centenary Bank is one of the banks that has really given us quite a number of applications. Citibank, but we have received more applications from DFCU Bank Limited. Diamond Trust Bank is a very active participant. Bank of Eco Bank Uganda Limited. Equity Bank is a very active participant. Exim Bank Uganda Limited. Finance Trust Bank, active participants. Guarantee Trust Bank Uganda Limited. Housing Finance Bank Limited, active participant. Whenever I tell you that this is an active participant, know that we have received more applications from this institution than others that I have mentioned. But they are all signatory to our memorandum of agreement that governs the operations of the two schemes. I&M Bank Limited, KCB Bank Limited, NCB Bank Uganda Limited, Opportunity Bank Limited. Allow me to take a pause at this bank. This is a bank that was the first to accept the concept of Small Business Recovery Fund. And they were able to bring in the very first application that we financed under the under the Small Business Recovery Fund. So they are very active participants, together with Post Bank Uganda Limited, very active, both under SCF and SBRF. Stanbic Bank Limited, this one is most active for large borrowers, those who have corporations and limited liability companies, but they also have some small applicants, some small applications. Standard Chartered Bank Uganda Limited, active for large borrowers. Tropical Bank Limited and United Bank for Africa. Those are commercial banks under both the SCF and the SBRF. Now, when we talk about credit institutions, we have BRAC Uganda Limited, Mercantile Credit Bank Limited, Top Finance Bank Limited, and Yako Bank Uganda Limited. Yako has started picking interest, and I believe very soon it will be the leading in this category. Then when we come to microfinance deposit-taking institutions, we have EFC Uganda Limited, MDI. We have Finca Uganda Limited, MDI. Pride Microfinance Limited, MDI. This one is very active under this category, and Yuga Food Microfinance Limited, MDI. Then when we look at other financial institutions, we have Uganda Development Bank, but this one is only open to limited liability companies, known for individual borrowers. Okay. Thank you.
Let's clap for her, ladies and gentlemen. Please, before she leaves, make sure you get her contacts, just to tell her your experience as and when you go to get this money.
Can I submit something? We have a toll-free line.
Okay, the one we can call on.
In case you communicate you encounter some challenges and you need extra help with a financial institution that is misbehaving, it is always good to engage the Bank of Uganda somehow. We have people who are often able and willing to listen on the other side if you call during working hours.
Okay.
And the number is 08 001 44 044. I'll go over it again. It is 08 001 44 044. And in case you get to a bank and you're about to sign a contract, make sure you, even if you get all the other documents, because many a times our borrowers do not take time to read through the entire documentation. They just tell you, sign here, sign here, sign here, and then you go on signing. But by the end of the day, you have signed the wrong contract and you don't even understand what you have signed. Take time to look for a document called the key facts document. It's usually one sheet of paper, just the front and back. The key facts document states in explicit terms the interest rate that you're going to be paying, the installment amount, the loan, the type of product that you're taking, you're booking, you're getting yourself booked onto, and all the other details, including the contact that you wish to be contacted, the mode of communication through which you wish to be contacted. This kind of document is available for all products, but in specific, if you're looking at SCF and you requested for an agricultural credit facility or a grain facility that will be going for 15%, because those who are trading in grain are charged 15% and there is no grace period, but the payment is a maximum of 2 years. You look at the interest rate and make sure if the interest rate differs from that which is for the SCF, 12% for the SCF or 15% for the agricultural credit facility, but the grain trade component, or 10% for the small business recovery fund, take a pause and review the documents again. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's clap for that. Those are key highlights. So when you go to the bank and they're giving you an agricultural loan, say, can I have the key facts document? That one paper will wake up the loan officer on Omugezi. Let's talk to Ministry of Trade, the Assistant Commissioner. Thanks for being very patient with us, and the conversation has gone so deep. The reason I put Sarah on the spot, because yesterday money was very deep. Talking about trade, what is the Ministry of Trade doing about agroecological products to make sure that we tap into the regional markets? That is one. Then secondly, what opportunities are there within the trade industry where the agroecological products, even those that are for value addition, can plug or fuse and make money? The mic.
Yes, thank you. My name again is Stephen Mbogo Kiria. I head the Technological Research, Innovation and Processing Department at the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. I'm actually here on behalf of Dr. Mutambi, who could not be here, but I hope I can put on his shoes to represent him. First of all, I'd like to tell you that most of the questions here actually, as the professor talked about. Now, there is the producer and there is the consumer. So government's role, or practically Ministry of Trade's role, is to link the producer to the consumer through policy environments, through policy formations. Now, we create policies like the Switch Africa Grain Policy, the Bubu Policy, to make sure that products that the consumer gets are safe, reliable, and affordable. Now, we recognize the youth. 80% of our population is youth. And this youth, remember that we have an SME policy, that is the Small Medium Enterprise Policy. This policy is on, but the strategy expired. Now, under this strategy, there were 4 issues. There used to be the COVID-19 Relief Fund, as she talked about. There used to be the refugee crisis, climate change. Those problems are today. They were not there 10 years ago. So when we are reviewing this policy, we are reviewing it for the youth, for today's youth. Now, I'd like to mention there are 2 types of youth today, 2 types of innovations. There is the SMEs and there is the startups. The SMEs are the small, medium enterprise that are interested in creating products and services to the market just like you're producing, to make immediate profit. But then you have the startups that use groundbreaking technology to produce products and services to the market that will disrupt the market. So they are more interested in the rapid growth of these technologies to disrupt it. Now, when you come to what technology comes into, there are a lot of aspects. Actually, the president recently said, let's go around to identify all technologies, all innovations that exist in the market, and a mechanism to finance them. We have a participating financial institution here that talked about access to credit. And access to affordable credit is one of the main factors that is preventing youth and innovations from going on. I'll tell you, I go down to villages, I go down to districts, and I keep on meeting entrepreneurs that keep on talking. Even they talk about the COVID-19 Relief Fund. Some of them even don't know about it. But now, number one, first of all, to access this COVID-19 Relief Fund, you have to be formalized. Now, the question is, after becoming formalized, there is no guarantee that you're going to have it. But once you become formalized, who comes to your back? You have URA coming telling you, pay taxes for the last 10 years. So you have enterprises or SMEs that are not even, I don't know how many groups are here are formalized. Now, one of the aspects is, although these funds exist, awareness creation of these funds, and secondly, the requirement list. So you may go down for it, and we have a number of participating financial institutions or foreign development partners that are injecting credit to SMEs. But when you go down there, the requirement list is way too long. So now, how does the ministry come in? We come in to try to figure out how can participating financial institutions get in touch with you to give you access to that affordable credit. Now, there are a number of mechanisms we are initiating. We are trying to bring up, as she mentioned, business development services in terms of documentation. How many SMEs today purchase and sell goods without documenting their products, without documentation? That's what we're encouraging. We're trying to encourage credit reference bureaus where you can purchase your goods. Whatever you purchase is documented, and you can use a credit reference bureau to access that. One of the vital things we're also doing is the packaging and labeling strategy, which we are developing. Actually, we launched it just yesterday, and I don't know how many youth attended it. Packaging and labeling is a vital asset to marketing. I mean, some SMEs, actually, some of them spend more producing the packaging label is sometimes more costly than the product itself. But you go down to the packaging and you find it poorly packaged, okay? And then on top of that, I remember going down to an SME, and one of his brands, he was producing an item in Uganda, but he was branding it as a Kenyan brand. So what are we trying to do? We are trying to bring in the barcoding system where SMEs can be able to trace their product. Like if a product from here is sold in any different country, that consumer will be able to trace it back to Uganda through the barcoding system. So there's a lot we're trying to do to promote, to empower SMEs in terms of market access. I hope I've kind of answered the question.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's 11:30. Let's clap for panelists once again. Let's appreciate them. One thing that is very clear, if you're an entrepreneur and you came here today, you have the Bank of Uganda, the regulator is here. You get the contacts you need. You have Agroecological. They can train you and give you the support you need to make sure that you actually onboard the business. We have Slow Foods. They have tested the water. They have tested the approaches. They're here with us. We have the consumer, Judith here, and the entrepreneur who has actually seen what it is like and knows what we need to change. And we have the Ministry of Trade. Allow me to stop the panel discussion here. But before we end it, I'm going to request the Assistant Commissioner, Mr. Stephen Imbogo, to come and officially open the markets, and we can go into the exhibition straight and sound. Please.
Yes, thank you. I've been hijacked again. I didn't expect to open it, but I will stand again by the protocol already observed. I think my minister is supposed to be here. Actually, I would like to recognize one of my commissioners, Mr. Johnson. So I think I'll give him the opening of, since he's above me, I'll give him the hand to open it.
Thank you very much, the organizer of the program. And thank you all of you for listening to the various discussions that are going on. I come in to bring apologies from my minister. He was supposed to have been here, but the meeting he was in dragged on. That's why I also had not reached here. He said, you go and finalize this as he finalizes the meeting. But I want to have all the protocols observed and wish to salute PELAM. And I think now when I use abbreviations, you people understand what PELAM is as of now. We have worked with PELAM for some time. And so what they are doing, we are in support, and we see them as a good partner with us. And now for this event, I know I have listened in as Stephen was telling you and anchoring whatever he was saying to the policy. And so we are happy that even this expo is happening. And you will allow me to go to read the minister's speech as is. The Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives uphold your efforts to foster business collaborations through partnerships, networking, creating of awareness, strengthening capacity of MSMEs in agroecology sector and market systems. This will enhance markets and development for sustainable food systems transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, you will note that last year, when such a function was happening, our Minister of State for Trade was present to open the function, and we got the feedback. And we are saying that now, this year, we see a milestone you have achieved again in mobilizing MSMEs in big numbers with ready products for the market. And this is commendable, and it's in line with the ministry's mandate, which is to review, formulate, and support policies and strategies that promote and ensure expansion and diversification of trade, cooperatives, environmentally sustainable industrialization, appropriate technology development, and transfer of technology which generate wealth for poverty eradication and benefit the country's social and economic development. Ladies and gentlemen, I would want to encourage you, the MSMEs, that when such opportunities come, please take advantage of them and be innovative. The room that does not get filled is the room of improvement. Even if the improvements are small, please take on those small improvements on your businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, in the global context, food market size was valued about United States dollars about 178.4 billion in 2021, and it's expected to be around 497 billion USD dollars by 2030. And this is growing at a percentage of 12.6%. Now, if you are putting efforts in agroecology, we are very sure that we can be tapping on this market that is growing every year. Ladies and gentlemen, Uganda is not working in isolation. There has been established the African Continental Free Trade Area, where our government is key, and it's also continuing to negotiate in the various bilateral agreements with other countries. And those of you who are interested even on international level, you could be realizing that even at the WTO, MSMEs are a point of negotiation. And so,
As you do your efforts, government is thinking of you and it's looking at your performance. While the government is also looking at our improving the government export potential, you are the people who will be able to practice. Government will only put the policies in place and the working environment. So, ladies and gentlemen, we want to encourage you to continue tapping onto this. In terms of the policies, government has also, through the NDP3, the National Development Plan 3, and the Vision 2040, we have identified various opportunities which we will continue to create awareness on. And we are sure that some of our officers who have been here have been able to share with you people on some of those interventions. We are aware that from the whole process that you have gone through this week, you have had the various discussions in this line. Ladies and gentlemen, we are saying, can we do export promotion and also reduce on imports, on the imports that are coming from other places? You may have to look at what you are doing and how it's helping this country to do import substitution and increase on exports. And so we want to say that the ministry is offering and providing guidance in business development services for all MSMEs. Incidentally, while we are looking at MSMEs, the big institutions are also saying, you people don't focus only on MSMEs because they are facing similar challenges in terms of business development services. And so we are putting up strategies that will help us to get into those directions. And so we are very sure that if we work with you and we work with the various partners, we should be able to get to the direction and the focus where this country wants to go. Ladies and gentlemen, I would want to say enabling MSMEs to access affordable and cheap financing is an issue. I know you have been, on the panel you might be having people from Bank of Uganda and other financial institutions, but on top of that, you know, being a Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, we are also working in a situation how the communities can work through their savings and credit cooperatives to be able to leverage on the group of numbers in terms of financing. And therefore, I want to request the private sector players out there. I know when I see our brothers from the media around, I know these things we are saying will also get out there. We want to request even the other players outside there to get involved in the various discussions to ensure that this knowledge that you people are getting here, these partnerships are able to be utilized rightly, but to also reiterate government's commitment to facilitate the citizenry to reduce on the cost of doing business, such that you are able to participate locally and internationally on the various fronts. Ladies and gentlemen, I want once again to thank Pelham and the other partners that you work with, and all of you who are here and are supporting the various MSMEs to develop. And we look forward to working with each one of you. And before I say the last statements there, I would want to say, for me, I'm Johnson Abitekaniza. I'm in charge of the Department of Business Development and Quality Assurance. And as I said at the beginning, I've been representing the minister, and with that, I would want to conclude with the minister's statement by thanking you for listening to me, and hereby wish to formally open the second Agroecological Market System Expo on this 25th day of October. I have read this statement on behalf of Honorable Francis Mwebesa, the Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. I thank you.
Let's appreciate the Minister for believing in us. And now that we have officially opened up the stalls, I'm going to request my entire panelist and the Honorable Minister to please come and join Josephine and all of us. We're going to go through the stalls, that we understand what exactly are we exhibiting. We're starting the side, okay? That we understand what we're exhibiting. And given that they are here, please, every entrepreneur, make use of the people who are here today. Get the contacts. Get Sarah's contact. Get Isaac's contact. Get John's contact. Get Judith. Get the Assistant Commissioner Stephen's contact, just to make sure that you have a fallback position, and not only that, you have a support structure. So let me request my panelists to join Josephine there and the Minister and the team, the camera crew, and all of us. We can start to go through the stalls, and we start to pitch of what we are and what we're doing. Enjoy the floor. So in case you need the contact of the Minister, rather the Assistant Commissioner, I have the card here. So we're going through the stalls one by one as they explain to the commissioners and the minister just to make sure what they're doing. So we're going stall by stall, and this is a rural community in development. Our chief guest is still going through.
You're very welcome, sir. This is the slow food stall, and here we are demonstrating our project, the Earth Markets, of which farmers come directly to meet consumers. Here we have our chef in the Slow Food Cooks Alliance that is giving us coffee to taste. The coffee from the slow food farmers in Imbale that was bought and roasted by our partners, the Destination Jungle. So here we have coffee available to taste by a slow food cook, produced by slow food farmers, and of course bananas that are coming from one of our slow food communities in Intanzi. We are happy to be here. Yes, yes, we used to take, literally it wasn't exporting, we were taking it for an exhibition in the Terra Madre in Italy. But as you know, this is also having a challenge with the Cavendish. You know, with the science, they made the one with a very thick skin. So, yes, the Cavendish is welcome because, yeah, and also the skin stays strong during travel. So it doesn't have the black dots as we have. But this gross mic, the normal Bogoya, faces that handling when it is being taken for exportation. That's why. But when you talk about taste, duration, and resistance, exactly. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We're moving to the testing will be there. Let's come here.
Thank you very much. You're welcome to Kulika Training Center. Kulika Training Center is a subsidiary of Kulika, Uganda. So the training center is located in Wakiso District, Hoima Road, along Namayumba along Hoima Road. So we deal in production of wine, honey, and other products like briquettes. We work with farmers. We train them to, for example, grow maize and soybean. They market the grain, and then the wastes, they carbonize them, and then they come up with the briquettes, which acts as one of the initiatives to reduce on the environment reduction. So when it comes to wine, after training them in fruit growing, we hope them to increase the shelf life, and then the profits out of the fruits they grow by adding value by making wine out of the fruits. Then when it comes to honey, we are having different farmer groups. We train in apiary. So after keeping bees, we take on initiative, and then we add value on this honey by processing it and then packing it for consumers to at least access it when it is packed. We also add... Yes. Yes, we did in venom production, but that one is done at the farmer's level because, yes, propolis we also have them, yes, but that is handled by the farmers. Yes. 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 Okay, thank you very much. As I've said, that we are having different farmer groups we are working with. One of the farmer group is there. It is called Chivalinga Youth Farmers Group, supported by Kulika Uganda. So some of the...
its own products?
Yes, yes. Yes, there is propolis, there is wax, there is venom.
Yeah, but that's what I wanted to look at, the value chain.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much. Only that they never came on this same, but yes. So, thank you.
Yeah, these ladies here.
You're welcome here. This is Wedge Spices Limited. We deal in spices. We do grow spices through our local women farmers in some of the parts of the country, like in Bali. As you can see, a lady here, she's having some of our seeds. So we give them seeds to grow the spices using agroecological principles, and so that is how we come up with our spices and we do the value addition. Yes. So we have a number of spices. We do the tea blends. We have organic kanzali, and actually it's the first organic kanzali on the market. So it's in the process of certification. So we have a number of spices, and we tend to have a few of them to build a brand for Wedge Spices, so such that we can be able to sell all these other spices. Yes. Yeah, we sell in some medium supermarkets. For them, somehow they don't put, yes. Yes, even some restaurants, then family and friends, and even recommendations. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Yeah, we even have a trademark.
See one of the barcodes that you have.
You can even have it there. For the order, okay. It's there.
Well, we're still going through the stalls. Let's start here.
Good morning, our distinguished guests. This is a team. Ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to our stall. This is a team from Omoro District, under IIRR. We are farmers, and what you are seeing before us are products that we produce. Because in our farm school we have different pillars, and mostly in pillar 3, this is the product of the nose products that people had run away from them, and we are trying to bring them back. And now we're looking at the market, and this is the way we are doing by processing all those products, as you see them, we are going to see them one by one. Here we have what we call OD, chia nuts, paste. We have paste for, yeah, and these are processed ane. This is a product from chias. It is a local medicine for treating Newcastle disease. We mix chias and red pepper and some other wheats that we have them locally in the village. Yes, in poultry. And these are the products of chias. This is the processed one, and it is the chia butter. And it is this one is chia oil. This is the chia seed. And here we have processed okra. We process this one like this, and you can use it in a soup. It is very delicious. Here we have our soda ash. This is the local, whatever, how do they call it? It is the carbon, but this is the local type. We don't use magadi, so this is the best for cooking. Yeah, we have, yeah. This one here you're seeing here is our dried eggplants. Normally we use them during food scarcity. You dry them solid dry, and then you use when there is food scarcity, and also if you feel like. Here, no, that is not the tag we have just put it in. Okay, you help me remove this. Yeah, this one here we call it okwe in our local language. It's cucumber. It is a very delicious food. It used to be it is semi-domestic. There are very many. We have even many even some is still in the garden. We have plenty of them. Yeah. This one, no, this is another thing. We are sharing stall, so this is not our stall. Yeah. This is the food. It is a processed green gram seed. So you smash and eat. So we have. Pardon? It doesn't, because it is solid dry and it doesn't lose any value. So it is the way we preserve our food locally. Yeah. So if I put this one in cold water, it still remains. Yes. Yes, still remains. Yeah.
I know Madam is going through the big processes. Yeah. We have seen, but you need to. You shall need to keep working together to see how you improve things. Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much.
In the interest of time, let's just look at this. At least there are plants here, and then we can move very fast. Please be very brief.
Thank you. You're welcome to our stall. My name is Rita. Our product is called Pumzi Herbal Teas. Our teas are a blend of herbs, spices, and fruits. We grow these spices in our gardens, and also we work with women and youth to grow them for us. We dry them using our solar technology, and we also employ women, especially single mothers, to help us in the cutting and in the processing of these products. We can be located at YMCA, Wandegea. Our production is in Manyangwa, Gayaza, and our farm is in Matuga. Thank you. As a farm, we grow in Matuga as Pumzi, but then the women that we grow with are all over the country. YMCA, Wandegea. Inside the institution. We have a shop there. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, our chief guest, in the interest of time, we are going to run quite very faster. Sogam, tell us.
Thank you so much. I'm called Evelyn Orisha Batuyamba from Luchiga district. So our knows Wabatungu. So our organization is called Let's Change My Village, LOCM. So for us, our vision was to change our village from traditional village to a model village, and we are trying. So here we have different things, we are items, we have organic honey, and it's from our farm. We have beekeeping project. We grow Irish potatoes, and from Irish potatoes from our highlands, of course, we make value addition. These are crisps. So we eat and also get income from these Irish potatoes. Yes. These ones. Per week, we have supermarkets which we are supplying, so we pack like 1,000. Yes. How many bags? It's even. It's a bag, 140 kgs. 140, yes. Yep. Yes. Mm.
Even the women, if you are dealing with them, you find they are 25.
Yes.
But the day they meet, they are packing only one basket. Then you say, are you making money? Are you
For us, real as LCM, we pack because we have different supermarkets. Yes. True. Yeah. We also have vegetables. These are dried cabbages. So we are trying. Yes. Yeah, adding value addition is very important. And sorghum, for us, our cash crop is sorghum. So what we get this fermented sorghum, the black one, and from there we get our local beer, which is omlamba and entulire, and we get money from that. Yeah, welcome.
You are most welcome. This is Rich Agroecological Farms Uganda Limited, a company based in eastern Uganda, in Iganga, Buchaye Village, in Nakalama Sub-County. We work with 23 profiled organic coffee farmers who produce the coffee and buy it from them. Then we solar dry it. We process by solar drying, as opposed to the conventional way of drying, that is aflatoxin rich. So we roast from Tororo at Erigonia Company Limited. We come back and package. Initially, we used to be packing in environmentally non-friendly packs, but we innovated and came up with a biodegradable material which is environmentally friendly and accessible, readily available, and cheap. This was costing us 2,000 without branding, but this one cost us only 300. So the material itself, this is imported, and
this one, are you importing it or it's
this one we do
here?
it around here. We train women and youth who make it for us. We design it from Kampala, then go and make it from Iganga.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And these other products are what?
This is chili. We also grow chili on our farm, which we export through AgriVad and Go Green. So the quality that does not meet the export market, we add value and sell as chili. Yes. We are not certified, but that's the line that we are working to attaining. Yes. Okay.
Thank you very much. I am Nantume Hajara from Balimisa Consultants Limited. We are an agriculture extension and traceability-based organization working with smallholder farmers in the value chains of dried fruits, that is jackfruit and pineapple, vanilla and coffee. We are based in Kayunga and Kampala. Thank you. We have the pineapples dried using solar dryers and jackfruit. We also have vanilla that is there. We are trying to package them so that even the domestic market can consume the vanilla. Usually it's been for export. Yes.
How easy is it that that youth are getting involved with you?
How easy?
How are you finding it?
Being the fact that we are youth find it easy to get in touch with us because we are in their age
Because
bracket.
you talk together.
Yes, and we share knowledge.
Not because you are taking them to value addition.
No, we share the knowledge because we are in different value chains. Yeah.
I know for the others, people may need to see at what level do you have the youth coming in order for them to get involved.
Yes, you're welcome. We are member of Agroecology PGS group. We are a participatory guarantee system group working with different farmers. And our major input now, what we want to bring to the market, is to help the farmer in crop health, soil health, and eventually crop health, and our own health. So our innovation is Jimusa, organic foliar fertilizer, for a broad spectrum of crops, from maize to trees, mangoes, coffee, bananas, and a wide range of those. But interestingly, this time around, we have innovated around the problem of the wilt. The banana wilt, the coffee wilt. Too many of our farmers, especially the coffee farmers, are losing out because of the outbreak of the wilt. It's a notorious thing that is coming up, and we thought as innovators, agroecology innovators, we must help out. So today, we have showcased this wilt and weevil control. As it beats the wilt, it also beats the weevils. So this is what we are today. Being a PGS group, a wide range of farmers deal in different things, rabbitry, vegetables, and like we said, us in the entrepreneurs in the agroecology, we want those specific organic markets for our farmers, because this has been the challenge. We have produced organically, but we find ourselves mixed up in the conventional markets. So PGS is the avenue, the model that we are fronting to help our farmers have our separate money-making markets. So this is what we're promoting, PGS, innovate around the fertilizers, and we help our farmers, we help the nation. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes, some question? Or input dealers, yes.
I wrote important and I was like, what's going on?
These are also.
You're welcome, visitors. This is the Resource Center for Permaculture. We are a social enterprise that works with farmers as input dealers. So we have organic products that we supply to the farmers that we produce locally at our farm. Like this one. This one is an antifungal pesticide which reduces the infection of fungal diseases to the crops that our farmers grow. We supply fertilizers, for example, this one, which is boniphosphate, which has a great quantity of phosphorus, which helps to develop the root system of the plants. Then down we have the biocellulary. The biocellulary is a product that is obtained from the biogas, that residue, which we fortify to add more nutrients to that nitrogen, which is the biocellulary. We fortify it to add more phosphorus, to add more potassium, so that it can has a good composition. Pardon?
I think our... I
No,
see another...
this one is not specifically for killing aflatoxins, but it is antifungal. It can prevent.
Can prevent.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you know when you come in some of these places, in the first 2 minutes, somebody must find where to locate you.
Yes.
In the first few minutes. But when I read, you were talking as I was reading, but I didn't hear you saying anywhere. Which side of Nkowe are you?
We are located at Nkowe, opposite Nkowe High School. That
In
is
the trading center itself?
That is in Nkowe Trading Center.
Okay.
That is around
Shall get the
3
contacts
kilometers
and
from
see what to
Wakiso
do.
town. Thank you.
Lydia, the market. Talk about only the market. Okay. Yes, you're welcome to our stall. This is Caritas Kampala Sustainable Agriculture Program. We do promote sustainable agriculture in different ways. But in addition to that, we've started an organic market in Nsambya. It's a Saturday. It operates only on Saturday, but we are planning to start up a daily market. We are located in Nsambya, just after the American Embassy. That is where we can find us. All our products are organic. Come and you'll find healthy foods for yourselves. Thank you.
The elephant in the house. Hey. How are you?
I'm okay. How are you, sir? Yes.
When you just answer from the other side, how is the uptake?
The uptake is good. We've done a lot of sensitizations through cooperatives and farmer groups. People are realizing that climate change is real, and therefore they are increasing the uptake in agricultural insurance. Yes. Yes. Especially rural areas. Yes, rural areas. We have field staff who are in all those regions, west, east, northern, and also field staff who go to the farmer groups. Yes. Mm. 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 People undermined climate change, but now they are realizing that it is a real, it's a real, yeah. Mm. Yeah. Yes. Yes. The rains are very unpredictable. Mm. You're welcome, sir. Thank you. Yes. So I'm from Advisor.
Talk about the Kilimomat app.
The missing link.
Online markets.
The market side of it.
You're
How are
welcome.
you managing the online market when you have not had everyone on the same system? Do you have somebody? Do you have them on the system, the supplier?
We have them. We mapped them, and we have them registered. So they are selling through the Climomat app, where we get their products, add value, package them, and sell online to connect them to their customers. But today we are basically exhibiting the business hub, which is an innovation to help small-scale farmers address challenges that limit them from running successful enterprises. And since we believe in small-scale farmers speaking for themselves, we came with our small-scale farmer. She can elaborate.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Also using the app?
Yes.
I see she has a smartphone, but supposing I'm not on a smartphone,
Yeah. Yes, we all. Yeah, we use the smartphone. Like if I have in that community, I support other farmers who do not have the smartphone to market their product. We support each other in packaging because there are those ones who really lack the knowledge of how to package for the public use. So we give support to each other. We also build their capacity in the technical way and also assess their business capacity and give them the support they needed in their business. That is how we do it. You're most welcome. You can register here. We have also a pen. You can have a trace. Yes. Yeah. Yes. So here we have the millet flour, which is the indigenous millet. We produce it from the indigenous millet. We have the okra powder. We have the gulu paste made out of simsim and nuts, which is so nutritious and organic. Help me sign them. Yes, we are based in Tinda.
Okay, one last one. I had it. Yes, please. Yes, we are. We taste using the lab that's authorized to do the testing. So when we do the certification, it is a traceable process from the soil to the fork. So once there is any contamination detected, there is no way you can go ahead and get the certificate. Yes, sir. Conrad House, Ginger Road. Yes, sir. Oh, okay. Yes, sir.
You know the issue of compliance is a big issue.
Yes, we are like the police. True.
This is Jajagold has brought it, therefore let me leave them to do what? To pass.
We can never, because we shall be compromising the whole country. Yes, sir. Welcome. Thank you, too.
Okay. So we have one you have the person going to the cross.
Yes.
And I hope I will now hear the word fair trade at some point.
Yes, our chief guests, you are most welcome to Great Lakes Organic Farmers Association stall. We promote, we are an association of very many small-scale farmers where most of them have reached a level of selling finished products, like as you are seeing. This is a Bukonzo joint. They are producing organic fair trade certified coffee. They export both green bean and this one, which is already packaged in different sizes. We also have farmers at some other stage who have reached this level, who need your attention and your assistance in terms of certification and other services. We also have other farmers who are producing spices. They grow them and produce them up to this level. And on the market is appreciating these products. We've been used to importing them, but now they are being produced locally here. We appreciate Pelham for have brought us together here. We want to work in harmony with you and other stakeholders. We are so grateful. Thank you.
The issue here is when we what I was saying is that when we say we are working as an association,
Yes.
then we should work through that association to, through all our processes. I don't know whether you understand me.
I get
Such
you.
that when we are appearing on the market, we are going to brand together, we are going to have the quantities
Yes.
together. But
Yes.
when you are working as an association, you appear as one brand, another one appears as an individual, it will not help.
Honorable-
Tomorrow you will get a picture, a market where people are saying, we want these quantities. They expect quantities of one company, not of different because you are in the same village,
Yes.
Yeah, that's something I would request
We
that
agree
you work
with
on.
you. We are working with Pelham. How can we work in harmony
Yes.
as actors promoting agroecology, organic farming in the same sector, so that we come up with one brand and we market to one brand.
Yeah, but that requires high level of trust
yes.
and high level of quality assurance and maintenance.
We have realized
of
there is a gap
compliance.
between the consumers and the producers. So we want to bridge the gap. Thank you.
Lastly, with 1 minute. 1 minute.
You're welcome to.
Consume by buying it for the home, or you consume by selling it to people?
Our role is to protect consumers. Yeah, it's a consumer sustainability, advocacy, and awareness entity. Yeah, we promote consumer rights and responsibilities. We also advocate for ethical practices among businesses. Yeah, we operate with like-minded organizations and MDAs.
I hope you have participated in our consumer protection and competition bill.
Yeah, we do. We are ready.
Fine, if you have already put it there, it's okay. We know we shall be having your input.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Talk about only agrotourism.
You are welcome. This is the Agrotourism Association. We are an umbrella body that brings together farmers from different regions. We mainly work with young people from economically challenged regions in Uganda, like Karamoja, Bushenyi, Ntungamo, and all those organizations. And all these are products from our farmers from Uganda. Since we have different farmers, beneficiaries of our programs, these products are from different regions. For example, this honey wine, we make it from hibiscus, pineapples and honey. It's made from here in Gayaza. Then this honey is from Ntungamo. Then it's from Ntungamo. Then we have products. We have agribusiness incubation for students. Our students do research and come up with such products. Yes, thank you.
It should be more. It should be more than 5 years. Because this mark was removed. So, which means you have not reviewed your processes. Because they should have given you a different mark, not this one. But what you do, instead of you continuing to put the S, you would rather know that we don't have a Q mark other than claiming to be having a standard mark. This one was removed. You get me? And you know that this is an old thing and it has been, it's not yet. Work on it, have it out of the way. But what I mean, don't claim to be having when you don't. Because when you start from working, where you know that I'm at this level, you find a way of doing it. Our colleagues can support you to see how you get there. You are saying you're doing it in Kampala. Hey, you can maybe follow up. I can help them by You have the officers and stuff. Yeah. Please, it's not usually a good thing to claim what you are not.
You're welcome. This is the Rutico booth. These are some of the business ideas that we have been developing over the last month. We are halfway through our incubator program, and these are some of the problems that we would like to solve. One of nutrition and availability of nutritious food within urban and rural areas. Also one of affordable processing solutions and access to organic inputs as well. And also we have a business model around bulking organic products.
Yes, we realize that smallholder farmers actually farm or produce seasonally. They also hand money seasonally, yet they have day-to-day needs that they have to meet, so they have to spend daily. So we realize that if they don't have access to finances, they cannot bulk. They have to look for any market available to get finances. So we are offering them crop advance payment system, where we advance them money on a monthly basis so that they meet their day-to-day needs and be able to bulk and access better markets, in addition to other value-added services that we provide. Yes. Yes. Yeah, so we have so we want to use the available stores that the farmers are not using. If you realize there are so many stores built in villages, so we want them to use the available stores, and we employ the innovative value chain financing to enable them access the better markets. Yes. We have been doing the research in northern Uganda and eastern Uganda with grains and pulses, and we want the farmers who are willing to do this regeneratively, agroecologically. Yes.
Somebody's not going to bulk until he has gone into value addition.
And actually something to note is that we are regenerating not only agriculture, but financing and entrepreneurship. So we are in the process of prototyping what is really needed. For example, we have moved around and seen a lot of organic inputs. Is the problem organic inputs or access? So one business is looking at how do we ensure that farmers have access to organic inputs. So it is a process, and by next year, we will now launch these businesses after getting feedback from the real customers.
Yes, I want to think that you are going to get the real feedback, such that we are not solving a problem that is not the problem.
Exactly.
Let's solve the real problem that kickstarts the person to the next level. That's why you saw me asking the specific question. Because when you tell me of technology, I would want us to understand what technology is the person looking at, such that we are able to say, yes, where can we put our minds?
Exactly.
Are we going into incubation for people to come up with new innovations, or the innovations are somewhere and they only need to be scaled up?
Yeah. And these businesses will give them up to 40 million next year at the beginning, and then from there we will link them to early investors, because the challenge which has been there is access to financing. When they start,
finance is a cooking oil. I know I'm talking to where the men ladies. When you are cooking food,
yes,
cooking oil does not come as the basic.
Yes.
You must have the sauce to cook. So they need to identify what is the sauce, such that when you bring the financing, it's really seasoning the what? The sauce.
Exactly.
I thank you.
So,
thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. The exhibitions are still going to go on. We kindly encourage you to go through the different stalls. Thanks so much, the Commissioner and the Assistant Commissioner, for going through the different stalls. Kindly pass through the different stalls. And while you're still here, I want to invite So now that you're all here, going around, we have seen the issue of certification is a challenge. Many of us have products, but they're not certified. A couple of us are doing a lot of work, but you're not certified. Secondly, those operating within Kampala, we have the market masters. These work under KCCA. Let me welcome Hajat to talk about certification. So if you're one of those who have quite a lot of work you're doing on the products and you don't know how to go through the certification, what you need, the prerequisites to get certified and how long does it take, she's going to explain that. Then after, we are going to hear from the market masters within KCCA divisions. How do we plug into that? Hajat, please.
Thank you very much, moderator. All protocol observed. I'm so humbled to be here this afternoon to talk about certification. I've also been around and most of our products are not certified. It is not an easy process, but it is worth it. Certification is a traceable process. When we certify, your products are traced from the soil to the fork or to the shelf. The certification process can lose its integrity if any of the value chain is compromised. We make sure the soil is not contaminated, the process of planting, the process of weeding, harvesting, the packaging, storage, transportation, and also the shelving. So this process of certification is not easy, but it is worth it. You can call us and we come for inspection or pre-inspection. We have the checklist shared on our UGOSAT website. When you go to the UGOSAT website, you'll find the checklist displayed there, so that by the time you invite us for inspection, you're ready, pre-ticked and checked yourselves, and you're sure that you'll be able to get the certificate. We usually come, do the audit, the inspection, and we share the findings with you, the recommendations for you to get the certificate before we leave your site. Once you have worked on whatever we have recommended, it is forwarded to the certification committee, which has the academia represented by Uganda Matters University. We have the MAIF, represented by Sir Sunday George Bob or Commissioner Rakuba. We have UNBS, represented by Mr. Hakim Mufumbira or Bashir Biansi. We also have the farmers, represented by a gentleman called Tadeo from Kasese. So these are the members of the certification committee who will approve your certificate or recommend some few adjustments before the certificate is finally issued. So the certification process starts with us. We can give you a pre-authorization and give you some recommendation for you to work on before you get the permanent certificate. We have all products certified. Thank you very much. God bless you. We are waiting for you. We are also here at the stall. Thank you.
Thank you, Ajit. So if you're one of those entrepreneurs who is dealing in value addition and you need certification, right in this corridor, you'll find their stall. Leave this place when you're certified. Let's talk about the markets in the city center. Ali, Adam, these are market masters in Kampala. They're working with KCCA. You need to know when they have the showcasing in the markets and how best to position yourself in the KCCA markets. Adam.
Thank you, Andrew. Good afternoon. My name is Adam Waiswa. I am a market master in charge of City Abattoir. Most of you know it as Lufla, just opposite Internal Affairs. Alongside me, I've moved with a big team, the KCCA technical team that is in charge of all the markets, the public markets around Kampala. Kindly wave to the audience, market masters and market administrators. The team you're seeing here, all the products that our low-income earners are selling in Kampala, these are the people who are in charge of all the workspaces. We have seen a number of people here doing exhibitions. You may want to have sales around the markets of Kampala. Please reach out to these people. In all the public markets of Kampala, we have offices of KCCA. We have market masters and market administrators. When you get to any given market, these people are there at your service. We thank our executive director and the director, Madam Shira, that is in charge of the Directorate of Gender, Community Services and Production. They are working so hard to ensure that there are affordable workspaces for the low-income earners in Kampala. We don't want to see people on the streets. People are not on the streets. People are not on the streets just because they want, but just because they have a feeling that markets don't work, and they have a feeling that workspaces in markets are expensive. So our executive director is working in hand with the president of Uganda to ensure that at least in every division there is a public market. Here in Central Division, we have Owino Market. The market master of Owino Market is around. Please wave to the people. Mr. Lukwago Musa, he's around. That's one of the biggest markets we have. We have Nakasero Market. The market administrator of Nakasero Market is here. And we have Site Abattoir, my colleague Mutebi Ronald. Please wave to the people. All the meat that you're going to have here at lunchtime, here at Africana, it comes just from here. That is Site Abattoir. So the peace and the sanity that you're seeing in markets is because of the good work of this team. Please, a round of applause for this team. So at the end of it all, we want to see all the streets of Kampala clean. We call that a smart city. Each and every person, every low-income earner working on the streets of Kampala will have somewhere to go. Currently, we are not charging anything. Go to Usafi Market. Those people are not paying anything at their stalls. They are free of charge. Therefore, we don't have any reason as to why somebody would remain on the streets. In the morning, we had our manager, agribusiness and agriculture, Michael Kiria. We had the supervisor markets. They have gotten some other programs, but they are with us here in spirit. We have Chanja Agricultural Resource Center. We have a number of youths here. If you want to acquire skills in agribusiness, Chanja Agricultural Center is open to you. It is free of charge. You want to learn about poultry, you want to learn about piggery, you want to learn about all the different agricultural practices, please go to Chanja. We are also doing the recycling and value addition to the cow dung that comes from Sita Batwa. We are currently doing biogas. We want a green city, right? We can achieve a green city when we do away with charcoal. We are having our friends here who are exhibiting briquettes. You can be taken through the making of briquettes at Chanja Agricultural Resource Center. The biogas that you want to use at home, we are doing biogas at Chanja Agricultural Resource Center. The services that KCCA is offering to ensure that we have a sustainable city, we have quality services to the people of Kampala are many. I can only mention a few. Kindly, if you need to know more, get in touch with the market masters at their different workstations. You will enjoy. Thank you very much. I remain Adam Waiswa.
Thank you so much, Adam. And abalimi abali wano, for purposes of our people who are farmers, nga weetaaga okubeera nga ebyamaguzi byo biri certified nga biriko siirwe eraga nti ddala gavumenti ekutegeera n'enkola yo yonna nti byokola bya mazima, waliwo awo omudaala ogwabakuwa siiru eyo, kikulu nnyo ekyo. Kyakubiri abali mu butale, abantu bano babayita market masters, be bakumaakuma n'okukakasa nti obutale bwaffe butukagana n'omutindo ku agenda gye tulina ey'eggwanga eya smart city. So nga tonnava wano, yogera nabo bakutegeezeddwe babeera n'emyoleso mu butale wepositioning otya gwatunda ebintu ebya agroecology ebiri organic ennyo, ng'oli certified osobola kuteekawo omudaala gwo, totuula butuuzi, banoonye ofune ennamba yaabwe oyogere nabo. Then tugenda kubeera n'abagenda okutunnyonnyola ku business ez'enjawulo. Tuli mu katale, so oluzungu lujja kujja n'oluganda at the same time to make sure that we understand quite a lot. I encourage you please not to sit between now and the next 40 minutes when we have lunch. Let's go through the stalls, go learn something, go get a new partner, go seal a deal, and above all, go get new contacts. Fenna tuve ku butebe tutandika okuyita mu midaala egyo tweyongere okwekuumira mu kumanya n'okutegeera. Go learn something. Come back in the next 40 minutes, then we go for lunch. Thank you.
As we enjoy moving around and checking on the different people exhibiting, Rutico, we are focusing on not only regenerating the agriculture sector, but also the financing and entrepreneurship. So right now we have about 23 founders that we are working with. They are focusing on building businesses that support regenerating our agriculture system in Uganda. We have challenges like sales and distribution for most of the products that are being exhibited. Some of the businesses that we are building are focusing on how these products can reach either the smallholder farmers if it is inputs, or how do we get the nutritious organic foods to the mainstream Ugandan consumers. So you can actually visit our booth. It is the first on the left, and you engage with our different founders and see if you are exhibiting, if you are here and you have farmers. We are looking at working with smallholder farmers. If you are connected to different groups, you can leave us your contacts so that we can see how those farmers can be easily linked to different markets. So we have the businesses with different value propositions, and you can share with them. I'll read out a few of them. One business is looking at indigenous seeds, building a farmer-led brand that supplies indigenous seeds to local input dealers. Another business is looking at organic inputs, sales and distribution. How do we provide rural and remote smallholder farmers with the timely delivery of affordable organic inputs through farmer-based village agents? Another business is looking at access to organic inputs. So looking at locally sourcing the organic inputs within Uganda and ensuring that our smallholder farmers are having these inputs. Another one is looking at bulking models. How do we look at crop advance payment as a way to support smallholder farmers transition to regenerative agriculture, to guarantee long-term, consistent, and reliable supply for mostly the people also on the side of processing. So also we have a group that is focusing on building a business that is looking at affordable processing solutions, looking at processing mills to extract oil, and some are looking at solar dryers as a service to smallholder farmers. also a business looking at storage and preservation. How do we look at regenerative packaging and preservation technology to support farmers, but also support the people who are in the transport of these products to the markets, also the vendors. So all these businesses that we are building at Rutico are being supported not only with financing of between 20 to 40 million. When it comes to the beginning of next year, we'll have 6 of them being given that money, also connected to early stage investors, but also mentored and trained to build businesses that can shake our food system and have health and nutritious food on the Ugandan shelves, but also support as many smallholder farmers as possible to transition to agroecology. I was discussing earlier with Bob that we have organic certification, but what about agroecological certification? If we can work on that, the farmers who are agroecological or organic by default can also be catered for, and then we can be able to sweep a great wave within the Ugandan system and support as many people as possible to access healthy foods, even us who are here, but also as many farmers as possible to use the inputs that are safe, not the ones that we are seeing that are causing the cancers and so on. So thank you, visit us at our booth at Rutico and share with us your insights on how we can build businesses that support the farmers you are connected to, or that can help to ensure that you receive the healthy food that you need on your shelves. Thank you very much. Isaac Rutico.
So, our dear farmers, there is something called bankable. Earlier on, Sarah hinted about being bankable, selling your stuff with a receipt, making sure that your transactions are captured. We have a gentleman here from AMASE, Imaisha. They are going to explain what they do and how they can onboard however small your business is. Please, Imaisha.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, my name is Samuel. I'm the head customer development at Imaisha Pay. Imaisha Pay, we are a digital financial institution that deals with strictly agribusinesses across Uganda. We work with producers, input retailers, traders, processors, and food retailers. We have 2 digital tools. We have a mobile application that's for only Android users on internet. It's the one you download and onboard yourself. You create a business profile and onboard yourself for whatever business you are doing, as long as you are in the value chain of agriculture. So what we do, the application is the one that you use to onboard yourself, but it's also a mobile wallet. So the information you give us on the application is the one we use to create for you a card. It works as ATM cards if for those who use Centenary or any other banking institution you have. So what we do, this card can be used to access your money across all banking infrastructure in Uganda, as long as we're into agribusiness. So our services are, we do saving, we do digital transactions, payments, purchases, withdrawals on both our mobile application and the card. So we also have, for the case of the input retailers and traders and processors, if you come across a customer who has purchased from you, we have digital printers. These printers are also labeled as Imaisha Pay. So through the transactions of saving, making payments on our platform and the receipts, you are creating a credit history into our platform. Now that credit history is the one we base on for you as an agribusiness person to access our credit. So we are located along Namirembe Road in Sibambi. Those who know, we are neighboring Namirembe Cathedral and Pastor Kaiwa International Church. So basically, that's what we're doing at Imaisha. We are located first as this entrance as we're entering on the second booth. You can come and visit us for more engagement. Thank you very much.
So now you know how you onboard your business. One thing that he has talked about is that when you're in that particular app, you can update your card and then you can get a loan from a bank because you have a credit history. So if you're one of those who has a business here that is not transacting with a footprint of transactions, please find their stall and get registered. Please. This is the moment to pitch us and you tell us what you do and why we need to get working with you.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. My name is Masudio Margaret, a small-scale farmer from Ajuman district, the vice chairperson ESAF Uganda. I'm also a steering committee member of African Women's Collaborative for Healthy Food System, but also the chairperson for Women Forum, ESAF Uganda. I'd like to talk about what we are exhibiting today. That is Agroecology Business Hub. This is the business part of ESAF Uganda has innovated. ESAF Uganda is part of the bigger ESAF of Eastern and Southern part of Africa. It is part of the regional ESAF. And ESAF in Uganda is in 54 districts, and Ajuman is one, and some parts of Central, Eastern, and Southern part. So what do we do in this business hub? ESAF has built the capacity of small-scale farmers in different areas. But now, after building their capacity, what next? We need to also improve their livelihood and the economic power of the small-scale farmers, especially women. So this business hub is looking at empowering the small-scale farmers to see money, because they have done a lot in growing the products, and now, what next? We are crying of having money in our pockets and improving our lives. So this business hub is looking at improving the lives of small-scale farmers in it. So in agroecology, we've realized that there are a lot of areas where farmers can do the business. And in this case, ESAF built the capacity of the farmers in the areas of business. They also build their capacity in accessing affordable credit and accessing favorable market. And after building the capacity of the farmers, we encourage them to build, to produce their organic products, package them, label them, and market it. And we do the marketing on the Climomat app, where we post our products, where it is located, with the contact person, and the consumer will contact the farmer directly, and they get in touch. This helps the farmer to eliminate the middlemen who normally cheat the small-scale farmers a lot. And the business hub has helped the farmers so much to know what kind of product they can bring to the market and how they can compete favorably in the market area, in marketing their organic product. These are very organic products, very nutritious, and the farmers grow it by themselves. They understand how they grow. It is without chemical. It is very healthy and very good for the body. So please come to our stall and get some of the products. We have the Odi, that is the paste made out of ginat and simsim. We have the okra powder, which is very good for your body, and it is very good to spice your food. It can spice all type of food. We also have the millet flour, which is ready for your porridge. You can make porridge out of it instantly, and you take. Instead of taking tea, and you struggle to look for tea leaves and coffee, please come for the millet flour, which is easily got in our stall. Thank you so much for this opportunity. We welcome all of you. For those of you who can support us, the donors, please, agroecology is the sustainable way we can produce our food. So please support our agroecology. initiatives as SF. Thank you so much.
We're still having people pitching about what they're doing and what they do and how we can work with them. Please.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Gerard Mutiaba from Chiganda Coffee Farmers Cooperative Society. It's located in Kasanda district along Mitiana Mubende Highway. I'm going to use Luganda and English. So, nolwecho ze ndi musanyufu nnyo eri pela mu Uganda olwa opportunity eno gyetuwadde ng'abavubuka n'abalimi n'ekirala n'okupromotinga ennima eri organic. Mu cooperative yaffe gyenva ffe tuli best nnyo ku coffee farming era nga tuyambibwako ebitongole tusomesa abalimi baffe mu cooperative engeri gye basobola olimamu emmwanyi mu nnima eri organic nga bakozesa ebigimusa okuva mu wesiti z'ebisolo bye balunda ng'ente, embuzi wamu n'enkoko. Tetukoma okwo ne tubasomesa n'engeri gye basobola okontrolingamu pesticides, pests ne diseases nga tebakozesezza chemicals. So n'abavubuka baffe abali mu cooperative nabo tubasomesa, tubayigiriza ne tubasikiriza benyigire mu kulima emmwanyi n'okuzigatako omutindo. Era ndi wano nakiikiridde abavubuka bange eyo mu cooperative yaffe nga tukola coffee wine, tukola ono coffee wine waffe gwe tukola tetukoma okwo n'emmwanyi zaffe ne tukola kakaawa okuva mu mmwanyi zaffe eza robusta nga emmwanyi eyo tugiprocessinga omutindo tuviira ddala mu nnimiro ng'abalimi baffe twabasomesa ng'era bakungula emmwanyi eyo eyengedde ne bazaanika bulungi ne bazireeta ku factory yaffe eya cooperative ne tukuba kase kati ffe ne tubagulako emmwanyi ezo ze tukozesa mu kukola kakaawa kaffe. Then ne tusiika ne tupaakinga era products zaffe weeziri wali twaleeseewo roasted beans emmwanyi ensiike bw'oba ozeetaaze tuzirina wali. Tuyinawo ne kaawa ali grinded, ali instant coffee naye tumulina mu size ez'enjawulo. Tuyinawo 1,500, 3,000, 1,500 n'emitwalo 2,500. Then tune wine wa mitwalo 2,500. So nja kusaba ebitongole nga pera mu Uganda n'ebitongole byonna bijje naffe byongere otwongeramu amaanyi tulabeke nga tupromotinga ennima y'emmwanyi n'okwongera okusomesa abantu kuba okuva lwe twatandika variation local consumption ya coffee ekyali wansi ate nga ffe tuzeerimira. So bongere otuwagiramu twongere okusomesa abantu batandike okunywa emmwanyi yaffe gye twerimira. So n'olw'ebigambo ebyo neyanzeege ayetaaze ka product kaffe weekali awo emabega awo ku bbeeyi yonna oba olina ku bbeeyi etandikirwako 500 paka ku 2,500. Tweyanzeege.
Mukubireko mu ngalo ffe abatakasobodde kukola bino n'abikola. Let's clap for him. Please, we are using this platform to market. This is where the power is. We are streaming live. There are those watching from home. They are not here. So this platform is as strong as a TV station. Mama, jangu otunyonyere byokola.
Amanya gange nze mukyala Namaweje Madrini okuva ekyankwanzi nga tuli bakyala abali awamu mu cooperative nga tukola amanda mu kasasiro eryanda lyaffe lye lino. Ffe kasasiro twamufunira dde omugaso era ekyokutema emiti mu kyankwanzi tugenze tukirwanyisa nga tusomesa abantu baffe kubanga Kyankwanzi district y'abalimi ate bwe tunaatema emiti obutonde bw'ensi tugenda bwonoona omusana gutuyiikirize ne tubagamba kasasiro gwe musuula asobolera ddala bulungi okuzannya paati y'enku n'otatema miti kwokya manda kye kino kye tuleese ku katale olwaleero. Briketi eno eva mu kasasiro owa bulijjo kasita kitaba kiveera oba pulasitiki yenna tabeeramu. Ebikuta by'amatooke by'owaatawaka ebya lumonde ebisaaniiko by'ojja ku bijanjalo b'ebinyeebwa ffe bye tukolamu eryanda lino. Eryanda lino lirungi lisobola okwaka ku sigiri ne lifumba ebijanjalo ne bijja nga toyongeddeeko. Eryanda lino lirungi mu nnyumba ezitalina biyungu ng'omuntu afumbira mu nju kuba terireeta mukka nti oba linyooka. Liba lirungi ku bulamu bw'omuntu olw'okuba terivaamu mukka. Eryanda lino tulitundira mu kiro nga kiro eba ya nusu 2,000 zokka. Nga bwe tutaasa obutonde bw'ensi tetukozesa kaveera konna. Era twaleese paper bags zino ze mulaba mwe tupaakinga nga tukimanyi nti nayo yennyini bw'omala ogikozesa osobola ogikumisa omuliro oba ate okuddamu n'ogikozesa ekirala n'oba nga obutonde bw'ensi tobwonoonye. Cooperative yaffe esangibwa Kyankwanzi mu ggombolola y'Enkandwa era ng'erina abakyala abali mu 7 n'abagwamu. Tusaba obuwagizi bwammwe tusobola okusomesa abantu nga mubateeseteese oba groups ne tubasomesa engeri gye tukolamu eryanda lino eryakasasiro era tukola n'amasigiri ge tuyita energy savers. Omudaala gwaffe weeguli emabega awo twabireese era tuli bamalirivu okubaguza tusaba mutuwagireko. Tusigadde tuli cooperative ey'abakyala ekyankwanzi nga nze chairperson Namawejje Madrin.
So Madrin comes from a group of ladies who make briquettes, and she says they're very reliable, they're fast lit, and not only that, they're very affordable. So if you want to buy any of her products, she has a stall within the exhibition hall. Pass by, buy and support her. These are women trying to make a living from what they're doing. Let's have another exhibitor to come. This one is from the Rotica Forum, where they've been trained to make businesses, and she has indigenous seeds.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rita. I'm from the Agroecological founders. We are a group of 24 people, but in particular, I'm selling indigenous seeds. We are promoting use of indigenous local seeds that are regenerative, that are replantable, unlike the hybrids where every season you have to keep on planting. Our seeds are replantable, they are high yielding, and most of all, they are disease resistant. At Agroecological, we are promoting this business so that people can have an income that is sustainable. We are looking at smallholder farmers. Right now, we're in the region of Central, in Mubende, Wakiso, and also operating in Kumi district, where we're engaging smallholder farmers. You come and visit us at our stall because we have various products we are selling that are indigenous and that can only not help the environment but also help the human consumption, that people are eating safe food and they can build up their communities. Thank you for listening for me. Thank you for listening to me, Rita. Indigenous Seeds, promoting indigenous seeds. Over to you.
Let's clap for Rita. I love it when the youth are part of this conversation. Please come and tell us. Friends, use this platform today to tell the people what you do and why it's critical for them to partner with you.
Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Baguma Apollo. I'm here for Koflek, Kilimo Organic Farmer Learning Center. Kilimo Organic Farmer Learning Center is a farmer family learning. It is an organic farmer family learning group academy that is offering both physical and virtual interactions for the facilitators, the farmers, and the agriculture, the advisory team. We operate in different areas of Uganda, and we promote the organic farmer family learning group approach, where the farmers work together and help each other to improve each member's farm. The farmers here share labor, they exchange knowledge, they carry out exchange learning visits, they visit one another, and in the Koflek, we also promote agroforestry as one of the climate resilient organic farming methods that you can adopt as an organic farmer. We also promote planting of legumes as cover crops, and we also help our farmers to learn from other farmers in different regions. So one of the products that we sell, we have that are developed by our farmers is the turkey berry. This product is processed by the farmers. It's from the agroecosystems of Kagadi, and they dry it in the solar dryer under high hygienic condition, and it is good for eating. So we have different groups, different organizations that we work with that are promoting our farmer family learning group approach as an extension approach. We have Caritas Kampala in the central region. In the Rwenzori region, we work with the Great Lakes Farmers Association, and we also work with the Uganda Rural Development and Training Program that is based in Kagadi. If you want to get more information about Kilimo Organic Farmer Learning Center, you can visit the website, organicfflog.org, to get more information about organic farming, to get more information on Farmer Family Learning Group, and to learn more about agroecology, agroforestry, and different other things. The facilitation methods, if you want to learn the good facilitation methods, you can visit us. We are operating both physical and virtual. Thank you.
Anange nesimye okubeera wano olunaku lw'olwaleero, nesimye n'okubalaba. Amanya gange nze Sala Nakalyowa, nga ndi chairperson w'ekibiina bakiyita Binsika Weavers Group, tusangibwa Matugga Kiryagonja. Neyanziza nnyo olwa abakulu abategese omukolo guno, naffe tujje twolesa ebibo byaffe, ebintu byaffe bye tukola biri wali, naye nga tubikola mu bintu ebiri organic. Tubikola mu size zonna ne mu shapes zonna, naye nga tubikola nga biri organic. Kubanga obutale we tusinga okuba nabo bw'abantu b'ebweru, ne bw'aba ayagala okugula ekintu kyasooka kubuuza, tebye kinaakaddiwa be nakisuula mu ttaka tekiyonoona ettaka lyange. Kaakati ekyo kye twavaako okusinga okunoonyeza ddala tukozesa ebintu ebiri organic. Era tukola ebintu bingi, ate era ekirala bituyambako naddala tuli bakyala abasinga obungi, era tuli ba home based workers, tukolera waka. Bwe tumala okulima ennimiro zaffe zino tusimbamu ebintu byaffe ebiri organic, ne tutuula wansi ate ne tukolera awo awaka. era tugenze mu maaso n'okusomesa abalala bayongere okukola naffe naddala abavubuka kubanga ebintu ebyo nabyo birimu ssente tusobola okwongera ku nfuna yaffe bwe tubeera nga tubikoze nga abazungu babyagadde bulungi naye tukyalina ekizibu akatale ka wano kakyali katono tusaba mutuwagire aba wano nammwe mwongere okugula ebintu byaffe kubanga birungi ate biri organic ate birina emigaso mingi osobola okukitimba osobola okukiteeka ku mmeeza for decoration oba okikozesa okuyambako nga olya emmere kwegamba ate n'ekirala kyongera okuyigiriza abantu okukola okufuna ssente n'okukolera awamu neyanziza nnyo.
Project is being implemented in 4 East African countries of Uganda, Kenya, Rwanda, and Tanzania, and it's in its first phase of 2 years. According to the Research Institute of Organic Agriculture FIBO Survey 2020, Uganda ranks number 1 with the highest number of organic producers in Africa. In this video, we show you the approaches and practices being promoted by Ugandan organic farmers as selected by Pelam Uganda, a country implementing partner and co-host of the Knowledge Hub for Organic Agriculture in Eastern Africa.
As the country implementing partner, Pelam Uganda is working with 2 centers of excellence. One is in Masaka, that's St. Jude Family Projects, and the other is Kulika Uganda, that is located in Lutisi in Wakiso district.
Pelam Uganda selected 6 master trainers, and these were selected on given criteria. 1, they're having a knowledge in organic agriculture, but also be able to replicate the knowledge with the farmers. These were trained in Nairobi in October by IFOAM. The trainings were for 5 days, and also asked to train the farmers and the multipliers for 5 days when we come back home, which we've already done in Uganda here. The goal of the project is to 1, collect knowledge on organic agriculture practices, but also disseminate the knowledge on organic agriculture, which we've already done through the trainings we've conducted so far. And then the third one is through the networking. With networking, we've networked with WUMU, that is Uganda Matters University, COSI, and it is looking at the research component. Then we have partnered with St. Jude, and then Kulika Uganda.
St. Jude Family Projects, found 127 kilometers from Kampala City deep in Busense village, Kabonero sub-county in Masaka district, founded in 1997, carries out organic farming practices on a 3.8-acre piece of land, and these are some of the practices they use.
The fecal matter that is harvested from the cattle project, after making the biogas and collecting all that biogas and using it for cooking purposes, we later on take it out, because it's filled with probiotics and all these many important bacteria in the rumination process of the ruminant animal. We actually still need it in a non-ruminant animal. So we take it out, fry it on fire. After we've fried it on fire, we mix it up in the feeds of these pigs, for example, and then later on feed the pigs. In one or another, it's going to supplement the feeding process of the pig. The number of other projects around the farm that are basically being used or being run on the farm within a very small area. For example, the contained gardens, just within a small area, someone can harvest plenty. So all through the year, someone has enough to eat, and in one or another, it promotes food security, especially for the poor farmers that we've been teaching all through the years. Again, when you move around, you see the poultry project, the construction of the buildings has been made in a way that there is enough space utilized vertically than going horizontal, because there's still no more space anymore in the country. The population is rising and land is becoming limited. Land is no longer increasing in size, but the population is increasing. So we have to look out for methods or ways of doing still farming, but in a way that is going to provide enough for people to eat, despite of having limited space when it comes to land. So the aquaculture project, the ponds we are having on the farm, we have those that are in containers, contained ponds, but again, so we have those natural ponds, which are basically dug in the swampy areas, and in one way or another, they are not affecting the environment, but rather promoting the health of the environment, or promoting the health of the macro and microorganisms within the environment itself.
A few kilometers away from St. Jude Family Projects is James Kabito, who is one of the project's secondary multipliers. James has shown great success after having been part of the Knowledge Hub for Organic Agriculture in Eastern Africa, KHEA training that was conducted early this year, 2021, at the St. Jude Family Projects.
Twafuna omusomo okuva eri member munaffe Richard Musoke nga ayambibwako ekitongole oba project ya KCOA nga omusomo gwe yagufunira ku St. Jude n'agutuleetera wano era nga gukwata ku nnime y'obutonde nga mulimu okukola nakavundira gwe twandiise compost manure, ne wabaawo plant tea. Ebijimusa ebyo biba by'amazzi naye nga bikolebwa mu muddo ogwa kiragala. Ne wabaawo silale oba silale oyo ng'ava mu gwe tuyita manure tea, ava mu busa oba mu kalimbwe oba mu bintu ebyo ebiva mu bisolo. Omusomo ogwo gwatuyamba okubeera nti buli eyajja mu musomo ogwo twateekateeka ne tufuuka bammemba ne tukola ekibiina ekyo kye bayita kyesiga Organic Agricultural Farmers Association.
James has gone ahead to offer land to be used by the community for further organic farming projects. Still in a distance of over 259 kilometers from St. Jude Family Project in Rugando Cell, Nyakajeme Sub-County, Rukungiri District is another farmer, Ruth Mwebaza Makanda, who attended the KCOA project training at St. Jude and is now fully and proudly practicing organic farming on a small scale.
Some of the things that we learned was to grow food, and we came back, we did these raised beds that you see here. We started making our own raised beds. We've used sack mounds to grow food, and the food is growing healthy. We are developing an urban center demonstration farm for people who come from towns to see what we do. And one of the challenges we had here was water, lack of enough water, especially during sunny season. But because of the training and the exposure, we have decided to dig out our own underground water reservoir tank that's going to hold water, and we believe that water is going to supply us and feed this farm for the rest of the year. We now make our own manure. We do our bokash. That is something that we learned at St. Jude. So that has helped us. If you can look around, our vegetables look more healthy because of the manures that we are using now. But also what is interesting is that this is a community farm. It's a demonstration farm where people from the community can come and learn. We are open to the community. They can come and learn how to use small spaces like you've seen around and grow your own food, healthy food. So this training with KCOA has exposed us to so many things, and we believe in the next 1-2 years we are going to have a better farm.
In addition to St. Jude Family Projects, here is another center of excellence, Kulika Uganda, a non-governmental organization that has existed for over 30 years in Uganda, located in Lutisi Village, Namayumba Sub-County, Wakiso District. Florence Namulindwa Dumba, one of the KHEA project master trainers and also project manager at Kulika Uganda, presents some of the repellents and natural fertilizers they use on their farm.
We collect urine from the rabbit, and recently even I took a step of taking it to Kawanda to be tested to find the content of nitrogen. When you apply it, you know it smells also, it repels insects. So it's a multi-purpose. Apart from giving you or giving nutrients to your soil and plants, it also repels pests as well. Then also we have verminity, we have vermicompost, we have compost itself, we have biochar, we have bocage, we are using super magro, we have native microbes. We have gardens we design which can help to harvest water during the dry season, during the rain season, so that during the dry season, the production continues. We developed one biopesticide which is working very well, and it has been also approved and published by FAO. It is a biopesticide. The most active ingredient is called rotenone, and it's really good from Tephrosia. You just pick the leaves, you pound them, then you sieve, because you need to put in to create a pressure to spray. We've been spraying aphids, armyworms. One time we are in Mubende, we are working with a team of 100 groups of farmers, youth farmers. And then that is the time when there was outbreak of armyworm. I think you remember that time. It is really amazing that we just used our youth farmers, just used the Tephrosia, and then you could see the armyworm dying. So what we are talking about, it is really cost effective. This kind of agriculture is cost effective. It is environmentally friendly and also socially just.
In addition to those practices, Kulika Uganda also applies other measures as used by St. Jude Family Projects.
As part of the project, we have so far trained 272 multipliers and 152 farmers, and we are proud of the results that are coming through. We are seeing an increased number of farmers embracing organic farming, and stories of change are being documented, and I'm sure this will enrich the knowledge platform. And we also strongly believe, that organic farming knowledge and practices will be widespread around Uganda by the end of the project.
A business plan for a farmer group is a tool that guides a collaborative farming business, outlines its goals and details, and explains how the group plans to achieve the goals. In other words, it is a roadmap that provides directions for the farmer's business. A well-thought-through business plan is essential for any business to be successful. Unfortunately, many smallholder farmer groups consider it less important, and as a result, groups are often unprepared and struggle in creating a successful business. But what are the relevant components of a farmer group business plan? In the effort to support farmer groups strengthen their businesses, Pelham Uganda is giving guidance on the ways of developing a business plan using the 9 components. Number 1, the description of the farmer group business. This includes the farmer group name, the group business, product, uniqueness of the products or approach, how many farmers there are, coverage, and background. Number 2 is the analysis of the market and business environment, including where the market is located, potential customers and their preferences, seasonal products and price fluctuations, as well as other actors or competitors in similar businesses. Number 3, promotion and marketing plan. This section focuses on the 6 P's of the business: price, product, place, people, promotion, and performance. Number 4, operations and management plan. This section describes how the farmer group plans to manage its resources, for instance, finances, inputs, or natural resources. It also introduces governance structures, administration, and management processes. This could be adaptive to changes in the business environment. Number 5, the financial plan, or in simple terms, a periodic budget. This section includes all the necessary financial calculations and assumptions of the business. This could include cost-benefit analysis, expected income and expenditure, services, and expected sources of funding. A financial plan can be both short and or long term. Number 6. Challenges, risks and possible solutions. This is important because farmer groups need to prepare for any crisis. Just think about the coronavirus pandemic. This requires describing critical issues that could affect the business in the short and long run, and at the same time, discuss the solutions. Number 7. Gender and social aspects. This section of the business ensures that men, women, youth, elderly, and other groups participate actively in the group business and that they are all fairly treated. Number 8. Monitoring and tracking. This section shows the progress of the group business towards its intended goals and objectives. This includes, amongst others, the setting of milestones and indicators. The final component of the business plan is the executive summary. It provides a short and precise overview of the overall business plan. For example, to introduce the business to the business interested parties. As Pelham Uganda, we strongly encourage using participatory approaches in developing business plans for farmer groups to ensure ownership of the business and address all relevant aspects of the future business.
CREAM, the way I know it, is practicing agriculture in a different, or in many varieties, many ways, such that you are able to live after utilizing one thing and then takes you to the other and benefit from the other, just moving around in the garden, at home. That is why in our home here, there is no waste product.
So CREAM, otomangaje pekana teso. Ao metengo CREAM nese bukula kuru.
Bwempulira CREAM, ekitongole kya Pelham ne Hanga project batusomesa ku nkola ya CREAM. Ti mu nkola eno mwe tusimbira ebintu mu bungi naye nga buli kimu tekikosa kinne waakyo. Mu mbeera eno nga tusobola okulima obulimiro bw'enva, osobola okulima emmwanyi nga mulimu emiti, mulimu ebitooke, kuliko emmere y'ettaka, naye nga byonna buli kimu kiyamba kinne waakyo. Mu kino emiti giyamba okuwa emmwanyi n'ebitooke ebisiikirize n'okubeera awannyogovu. Kati ate ng'ebitooke tebikosa mmwanyi ng'ate n'emmwanyi tezikosa bitooke.
I'm Stella Lutalo, and I'm the country coordinator of Pelham Uganda, and we've been in existence for the past 24 years, and we work to improve the livelihoods of smallholder farmers and the sustainability of farming communities by fostering ecological land use management.
Yeah, right now we are faced with a major challenge as Ugandans and the world over because climate change has become more and more evident. We are seeing more effects of climate change than ever before. Some of you have experienced, you can take an example of the rains you've been experiencing of late.
I must say that agriculture is the backbone of our economy, and it's a sector that is severely affected by climate change and its impact. So, without coming up with deliberate interventions to address this challenge, the sector will encounter lots of agricultural losses. We shall have low production and productivity. We'll have food security would be compromised. Markets will be compromised.
The weather is changing because we know climate is over a long period of time. But you know what we're dealing with right now is climate variability. You know these seasonal changes that come into play that affect our small-scale farmers. But also in the long run, climate change is, you know, something which has really affected them for a long period.
We felt that bringing together or putting together a framework that member organizations can use to support smallholder farmers to be more resilient to climate change, that would be a big contribution to the sector.
In Uganda, we are a network. As a network, we have a membership of over 56 non-government organizations, and all these organizations are working directly with the smallholder farmers, with the exception of a few international organizations that who support the local organizations to do the work with the smallholder farmers.
When we started developing the CRAIM model in 2014, it took shape, and in 2015 we were able to pilot it with 3 member organizations in 3 districts. So we had International Institute for Rural Reconstruction, Ecological Christian Organization. We also had another organization called War on Want, Northern Ireland.
CRAIM is that holistic approach that integrates all the best practices the smallholder farmers have been using since time immemorial. You know, one, to mitigate against climate change, but above all, to enhance their adaptive capacity.
CRAIM, actually, it has a lot of activities. The way I started it from Peram, actually we learned it and we came to implement it. So it has a lot of activities like on environment, using our indigenous crops and herbicides. Then on the side of girls, it helps to meet gender.
Emesiko ekire kuyayijire yatandika kutwegesaho ekigambo CRAIM n'ekintu ekitwabaga tutaretegereza ito nk'abana abantu b'ekyaro hanuya konka kuruga turatandikana kukora nayo batwegesa kigambo ekyo CRAIM twatandika kukora ebijimusa ebyite ebyobuhangwa ebitari by'ekizungu byo kugira ngo bundi omuntu wabikozesa okaza kurya nk'ekihingwa warabuganamu ekizibu.
Through TEDO, Pelam was able to come to us to train us on girls, to train us on agroecological practices, and then CRAIM.
We look at so many practices, you know. That's why we call it integrated, because it's not a one-size-fits-all, or we are looking at a particular, say for example, double dark beds, you know. Sorry, but we look at aspects of seed security. That is one option that we take into consideration. We look at aspects of integrated pest and disease management. That is very, very vital.
CRAIM teaches us how to use our natural pesticide or organic, and more so using the red or the pilipili, red pepper. So we always use it in 2 ways. We can either use a ready, fresh one, or we use a dry one. We pound it together, mix with this red pepper, put it together with the wood ash, and then we go and spread it in our garden when we are mulching it. So it helps to prevent termites from coming to destroy this mulch from there. And also other pests that come across, because it will be hot for them to cross. And the tobacco, most crops don't like it. So that is one of the benefits of CRAIM to our lives so much, so dearly. That is one of our best practices.
Ati poroti yanje obuhango bwayo ine omumisho ni futi nkaga kuzenyuma ni 10. nyineho amaka ganje ndakoreraho eby'obuhingi na n'obusibiki. Ebintu byanje bindakora abataka barabyegomba. Hariho nk'omuntu icyo yamana omwe ariho aho akegomba enkora yindakoramu nagenda namwerekerera nk'oku ndakora nawe yasetingaho ebiju era nawe hatiya asibire kurungi empunu nawe n'omusibiki murungi. Hariho n'abandi barirano abanje bayishire bano kureba ebintu bindakora nabo bagira ngo mbayambeho mbayeho obuhunu nabo bagire ki batandikireho era ahero komperekireyo empunu 2 nazo ziri kuyamba abataka batahi banje. Ekintu ekyo ndahura ndacyenyumirizamu munonga abwo kuba omuntu wabora akora ekintu ukahurira n'abandi harubajura reba barakitama amani niwe kirakirengera kugira ki kuhereza amani nahabwo ekyo ngumizamu kugira ngo abantu ab'ekitongole kya AMASE kwa bantandika n'isize na program ejinjiji.
My farmers now, they have onions, they use organic manure, which they use to say they can't work. They are using our local pesticides.
By having cream incorporated in their farming system of years back, it has proved that a small piece of land is very productive if it is well managed.
The process that was being used previously was so much not empowering to the people, the smallholder farmers. It was more of a top-down approach where development practitioners were sitting somewhere designing interventions, and then the farmers who are regarded as the vulnerable recipients are supposed to just adopt that which has been promoted by the project.
We had practices like the climate change adaptation, we had community managed disaster, we had climate smart agriculture. But now CREAM is community led. It integrates both the community and other stakeholders.
CREAM kigwayo nti climate resilient agroecology system oba model. So kati nkitegeera nti waliwo enkyukakyuka y'obudde mu mbeera eyo omusana gutwokya nnyo. So kati omusana bwe guba gutwokya, resilience kitegeeza amaanyi g'obeera nago okusobola okwaŋŋanga obuzibu n'embeera yonna ebeera ekusoomooza naddala mu by'obulimi.
With CREAM, a farmer can produce at any time throughout the year.
CREAM also focuses on how best we can retain the rainwater. Aware of the fact that in most of the communities, when it rains, there is a lot of surface runoff, but in CREAM, we ensure that the rain that rains here should not even move an inch. It should at least seep down where exactly it has dropped. So with the CREAM, we look at the element of water harvesting, looking at technologies of like digging contours, looking at technologies like digging deep trenches, using maybe some other technologies like having like a container to harvest like the roof water.
Very many smallholder farmers are coming up with simple technologies, adopting simple water harvesting technology, because across Uganda in many areas where we've engaged communities through a CREAM process, the most hazard that is selected, identified by smallholder farmers is drought. So when they come to solutions, clearly they all appreciate that we need to make our production not dependent on rain, but dependent on water.
The CREAM model has principles which we work along the principles. For example, some of the principles of climate resilient agroecosystem model, there is managing the diversity and redundancy. The diversity in the agroecology project, we try as much as possible to bring different organisms. For instance, tree planting, managing vegetables, livestock production, beekeeping, everything, because in the diversity, every component or every organism play its part towards resiliency of the environment.
Why are we diversifying traditional foods? We are looking at the tolerance to drought, tolerance to pest, disease, and then the adaptability to the environment. The farmers themselves are able to discover that the traditional varieties are more adaptable and they are high yielding and pest tolerant, drought tolerant.
When you have enterprises on the farm, for example, livestock and plants, naturally you're going to create a very good relationship where each of them depends on the other. You have animals like cows and goats which feed on the fodder and the different plants within the system, the farming system. Then they give you manure and the urine, which you use in turn to make compost, and then the compost you take it to the garden, which also increases the yield, and then at the same time also rebuilds the soil, and also enables us, the farmers, to keep more carbon in the soil.
When we were starting to practice agriculture here, the soils were very bad. They were containing a lot of sand and nothing could grow here. So when we started, as you can see, this sand here, when we started improving it, or we started using liquid manures, we started using compost manure, we introduced animals here, and after being trained by members from PELAM, and we also became members of PELAM because of the good practices and the methodology of CREAM. They were training us. So now when you look around, you can just see every place where you see there is a variety. There are different crops. Each and every crop you can look at is doing well, and it has done as an example to the community around that all the soils can be used to practice agriculture as long as you understand the methodology of CREAM.
For our farmers, whenever they could harvest groundnuts or beans, they could burn the residues. And after burning the residues, they could use it as a local salt in their kitchen. They didn't know that this one can be recycled in the garden to add more humus in the soil so that the soil can be more productive.
Enini bene ti diara chel ma kifonwa local CREAM me gwako jemi ma dong ki chog ki poro ki kwanya nyige ki ko mu dong chi ki goro chi ikele goro ge we ko tobe en ka tobe en kwanyo cher kere te cham kwanyo igni mano te topo dong kere te cham ke kere te cham kitene dong mere mo ngom en te mo chungwa kere nanasi weko chemi dano tiki kere da eni der ba bene una weka gorgi ukanyi pen tigitie kwanya ter poro.
Some of the best practices which we've seen, one was, for example, the establishment of natural resource committees in the areas where CREAM is being implemented successfully. And these natural resource committees are also supported by what we call the CREAM teams or the agroecology teams.
Their work is to see that the resources are utilized effectively. But before we gave them their roles and responsibility, we had to do what we call the resource mapping, where we moved with them village to village. We identified the different resources that are found within those villages.
Chalo lonyoma rumwa ka chalo yat gini no wato konyo wa metedo kuon kidong machalo kidi no konyo wa me agoya ichoron gini onyo chakare agoya ge chakare meno gin matia konyo wa kidong chalo pi watwamo mamara meno lonyo ma wano tie kan piere kene ma watika tich kwede kidong yen ma tika konyo wa twal pien watigi yen mapol no yamo pe tika balo jem ma me wala bole chalo watigi poro la bolo chokan no yamo pe de la bolo meno kony mo mo no gi kom jem mo rumwa.
chama konyo magidilum ka chala gina chama pe cha money no gina chama pe ini chira idilum kuya kelo gide ni chama no konyo ini gina chama gin mi dilum chala yelo gi o chaya gi wakelo wa chama no cha no konyo in cha mi ke no ke ti ga nego in muni gin ma konyo wa chama ti dilum chala okay ngo en konyo ki mi is ki tuo en malaria ka wi bare ai sili kwanya ya chani nyama chinongo cha no komio dog yot cha ala no beretie chala ning ya de no lo ni achwa.
When we look at how our farmers get their seeds, initially they used to base getting their seed from seed dealers, but at the moment, this time, our farmers get their seeds within the locality. We have trained them on how to manage their own seeds instead of going to buy seeds.
There is a connection between having the right seed and cream. In this project, we are using a number of models. On seed, we have a model called CMSS, Community Managed Seed System. So we have that component in a way that these farmers gather and look for the seeds that they want and multiply them within their own community for them to be able to access them very well. And in this project, we have a seed bank whereby we are storing a number of seeds and varieties of seeds. We have plantlets, we have seeds, let me say for example, different varieties of bean seeds, different varieties of cassava, different varieties of banana.
Enimulo, elemonilo, out sokadido, emorki kinakeda, pelam, katrokea, kwapetimu, udumuniyo, erele toile joko, mame deke dekana, kwe jari lo, ejeverele kurtu seki, etapa sae, ere jagweli kie kopaen, konye lo, chichingi jagwele kia, ere ya isikakin, anope a isikakin, teteringeze buto telai, konye mamuti beta isikida. Dobo enimu lo, toilo, agwela kwa nenga ngini dopete, isirigine lukumit, dodo kingole kiyo, oe to alu, iluku milioni ni di lu edum no so toma.
In this is trying to help these farmers have constant access to seed that they use over time within the season. I've seen this work because they appreciate the local seed are normally resistant to climate change, resistant to pests. The issues of availability, they have it. Some of them are also now doing it as local seed business because those are quality seed. They are able to produce and sell to other members within the community.
Yeah, it's a testimony from the farmers. Before cream came in, our farmers used to do what we call broadcasting. And in broadcasting, you spend so many seeds in a small piece of land. They didn't know what is called line planting.
Malupe ke program pada bolara ifonye maklone cream an aberu ngara chel mano fonye macharo an la fu no fut pa ngeyo de romo mi ara ti kere ka cher por mi ara chop ko ra choya uno furi ka furo tawn por na mi ro be maleng wa lum wa chumi karno no jami pa chere level ma kuberiti kira chalo chakere.
Cream ayinamu components endala mulimu kye bayita girls gender action learning systems. So mu girls twayiga nti tosobola kukola kintu nga temuli bumu n'aba makaago. So omukyala tukolera wamu naye nti kituyamba okuba nti tebaga nti mwedde abemwanyi za taata wammwe oba obulimiro bwa taata wammwe tebunaba bulabirira. So kituyambye okulaba nti tutambulira wamu.
Akaware wadi sende ne mani ya doge YouTube ni atende ni sende pakawa wok ma ebe shido kare ma ere kare podi okodi mu kende ne pare ma shiko konyo ne la bolu eni ma la bolu eni pare mu kalwore e konyo ma pare yore mi shiamo eni kende kaware doge nyuta ni akawa woki sende moko shido school moko enambo kodegi.
This methodology uses pictorials and is also an empowerment process where farmers use simple diagrams to be able to do their own analysis, to their own planning and visioning. So we use these tools, one, in the planning, in the analysis itself, using the challenge action trees to analyze these challenges, coming up with possible solutions, using vision road journeys for communities to imagine a resilient community. We use a vision road journey. You must imagine something.
As we are in the church, we all agree that Rome was not built in a day. So to experience this CREAM methodology 100%, we still need time. We still need to engage ourselves in more trainings and getting pilot farmers whereby we can train the animals and they see the benefit, like having kitchen garden crops grown in your home, which maybe they will learn, because for us Africans, we learn by seeing and doing.
Around 25 of the member organizations are now piloting CREAM, and roughly around 48,000 smallholder farmers, are practicing, CREAM.
Me personally, I am an environmentalist, so I'll be on top in championing the CREAM model everywhere I go.
The future of CREAM, we believe that it's not a static model. We keep improving and strengthening it. So the future of CREAM includes strengthening it further. We are adding more tools, and we are also taking it to our other members. Yes, 25, but Pelham has a membership of 56 currently, and they are all affected by climate change. The farmers they reach are all affected, and so we plan to further upscale to other members, but also strengthen the model itself.
In 2020, Pelham Uganda was privileged to have received funding from Bread for the World for an implementation of a 3-year project that is going to end in 2022. And this particular 3-year project was looking at empowering of our member organizations to see how they can effectively enhance the capacities of smallholder farmers to ensure that they are developed in agricultural schemes.
This project has had 3 components. One of the components has been looking at climate resilience. Under this particular component, the approach we've used to implement the project has been through our model, what we call the Climate Resilient Agroecosystems model, which is CREAM, which has currently been integrated with PACTIA tools, that is the Participatory Assessment of Climate and Disaster Risks.
For the Bread for the World project, we have supported smallholder farmers get supported in sustainable farming systems, improve access to agroecological markets.
Yeah, the component of land rights is important under this project. Why? Because land is a basic factor for production. We've been supporting through advocacy to influence policies and practice of the state.
When you look at the 3 components, like I mentioned, one which is looking at climate resilience, the other looking at agricultural market development or access to agricultural markets, and land justice and agricultural finance. We cannot talk about agriculture if we don't have land.
The sustainable farming systems in terms of the practice, in terms of the gardening, in terms of water harvest, in terms of all this, all happen on land. And therefore, the first is to secure this land.
We have had a number of interactions with landowners, especially the small-scale farmers who own land in Uganda and the ones who actually uphold the economy, the market economy of Uganda. But most of these small farmer holders actually face a number of challenges that hinder their productivity. It is out of this that as a ministry we agreed with Pelam Uganda on the need to go out and create awareness about the rights and obligations of not only the smallholder farmers, but all landowners in the country.
We have high incidences of land disputes and conflicts across the country. In the regions we are working, in the northern Uganda, in the eastern, in the western, and the southwestern, and also the West Nile regions.
Nze nali sirina kyentegeera ku by'ettaka kubanga twabeeranga awo nga tuwulira buulizi kati nze kyemmanyi nti kasangula ekibanja kyange oli nankolerako agreement kiwedde ng'era nze ntuula ntende nga simanyi nti waliwo ebirala ebirakola ki ebinaddako ebirala twabirabanga ku ma TV ku marediyo tubiwulira eyo basengudde abantu basengudde abantu naye nga simanyi nti sobola okutuuka newa newaffe.
Some of the experiences were that you find farmers, they have disputes, they go to court, and they fail to sustain the courts. They fail even to sustain their lawyers. Now, it turns out that they have to pick other portion of the land which has no dispute, sell, or give to these lawyers to cover for their legal fees. You see that? So, as they're pursuing dispute here, they're losing land on the other side.
Enzigota z'ettaka zizingamya ebintu bingi. Ekyamazima abantu babeera tebali stable. Omanyi tosobola kukola kintu kya nkulaakulana nga wooli teweekakasa nti wawo ng'olina nti enkya naagenda enkya ŋŋenda. So kati kireetera enkulaakulana abantu obutakulaakulana kugenda mu maaso.
This project came in handy with interventions targeting awareness creation, access to justice, especially for women. And under that component of access to justice, we are doing it with the community-based paralegals. And these community-based paralegals, they are community volunteers who come from the local settings. They understand their context, and they understand the relations, and they understand the cultures.
Twafunako omusomo ogwa advocacy. Aluwe yansaba ba members ba area land committee batugatta amagombolola gaali amagombolola ana Ntwetwe sub-county Nkandwa ne Gayaza. Ekyamazima ne batusomesa ku mateeka engeri y'okufuna obwannannyini ku ttaka n'ebirala bingi.
Natandika okutendekebwa nga paralegal. Natendekebwa ne Pera mu Uganda nga mpita mu kitongole kya Aluwe. Mu kutendekebwa kwange nayambibwa nnyo n'ekitundu kyange kyonna awamu kubanga bingi bye twali tetumanyi ku ttaka lyaffe lino. Tuze nga tubbibwa olw'abalandiroodi abazze nga beefula abalandiroodi nga tesi balandiroodi. Ekizibu kyaffe kyo kyali kya public land nga naye tetumanyi nannyini yaliwa ne ba ghost landlords abo bazze batusolozaamu obusuulu.
The paralegals in their community sensitization meetings, they discovered that there were unknown persons claiming the land for the sub-county.
Ttaka lyaffe lino ery'eggombolola twalina ekizibu nga balandiroodi tetubamanyi nga landiroodi yeekweka nga buli bwe tukebera landiroodi talabika. Kati obuzibu we bwajjira nga kuliko ebizimbe ku ttaka naye nga tetulina bwannannyini ku ttaka ly'eggombolola. Kati kye twakola twagezaako baperamu ne aluwe bajja ne batusomesa ne bagamba kye mulina okukola, mulina okutuukirira district surveyor n'agenda n'asaakinga n'aleeta amazima amatuufu ani oyo nannyini ttaka okusinziira ku bintu ebiriwo, kubanga nga balandiroodi babba nga naye tetumanyi kituufu kyekiriwa nga tebalina na biwandiiko. Nze nga paraligo kye nakola najja n'ensomesa abantu ne bagamba tulina okufuna ekyapa ku ttaka lyaffe, kubanga bwetubeera nga tetulina bwannannyini saawa yonna likola ki litwalibwa. Kye tulina okukola tuyite ba area land committee balabe emirirwano gyaffe, bamale batukolere ekiwandiiko tugende ku district, bwe tunaatuuka ku district awo district ejja tunyonyola ekyongulwako.
Era nasaba bawandiikire ministry eya landizi ekyapa kikole kikisazibwemu, era baakikola. Ekyapa kyasazibwamu, kati abantu bano ettaka ly'eggombolola tulise kiwa n'abantu abatwetoolodde.
We've been able to provide through the community-based paralegals justice services in terms of mediation, in terms of guidance and counseling on these land rights issues. Specifically, we've been able to resolve more than 400 cases that subsequently has freed this land. Approximately, this equates to 560 acres of land freed from disputes.
Twakola ku mataka, tukoze ku mataka mangi, naye mugumu gwensinga okwenyumiriza mu kiseera kino gwe gw'ettaka ery'abaana ba mukyala Nakintu Dimitiriya. Ettaka eryo lyalina obuzibu nti abaana bo bennyini omu ku bo yakozesa olukujjukujju kunyaga ettaka ku banne.
Kati oyo omwana bwe yajja n'abinnyonnyola bw'atyo ne mugamba naye ebintu ebyo kituufu eby'ettaka biri bwe bityo, muganda wammwe ayagala basinza amaanyi abatundeko ettaka, kubanga just era yali yalitunda nga wano yali ayagala kumanya bantu kiki ekigenda obbavaamu. Kati ne mugamba konzenze ngenda ewa paraligo munnange mukyala Keti Ntambi Nassali mbimuyitiremu naawe mwennyini ogendeyo omunnyonnyole.
Naye nga paraligo nabawa obukakafu nti ettaka terisobola kuba lya mukiibi, kubanga ekyapa ekituufu kiri mu mannya ga Alooni Kiwanuka, nga wateekwa okubaawo steps ezaabuukibwa mukiibi okutuuka okufuna ettaka eryo. Naye nga paraligo olw'okuba nti nali njize nga mmanyi process eziyitibwamu omuntu okufuuka nannyini ttaka n'okufuna ekyapa nali nzimanyi bulungi. Ezo ze neeyambisa okuyamba abaana abo ne bagenda mu maaso nga banoonyereza ku nannyini ttaka omutuufu. Bwe baamuzuula baddayo Emityana nga famire, ekyapa ekyo ne kiteekebwako kaveti.
Okuva lwe twamala okuba we tutuuse, kati tulimirako, tutemako lumonde, tusulako, tulimako kasooli, ebijanjaalo, tulundirako ente, embuzi, nkoko, tulimyeko emmwanyi. Kati ebintu ebifaanagana bwe bityo ebisobola otubeeza mu mbeera ennungi ne famire zaffe.
Aluwe okuva lwe yangatta ku peramu n'entendeka mu bintu eby'enjawulo, mu mateeka, ku by'ettaka, okutabaganya abalina enkaayana ku kyalo, batusomesa ebintu bingi. Bagamba abantu bano genda nnyo ku poliisi kireeta obwavu waka obutavaawo. Naye bwe mubasomesa amateeka amatonotono ag'enjawulo n'okweterawo bylaws nga community, kitaasa ku ssente ze baali wadde poliisi.
In terms of the successes through this project, one is we are able to disseminate land rights information to over 20,000 affiliate farmers. And the other achievement that we can talk of is strengthened collaboration with the local governments and the central governments in providing response to land rights issues coming from the communities. This one we did it through Land Awareness Week, and this one we did it through joint community sensitization on land rights, but also the legal aid and clinics.
We held a number of land awareness weeks specifically to create awareness on the land and land rights of these people. This started in 2017 in Amuru, then to Soroti, Moroto. From Moroto we moved to Nebi, Mitiana, and the most recent one, which was in Kabale and Chisoro.
Enkiiko ezo eza Land Awareness Week ne Legal Clinics enkyukakyuka nene nnyo gye zireeta kuffe abantu b'omu kitundu muno, kubanga abantu bangi nnyo baafuna egundi ettutumu mu mitima gyabwe nti bagendere eddala mu maaso okulabika nga bafuna obwannannyini ku ttaka. Era bangi nnyo baregistaringa basabayo empapula ku olwo, n'abamu ne baŋŋamba tuwandiike wano tunoonye ssente kubanga waliwo akasente akatonotono ke bawa aba Area Land Committee okubalambulira ettaka.
For some of the areas where we operate, we have what we call the customary land ownership. And as a result, members are supposed to be taken through appreciation of the National Land Policy, and through that we've been able to identify one of the unintended aspects that we intend to upscale going forward, and that is the participatory customary land acquisition and adjudicatory certification tool. We believe that this is one opportunity that can help us roll out aspects of land tenure security amongst some of the member organizations that we are working with, especially the women.
I think it is important that such arrangements and interactions continue because, one, it is a shared responsibility when it comes to land and land issues, addressing them. You need all partners. Government cannot do this alone. Actually, if it wasn't for this partnership, we wouldn't have achieved all these successes.
In 5 years from now, I will see the project expanding beyond the 20 members we have engaged in the first phase and the second phase, expanding to other more members, while also these members already have the capacity of sustaining the initial interventions. So moving forward, we think we should expand to other members because the region is wide. We are working in 122 districts in Uganda, and so far these other members cover still a few. So we think it should expand to build a national case for national advocacy, which we shall surely achieve.
Looking at the results from the baseline survey that was conducted before the start of the project, there are various indicators that could indicate the dire situation in terms of the challenges that smallholder farmers, specifically women, were being challenged with, because we understand that climate change affects men and women differently. So we would see mechanisms specifically looking at coping strategies that farmers were using, to overcome challenges of climate change prior to our interventions.
Ekintu ekyali kisinga otubonyabonya wano mu kibiina kyaffe mbeera nkyukakyuka ya budde atufuna omusana ebintu byaffe bye tuba tulimye ne byonooneka biba bitandise okusoba okuteekako omusana ne gwaka ne bikala kuba twalimako ku nnyaanya nga tunoonya okubeera obulungi ennyaanya ezo zaali zitandise okuteekako entontogolo omusana ne gwaka amazzi ne gabula ne zikala twali twakaziteekamu miliyoni 1.5 yonna neefiiramu.
You find that it was easier for us to grow our vegetables during the rainy season, but when it's dry, you find that it was very difficult for us to grow these vegetables because there's no water, there's too much sunshine, so it was impossible for us to grow the vegetables.
It's very important to realize that climate change is a problem today, and at AFAD we really experience it among our farmers in different ways, and why we feel that we should have centers that demonstrate climate resilient practices is to see that people increase the resiliency of our smallholder farmers, and to see that people are a bit coping up and stronger in this era of climate change.
CREAM is is climate resilient agroecosystems model. This is a community-led approach that was developed by PELAM. And what is so unique about the model is basically that the model promotes what we call indigenous knowledge. 2, it puts farmers at the center front.
Through this intervention, we were able to establish 11 ecological land use centers of excellency, and these are one-stop centers at community level where we have a selection of demonstrated climate resilience practices. These include tree nurseries that are basically having indigenous tree varieties. We look at integration of small ruminant animals and also apiary as a way of enhancing resilience for the smallholder farmers. We look at affordable technologies, especially water harvesting technologies that are introduced amongst the smallholder farmers.
Emisomo gye twasoma ku St. Jude ne PELAM gye batuyigiriza ne batutendeka, twakomawo ne bateekawo senta wano wennyini we tuli Kasaalu Kyoja, era sente eyo ne balifuula essomero etusomeseza abantu, abaana b'amasomero basomerawo n'abantu bennyini ab'enjawulo. Tukyazaako ne ku bitongole abalala abaagala okuyiga ebyobulimi ne bajja wano ne batukyalira ne tubasomesa ku ki kye baatuyigiriza PELAM ne St. Jude.
There are quite a number of farmers who benefit from practices that are demonstrated here, and we have about 100 households coming here to pick different technologies of climate change adaptation.
So what CREAM basically does is to integrate this indigenous knowledge that farmers have with ecologically sound practices, to create an holistic approach that will encounter aspects to do with the climate shocks that farmers are facing from time to time.
Entandikwa yaffe twatandika n'amazzi nga ga mukoka. St. Jude yasooka netugamba amangu nga tulinawo sente tusooke n'amazzi agamukoka. Netutandika n'amazzi agamukoka. Kati amazzi agamukoka bwe twamala ogafuna, PELAM bwe yajja neega nti ate waliwo n'embeera esingako adde gano nga matonotono naye ate ne tukoleyo gano ag'ambaati nga gasingako obungi. Kati nabo ne batuteekamu enveera ez'amaanyi ez'amazzi ne tufuna enzizi 2. Kati eno tuba ne mukoka ate wali ne tuba n'ag'enkuba.
The reservoir water which was provided by PELAM, it helps me to cope up with the climate change, because even throughout the drought, I irrigate my gardens, the vegetables, even the animals drink.
The other enterprise is the animal diversity, and when you look at this center, there are quite a number of animals, the goats, the pigs, but also the cows, and each animal is serving a special purpose. But also they have one common purpose, and that is the manure, which is always recycled to see that our soils are more fertile and supportive to productivity.
The system we are using here is ecological agriculture. We don't involve any artificial. We specifically use the natural things. So where we are standing is a grazing area. That's where we rear the goats and the cattle. So these structures help me cope up with the climate change, because this waste I collect from the cows and the goats, mainly from the cows. I put it here. This is a collection center. We mix the cow dung with water. We get gas. We cook from gas. Then the bio cereal, the remaining, we take it to the gardens.
Twasangibwa tukozesa enkola embi y'amaniwa omuzungu. Naye nga ye bw'okiteekamu ekigimusa nga kizungu, olina okiteekamu myezi 6 kiba kiweddemu. Kale ne kikola nnyo naye ate ne kyonoona ettaka lyo ne kireka nga kirisse. Tulina maniwa bwe tukola okusobola okugimusa ebirime byaffe bye tulima tubyekolera ne maniwa waabyo. Tukola compost, tukola bokasi ye ng'akola emirundi 2 agimusa ettaka ate n'aba nga ayamba ne ku birime. Ate compost n'aba nga yatuyamba buyambiko ebyo tugenda okuteeka mu ttaka. Tulinayo plant tea naye nga naye tumufukyayi w'ebirime naye nga tumufukirira naye nga naye tumwekolera. Naye ng'ebyo byonna PELAM ne St. Jude bye batusomesa emisomo egyo.
We do have greenhouses which we got from PELAM Uganda. and we do raise tree seedlings from there, from those greenhouses, whereby we train people from here, even group members. We give them trees to go and plant in the community. Even other people who come from outside the group, because there are some people who are non-members. After getting the trainings, they are given trees. Some of them buy, but there are some people who may not be having money. So we give them also trees to go and plant. So they are planting them because this area is being affected a lot by drought, because the place is open, now no trees, the trees are just few.
Nursery bed bye merisuzo byetumerusiza ebintu enva zaffe zetwagala okusimba. Kati eyo tugi mu kujja kwayo twayagala okufuna enva ennyingi mu bungi. Pera mu St. Jude ne batuwa ensigo endokwa ne batulagira nenge gye tusobola okuyiwa mu nursery bed. Ate ne bamala ne bagituzimbira ne batuteekako n'obutimba. Kati tuba tukola tumerusa ebintu byaffe. Tulina omuntu oba nkoko oba kiki tuga ebintu byaffe bitambula. Ate n'amazzi gennyini agafukirira nago ne bakola ki? Nago ne bagatuwa.
From experience or from talking from the climate resilience point of view, we are seeing now farmers with capacities, to overcome climate shocks. Why? Because through the trainings that have been conducted with these farmers over time have developed knowledge and skills and have established different agroecological practices that have helped them to move from these coping strategies to now to see that yes, they've developed adaptive capacities that now they can overcome these climate shocks. Seed is the power, the magic under agriculture. For any agricultural system to be resilient, seed is very important. So this center is saving and multiplying seed, and the seed is distributed to households of women especially, and the bean seed is cherished much around this center.
This is a multiplication garden for the seed bank. So it is indigenous beans. We try to keep the indigenous beans. So before we started this one, the indigenous beans were getting out. So Afad and Peram, they helped me to travel to different districts for exhibition.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are having the business clinics. They have started. When you go out of this big tent, there is a tent on your right. There are experts there. How do you sell? How do you scale? How do you penetrate the market? So if you're interested in business and understanding how you're scaling this, the business clinics have started. We have experts there, seated, waiting. They have done it, they have tried it, and they have seen it work. So between now and the next 40 minutes, the business clinics will be running. Thank you.
Enkyukakyuka y'obudde bwe baali batusomesa enjuki zino batugajja kuba fakita nnene nnyo olw'okuba nti batukozesa eddagala lingi, tufuuyira muddo, tufuuyira biki, buli kimu nga tukozesa ddagala. Naye olw'enkyukakyuka y'obudde baagala tuddeyo ku nnima yaffe eri ey'abajjajjaffe eyababeezangawo nga bawangaala. Kati ne batugamba enjuki zino zisobola otuyambako okugamba nti ŋŋenda mu dduuka kunoonya ddagala erigenda okuwakisa ebimuli byange mu mmwanyi oba mu butunda oba nnyaanya, nnonde bulunzi ki? Njuki. Nkendeeze ku ki? Ku ddagala liri. N'enkyukakyuka y'obudde eno ekyuse nnyo. Tusimbe emiti, kijja twongera okulabika nti tuddayo mu mbeera yaffe eri ey'abajjajjaffe yali yeeyagaza.
Enkyukakyuka gye tulina ffe ng'abakyala.
The Knowledge Hub for Organic Agriculture in Eastern Africa, KHEA project, is being implemented in 4 East African countries of Uganda, Kenya, Rwanda, and Tanzania, and it's in its first phase of 2 years. According to the Research Institute of Organic Agriculture, FIBO Survey 2020, Uganda ranks #1 with the highest number of organic producers in Africa. In this video, we show you the approaches and practices being promoted by Ugandan organic farmers as selected by Pelham Uganda, a country implementing
Seeds have become a little scarce. You cannot easily get seeds, more especially during planting seasons. You find seeds become expensive and accessibility is always a challenge.
The farmers are having a challenge which is affecting their production, and mostly the major challenge, besides climate and other factors, the issue is how to get quality seed and when to get seed on time when the season sets in. Many farmers are having no food, especially during dry season, simply because they grow little. Not that they are lazy, but they were not able to get seed.
This is an initiative of Oxfam Novib and Oxfam Uganda and Pelham Uganda, which is supported by Books for Life Foundation in the Netherlands. So this project is aimed at facilitating and enhancing the conservation of our genetic diversity through the promotion and also improvement of community seed banks. This project started way back in 2022, where Pelham received a grant from Books for Life Foundation to support and also to promote community seed banks in Uganda. Already this was complemented to the already running project under the Sowing Diversity Equals Harvesting Security project, and this was a welcome move for us as partners who are looking at how do we enhance the conservation of our genetic diversity.
Normally in the past, we just keep our seed locally. Some farmers normally go and get seed from market, which is not pure seed. And then some farmers normally hang it up in the heart. Sometimes it has raised there, because when the earth burns, all the seed must be burned and you get no seed.
People stopped storing this seed, and it is the reason as why farmers keep running every season. Run to the market, run to the input dealers, run to ask the government for seed, and because of that, the seeds have been mixed up. You go, you want Serenat 11T, and then you go and you're given maybe Serenat 9. You're given another variety.
If a farmer is able to produce and keep his or her own seed for planting, then it is very important. It reduces on the cost that someone would have incurred in buying seed, or maybe even moving out of the sub-county to go and get a particular seed in terms of transport costs.
There are some seed, it has health benefit, and the seed is getting lost.
The risk of a certain seed variety disappearing or being neglected is the future generation will never know about certain seeds and the value that they hold. It is really very important for us to let people know of certain variety of seeds that are probably neglected or maybe are disappearing, by getting them from wherever they are and reintroducing them in the community, and also promoting their consumption.
First of all, I would like to thank Pelham Uganda and then Oxfam Uganda, because They are the one who introduced for us this project called Sowing Diversity is equal to Harvesting Security.
The SD is equals to HS project has 3 pillars mainly. We have pillar 1, which look at participatory variety selection, and then participatory variety enhancement. And then we have pillar 2, which looks at seed multiplication or production for sale. And then we have pillar 3, which looks at food security and nutrition. Of all the 3 pillars, you realize that there is seed involved, and where there is seed involved, there is always need to store and also manage the seeds well.
Through this project of SDHS, we have been able to initiate the idea of community seed banks. And the community seed banks are here managed by the farmers themselves using the farmer-led approach, where the farmers mobilize themselves. When they mobilize themselves, they come up with a list of different crops of food in their communities, and then they are able to list those that are still in existence and those that have disappeared or become scarce in their community.
When you look at the methodology that we've been using under the Sowing Diversity equals Harvesting Security, because this project is complementing the stage project, we are using the farmer field school approach, where each farmer field school has approximately 30 farmers per farmer field school. So we have different pillars. We have pillar 1, which is basically looking at the conservation or participatory plant breeding, where we have different breeding mechanisms, where we have participatory variety enhancement, participatory variety selection and development. So under pillar 1, we have over 54 farmer field schools. So when you break it down, you realize that under pillar 1, over 15,000 smallholder farmers, accessing farmer field schools, have access to these community seed banks. When you go to pillar 2, which is looking at seed enterprise development, here we have over 27 farmer field schools, and each farmer field school has a composition of around 30 farmers. So relatively also that will take us to around 15,000 or more farmers. So the same also applies to pillar 3, which is looking at the neglected and underutilized plant species. So all these farmers combined, so you look at a total of around more than 100,000 small-scale farmers have access to these 4 community seed banks that have been established, that is in the districts of Soroti, Nebi, Gulu, and Omoro.
In the community seed bank, we have different storage methods that we use. Like we have containers that are particularly made for us to store seeds. We have what we call the pig sacks currently that prevent insects from getting into contact with the seeds, and many other methods that we are using to ensure that as seeds are there in the store, they are safe from contact with insects.
Community seed banking as a concept, but also as a notion, has gained a lot of recognition. And we've partnered with the National Gene Bank in Uganda, that is what we call the Plant Genetic Resource Center, and there are standard guidelines that we follow in establishing this community seed bank. So this fund has been used to establish what we would call standard community seed banks that have been equipped or furnished with what we would call the required equipment, and also leave alone the equipment, but also materials that will ensure safe storage of our germplasm and other seeds or genetic materials.
Here at Mishparwoth, Farmer Field School, we are promoting 3 seeds or crop varieties. We have Irish potato, we have the yellow beans, and then we have sorghum. We have fields that are specifically allocated for the Farmer Field Schools, where all Farmer Field School members come and work together. But we also have fields that are for individual Farmer Field School members, where members are given particular quantities of seeds to go and produce. And all these from the individuals and then from the Farmer Field School gardens, all these crops or seeds are harvested and brought together and bulked at the community seed bank.
You are welcome to Mishpa Road Association. I want to show you the varieties of seeds that we have in our seed banks here, which they were normally not here before, because we, like this one, it's called Nyamusole. We brought this one from Congo, in the neighborhood from Congo, because we did not have it here earlier. Then we thought we could also bring it here so that we multiply it. Then we see how best it is. But according to how we understand, the beans is so nice, it's so tasty, and cooking it is also easier. How we got the information from Congo. So therefore we decided to bring it also here for multiplication. Then we have another variety here called Usungana. This one, previously it was not even here. We brought this one from Ashweli land, from the nearby district across the Nile here. This one is also nice because it multiplies very quickly. Because if you plant one seed, from one seed it can give you almost a half a kilogram, how we understand. So we want to try it if it can really produce that amount, and we understand it is also good, it is tasty. The importance of this seed bank, we bring them here so that, first of all, they don't get spoiled, because we may have a certain weevils or whatsoever, which destroys them when they are kept in certain places which is not safe than the seed bank. So the importance of seed bank, one of it is that one. Then another importance, from here we can easily assess all the types of seeds we need.
In Fube Youth Group, we have a community seed bank, whereby we have 3 sections in the community seed bank. Number 1, we have the office located the other side, where we do collect all the farmers' data. We collect information from the farmers and what they want to plant for the first season or the second season every year. In the office, we normally do the payment of the farmers in case we do the sale of the product that we have got from the community here. Then another section, we have the seed display, whereby we have the variety of the seeds that we are practicing farming in the community here, where you're seeing all the detail of the seeds here. Sometimes we do really teach our farmers how to multiply the seeds. For example, we have the red maize. You're not seeing it in the display right now, but we are planted for multiplication. Maybe certainly after 3 or 4 months, we shall bulk it in the store. We really got that red maize from Zimbabwe, where the farmer is very interested to multiply it. Then we have another section, which is the store. The store is where all the farmers, when we collect our product from all the different farmers in our areas, more especially the group members, we normally store it there for sale and then others for multiplication. I think those are the 3 sections we have here.
We have already started multiply the seed, and then some farmers, they are interested in it. We put it here because this is the central where every farmers within the group came here and picked sample of the seed, and then for us we select somebody who is capable to go and multiply. And then in the seed bank also we have the committee that can help us those to multiply. For example, we have the chairperson, then the finance committee, and then we have the production committee. In the production committee we have those who can, we call it quality assurance. If that person multiply that seed and he brought it here, they can check if it is quality and then pure. Then if it is not yet dry, if it is dry, then after dry from outside we bring it, we keep it here. The role of women in farmer field school, they also are the same like a man. All the activities that men normally do, the women also they are doing here, because we have trained in gender equality. All the activities we do it together because we need them also to get the same knowledge that we have been doing. Even we started from training. We have one of the CBF also, which is a women, because we need it to be equal.
As women in the community seed bank, we help in winnowing, digging, packing this thing in the container, sorting, mulching, and harvesting.
As for Farmer Field School, I have members, and when you see our members, you'll see most of them now they are turning to be the youth. Some years to come, the elderly people that we are having them around, they may not be around. But now that I am here, and more of my fellow youth are also coming, I'm sure how I've been trained and how we are going to train them, like we are doing here. Many of them will still come, and they're going to join us here. So meaning the lost varieties that people have been looking for will not get lost now. When you see in my hand here, I'm having one of the example of the lost varieties. And this one is called Oyado. This is the seed. Right now we are not having it in abundance, but we are having little, and in the field school here we are trying to multiply them so that we can start planting them in a large hammock. The medicinal value inside it, number one, when you're feeling too much headache, if you eat, it will make the pain to go away. Secondly, when you don't have appetite and you eat Oyado, you start eating, you feel like eating, it also brings that one, appetite. Then also the next thing, it is nice to taste, but this was a lost variety that we used not to know about it. My thanks goes to Oxfam and Pelham. By bringing this seed bank around, it is making us to know about it. I was not going to know about Oyado, and also we have planted some in the demonstration garden, which is behind this our construction. The reason why we are putting it near our seed bank, it will be very easy for other members to come and pick. The construction of this seed bank here had made us to be known around. In this community, we are known everywhere now. That there's a seed bank somewhere there where we can pick all those lost varieties. Like more especially today, we are picking this one here. We are picking Oyado to talk on Oyado. We also have others like Amola. We are also introducing that one. And I know with time by next year, shall be having it also in abundance.
My name is Apio Stella. I am the chairperson of Seed Loan Committee. Here, in this place, Warom Farmer Field School. So, what we do with the Seed Loan Committee, we give loan to the members of this community. It depends. Some of the people come with money, but some just come without money, but they want seeds. So we give them in the quantity in which they want. Some want when there are not all that many, and some wants when there are many. At times, we may not have many seeds into our seed bank, but what we have, we give them. And what we don't have, at times we tell them that we are having this and we are not having this. So it depends on how they come. For example, when we give some farmers this kind of otigo, if we give them, like, for example, 1 kilo of otigo, they have to bring back at least with 2 kilos. So it depends on how they comes.
Yeah, in our community here, we are having a production committee, which I'm the head. So in our store here, we have seeds which we always give to the committee. So our work is to check on the seeds that we are giving. The quality must be a good seed. We don't give anything else apart from good things. So before giving, we have to make sure that the seeds is good and correct, not giving the seeds which are spoiled, which cannot get germinated once it is in the garden. So that is what we do. So we advise other farmers to come and check on our store.
We have a variety of groundnuts that was really very good. It had the high oil content, and it is called the Ongwara. That was a local variety which even disappeared, but because of the existence of this community seed bank, we have been able to restore it slowly by slowly, and now we have at least farmers who are growing Ongwara again. We have one farmer field school that is even working hard to enhance it, because in our sharing, the farmers said why it disappeared is because people were not again keeping their seed. As the new seeds came, new varieties came, they replaced the old ones. So it kept on disappearing, but it's far much better than even the improved varieties. It is very resistant and tolerant to the dry spell.
Engong Esokel Alfred, I'm a member of Seed Bank. Ido o somero lo munto rengo. Arangina a member lo ayaita kirona kur. So kirona kur marage engonga sayaita ngina otomo member na lu e group ala someraje. So do anes e ponelo aina kintor ngai alama o Seed Bank allo nesi yo ngai shisheun marage lu mam ngai jeni kede lu ajeni ngo ido nga ajonu dongo keda pero ra seun marage lu mambere ngao miti balati ngadum ko nyare rengo na joko ngesi erio ngeta ya onunyo atukot na bu oya marage lu agela gela so ngoda dumono are rengo na seun marage lu agwelu ni are bunga yanga raikin na raikengo obo yanga ikin asakun ni kilo suwangon bukwana jata tarengo. So otomo marage angon ijaibo bedo pete marage la bunga konai adumu bobo amo bobo ngana je akurio ne chelo chalo kosa bunga adumu ngonda aso nga gwel ne kopedope agwelu nge kopedope abu donge rai kingo abu mino ko i kilos kanyare kera tutubet sa kipolo bonbe kopo kwana bunga tanyanya ngon ebe ti kwana ngasakun konye kwana pesa ebe ti kwana ngerai kin na rai ajai beribore na ajai na be tinga sekonai e raikino na ria ngai kini sa paka ke polo bonbe de uti donga pakina nu donga sa yang arong eta ina de karu ke polo bonbe o karu dongon jai do so kidi kinyum ludo enyanyara
aninga gilungu cheke chan selsa ati oru pira de kuyario ati member nikin mishparu teni farmer feed school group eni dong bero ma wanwango group moa eni wanwango bero dupa ma group eni giponji wakodo como amira shiel mana podi wa pay group eni onge ongo kit mi pedo kodi gi eni obido pedo kodi swap ina chalo nguro wa shoya but kawoni dong group eni ponjwa ongeyo ngudo ngopidhi lai mega me shege maber kum jalo shion mobido pidhe swa mukunyo anwango sibila shiel kawoni dong anwango sibil manisha ko sibila dege idoke malo ma group eni ponjo kodo ka kodhi ni gishiel washoko wakelo ge Seed Bank mwa enu ge gamo ginde wakwanyo wange gibedo maleng game koro saw ma watere iye puodho gi and mange bero ma group mo eni kelo iwa machalo ane ndi anwango kawoni ang'iewo piny achalo ng'om gide ko bero manwango itembe pa fur ma de punji manwango keno gi ng'iewo leya machalo diegi atiyo kod matusha dek kendo ng'iewo bero manwango ga kelo ange kawuono awuya atiyo somo de atiyo kuwenda awuya atiyo mego matiyo kod awuya para de gitiyo somo akonyo jadi para chulo school fees de eni bero monwango mibedo group eni
Because of these community seed banks, the farmers have learned that even if they have thrown away the traditional way of keeping these seeds, but they can keep this seed in these community seed banks. The most important is to keep the hygiene of their seed bank, to keep their containers airtight, not to allow any air in, because if it is open, the pesticides can easily grow from in and be able to damage the seed. So we keep giving them trainings every now and then on how to manage these community seed banks, how to multiply these seeds.
At the moment, the achievement that I particularly have seen as a result of this seed bank is the increasing number of people who are registered in the seed bank. We have a number of them who have already requested to join us, and they're in the process. And then the next thing is actually we actually now have where to store our seeds, and which is very good for the community, because it's not only going to benefit us, the member, but then the entire community. And then the next thing is around the community, the seed bank, we are doing best practices of farming, like mulching, because here we also train farmers to know best way how they can manage their own crop in their own gardens.
A number of activities are carried out around the community seed bank, but the major functions would be about the conservation of the germplasm. But also, most importantly, farmers use the community seed banks as a mechanism through which they also exchange different information about different seed varieties, because you are aware we have different agroecological zones and farmers have come from different agroecological regions. So you realize that there are different indigenous seed varieties or farm-managed seeds that derive from different ecological regions. So this is an opportunity for farmers to correct and also exchange the different seed diversities that come from the different regions.
So through these community seed banks, the farmers are able to come together and then they sit together, and they are community-based facilitators who have been trained thoroughly, take them through on the benefits of this community seed bank, on how they can select a particular variety. And when you go down there where they produce this seed at a farmer field school, you find that they have put them in different smaller plots, like you see the shelves, you find different varieties, and then they observe them throughout the season. From there, they are able to select which variety has the traits that they prefer. Could be they want a variety which has a good taste, or which is a quick maturing, or which is high yielding, or which is tolerant.
There's a lot of learning that is taking place. There are people who come from the sub-county to come and see what is going on, because now we have quite a number of seed varieties within the community seed bank. There are those that we got as far as DRC Congo. There are those that we got outside the Rusi or outside Navy district. And as I speak right now, we have about 30 seed varieties that are there on display. So learning is going on for the farmer field school members, but also for the community members around, to know about some of the seeds that had virtually actually disappeared, or maybe were neglected, but they are now available, being multiplied, and probably access to other people or farmers to come and get also is there.
My message is to those who have been supporting us, like IIRR, Pelham, and Oxfam. We're actually grateful for their support, and particularly for this project. And because as a result of the project, we have actually achieved this community chief bank because of our artwork, and we shall still continue to make sure. This is just a beginning. This year is just a beginning, and we are still look forward to do more in marketing, and to make sure that each and every member who is a member of this seed bank also have something as a change life in his or her home state. Because we are not looking at just only showing things out, we're also looking at improving the livelihood of each and every member.
The members are really embracing the seed bank. It is really helping them. So like those days, it used to be the women and also the old people who have been concentrating seed multiplication and seed production, and also like being the custodians. But now you find that the youth are coming in. Like me now, those days I was not in school, but when Pelham come in and they give us like sensitization, they trained us how to multiply, how to produce this seed. So now we are now taking up from our elders, which is one of the achievements within the community, and more members are empowering and they are coming in. We are really so grateful with Pelham. My last word to CD, Pelham and Oxfam, I really want to extend my appreciation to them as on the besides of farmers. They have really done good things to us. If it was us alone, we could not do it. But really what they have really given us in terms of structure, in terms of facilities, in terms of what, they have really given us something very good, and we are going to hold it with all our hearts, and we are going to progress. When they are coming like after 5 years, they will not get us in the same level again. They are going to get it in a very far difference, so that they will really appreciate what they really place in us. They really benefit with it.
Through these community seed banks, we've been able to touch and change livelihoods of small-scale farmers. It's not until somebody will go to the community and hear the voices of the small-scale farmers, because we know the situation how it was before. But during COVID-19, this was a testing ground for us, that where we're able to see farmers having access and timely access to seed that they planted at all time. It is actually only farmers that didn't really suffer, the pinch of COVID-19, because they had access to food, because they planted on time. So for us, this is a very big plus, and we really take the honors to convey our sincere thanks to Oxfam Uganda, Novib, and Books for Life.
Seeds have become a little scarce. You cannot easily get seeds, more especially during planting seasons. You find seeds become expensive, and accessibility is always a challenge.
The farmers are having a challenge which is affecting their production, and mostly the major challenge, besides climate and other factors, the issue is how to get quality seed and when to get seed on time when the season sets in. Many farmers are having no food, especially during dry season, simply because they grow little. Not that they are lazy, but they were not able to get seed.
This is an initiative of Oxfam Novib and Oxfam Uganda and Pelham Uganda, which is supported by Books for Life Foundation in the Netherlands. So this project is aimed at facilitating and enhancing the conservation of our genetic diversity through the promotion and also improvement of community seed banks.
People stopped storing this seed, and it is the reason as why farmers keep running every season. Run to the market, run to the input dealers, run to ask the government for seed.
If a farmer is able to produce and keep his or her own seed for planting, then it is very important. It reduces on the cost that someone would have incurred in buying seed, or maybe even moving out of the sub-county to go and get a particular seed in terms of transport costs.
There are some seed, it has health benefit, and the seed is getting lost.
The risk of a certain seed variety disappearing or being neglected is the future generation will never know about certain seeds and the value that they hold. It is really very important for us to let people know of certain variety of seeds that are probably neglected or maybe are disappearing, by getting them from wherever they are and reintroducing them in the community, and also promoting their consumption.
First of all, I would like to thank Pelham Uganda and then Oxfam Uganda, because they are the one who introduced for us this project called Sowing Diversity is Equal to Harvesting Security.
The SD is equals to HS project has 3 pillars mainly. We have pillar 1, which look at participatory variety selection, and then participatory variety enhancement. And then we have pillar 2, which looks at seed multiplication or production for sale. And then we have pillar 3, which looks at food security and nutrition. Of all the 3 pillars, you realize that there is seed involved, and where there is seed involved, there is always need to store and also manage the seeds well.
Through this project of SDHS, we have been able to initiate the idea of community seed banks. And the community seed banks are here managed by the farmers themselves using the farmer-led approach, where the farmers mobilize themselves. When they mobilize themselves, they come up with a list of different crops of food in their communities, and then they are able to list those that are still in existence and those that have disappeared or become scarce in their community.
When you look at the methodology that we've been using under the Sowing Diversity Equals Harvesting Security, because this project is complementing the stage project, we are using the Farmer Field School approach, where each farmer field school has approximately 30 farmers per farmer field school. So we have different pillars. We have pillar 1, which is basically looking at the conservation or participatory plant breeding, where we have different breeding mechanisms, where we have participatory variety enhancement, participatory variety selection, and development. So under pillar 1, we have over 54 farmer field schools. So when you break it down, you realize that under pillar 1, over 15,000 smallholder farmers, accessing farmer field schools. Have access to these community seed banks. When you go to pillar 2, which is looking at seed enterprise development, here we have over 27 farmer field schools, and each farmer field school has a composition of around 30 farmers. So relatively also that will take us to around 15,000 or more farmers. So the same also applies to pillar 3, which is looking at the neglected and underutilized plant species. So all these farmers combined, so you look at a total of around more than 100,000 small-scale farmers have access to these 4 community seed banks that have been established, that is in the districts of Soroti, Nebi, Guru, and Omoro.
In the community seed bank, we have different storage methods that we use. Like we have containers that are particularly made for us to store seeds. We
the
have
business
what
clinic,
we call the pick sacks currently.
The business clinic is starting outside in the next 3 minutes. We have allowed that all business experts, they start at once, and we give it 1 full hour without interruption, and then we shall return. Kindly, if you want to understand penetration, scaling, branding, marketing, the tent is on the outside about the business clinic. Please come out for the business clinic session. Thank you.
Contact with insects.
Community seed banking as a concept, but also as a notion, has gained a lot of recognition. And we've partnered with the National Gene Bank in Uganda, that is what we call the Plant Genetic Resource Center, and there are standard guidelines, that we follow in establishing this community seed bank. So this fund has been used to establish what we would call standard community seed banks that have been equipped or furnished with what we would call the required equipment, and also leave alone the equipment, but also materials that will ensure safe storage of our germplasm and other seeds or genetic materials.
Here at Mishparwoth, Farmer Field School, we are promoting 3 seeds of crop varieties. We have Irish potato, we have the yellow beans, and then we have sorghum.
In Fube Youth Group, we have a community seed bank, whereby we have 3 sections in the community seed bank. Number 1, we have the office located the other side, where we do collect all the farmers' data. We collect information from the farmers and what they want to plant for the first season or the second season every year. Then another section, we have the seed display, whereby we have the variety of the seeds that we are practicing farming in the community here, where you're seeing all the detail of the seeds here. Sometimes we do really teach our farmers how to multiply the seeds. For example, we have the red maize. You're not seeing it in the display right now, but we are planted for multiplication.
We put it here because this is the central where every farmers within the group came here and pick sample of the seed, and then for us we select somebody who is capable to go and multiply.
As we're on Farmer Field School, I have members, and when you see our members, you'll see most of them now they are turning to be the youth. Some years to come, the elderly people that we are having them around, they may not be around. But now that I am here, and more of my fellow youth that are also coming, I'm sure how I've been trained and how we are going to train them, like we are doing here. Many of them will still come, and they're going to join us here. So meaning the lost varieties that people have been looking for will not get lost now.
We have a variety of groundnuts that was really very good. It had the high oil content, and it is called the Ongwara. That was a local variety, which even disappeared. But because of the existence of this community seed bank, we have been able to restore it slowly by slowly, and now we have at least farmers who are growing Ongwara again. We have one farmer field school that is even working hard to enhance it. Because of these community seed banks, the farmers have learned that even if they have thrown away the traditional way of keeping these seeds, but they can keep this seed in these community seed banks. The most important is to keep the hygiene of their seed bank, to keep their containers airtight, not to allow any air in, because if it is open, the pesticides can easily grow from in and be able to damage the seed. So we keep giving them trainings every now and then on how to manage these community seed banks, how to multiply these seeds.
At the moment, the achievement that I particularly have seen as a result of this seed bank is the increasing number of people who are registered in the seed bank. We have a number of them who have already requested to join us, and they're in the process. And then the next thing is actually we actually now have where to store our seeds, and which is very good for the community, because it's not only going to benefit us, the member, but then the entire community.
Farmers use the community seed banks as a mechanism through which they also exchange different information about different seed varieties, because you are aware we have different agroecological zones and farmers have come from different agroecological regions. So you realize that there are different indigenous seed varieties or farmer-raised seeds that derive from different ecological regions. So this is an opportunity for farmers to correct and also exchange the different seed diversities that come from the different regions.
So through these community seed banks, the farmers are able to come together, and then they sit together, and they are community-based facilitators who have been trained thoroughly, take them through on the benefits of this community seed bank, on how they can select a particular variety.
There is a lot of learning that is taking place. There are people who come from the sub-county to come and see what is going on, because now we have quite a number of seed varieties within the community seed bank. There are those that we got as far as DRC Congo, There are those that we got outside the Rusi or outside Navy district. And as I speak right now, we have about 30 seed varieties that are there on display. So learning is going on for the farmer field school members, but also for the community members around to know about some of the seeds that had virtually actually disappeared or maybe were neglected, but they are now available, being multiplied, and probably access to other people or farmers to come and get also is there.
My message is to those who have been supporting us, like IIRR, Pelham, and Oxfam. We're actually grateful for their support, and particularly for this project. And because as a result of the project, we have actually achieved this community chief bank because of our artwork.
The members are really embracing the seed bank. It is really helping them. So like those days, it used to be the women and also the old people who have been concentrating seed multiplication and seed production, and also like being the custodians. But now you find that the youth are coming in. Like me now, those days I was not included, but when Pelham come in and they give us like sensitization, they trained us how to multiply, how to produce this seed. So now we are now taking up from our elders, which is one of the achievements within the community, and more members are empowering and they are coming in. We are really so grateful with Pelham. My last word to CD, Pelham, and Oxfam, I really want to extend my appreciation to them, as on the besides of farmers. They have really done good things to us. If it was us alone, we could not do it. But really what they have really given us in terms of structure, in terms of facilities, in terms of what, they have really given us something very good, and we are going to hold it with all our hearts, and we are going to progress. When they are coming like after 5 years, they will not get us in the same level again. They are going to get us in a very far difference, so that they really appreciate what they really place in us. They really benefit with it.
Through these community seed banks, we've been able to touch and change lives of small-scale farmers. It's not until somebody will go to the community and hear the voices of the small-scale farmers, because we know the situation how it was before. But during COVID-19, this was a testing ground for us, that we were able to see farmers having access and timely access to seed that they planted at all time. It is actually only farmers that didn't really suffer, the pinch of COVID-19, because they had access to food, because they planted on time. So for us, this is a very big plus, and we really take the honors to convey our sincere thanks to Oxfam Uganda, Novib, and Books for Life. The SDHS project is Sowing Diversity Equals Harvesting Security. This is a program that is being implemented between Pelham Uganda, ESAF, with support from Oxfam in Uganda. And the program aims at improving access and also the use of local diversity, of local food plants, but also enhancing access to the use of local food plants amongst smallholder farming communities.
We use the farmer field school approach to implement this project, and in each of the farmer field school we have both the men and the women, but a majority of the members are female. And in this category of farmers, we have also the youth, we have the elderly, and the reason as why we have gender sensitive aspect in this approach is that we want to give opportunity of sharing of knowledge of different levels.
Ultimately, the program is looking at challenging what we would call the unsustainable and unequal food production systems by creating avenues for smallholder farmers on how do they improve on their nutrition, but also the aspects of participatory plant breeding.
Under the program, we are implementing 4 pillars under SDHS project.
of which Pillar 1 stands for participatory plant breeding, Pillar 2 stands for production of seeds and marketing, and Pillar 3, which is the major reason why we are here, it is focusing on local food plant and nutrition. And the last pillar is Pillar 4, focusing on agricultural policy.
When you look at some of the objectives that we have under Pillar 3, we are looking at how would we promote, the use and the consumption of these underutilized plant species. And one of the avenues that we thought that the one way we can also bring them back on the table, the dining table, and how we can maybe promote them, especially among the youth who have neglected them or actually who don't even know about them. One of the aspects was through cookery demonstrations and also doing documentaries on how we promote the use and the consumption of these local food plants.
The benefit of this project has really injected deeply in this community. As I talk, each and everyone has at least a demo plot of this local food plant at his or her own home. And even the neighbors, they are also coping.
From the start of this particular pillar, women have been very much empowered, because when you look at the nutritious benefits that are being derived specifically from this pillar, it's more so the women that have been benefited, because they fend for the families, and especially the young children. And given the fact that they may not have this disposable income, to buy these other modern, maybe improved crop varieties, they find this as a best alternative, which is actually very, very nutritious for their children, but also for themselves.
Yeah, reason for having this cooking demonstration at this village, one is to encourage the consumption of this local food plant called Osiga. And then also to encourage the group members to have them daily as their meal.
Yes, we started the day by the women. 3 women were going to the garden to harvest the greens that we have, Osiga, especially Osiga, which they harvested for today's cookery.
We are going to prepare a pested one, Osiga pested one. It's going to be mixed with the beans. First of all, we are going to put the beans to get boiled. Then we shall add this Osiga for like 15 minutes. Then when it's ready, we shall bring onion, we bring tomatoes, those ingredients. And then when we put all this, we are going to paste it with the ginger paste. The second way of preparing Osiga, we are going to have Osiga and dodo mix. We shall start by putting the water in a pot. We boil. When it is boiled, then you bring Osiga in, mix with the dodo. Then you cook like for 10 minutes. Just get ready. First of all, when they are ready, you remove it. You change in the other saucepan. Then you put back the other pot you have used for cooking, because already it's hot. It will not take much time. So you put that pot, and then you bring your cooking oil, which is the palm oil. Locally we call omongasi. It will turn a bit whitish like that. Then you put onion. Then You fry. When it is ready, you bring tomato also. Then you put the real sauce. Then you mix. Then when it is ready, you take. The third way for preparing osiga again is you put the water in the pot, boil, then you bring osiga, then you boil for like 10 minutes. Then you bring those ingredients again, like tomato, onion, just like that. Then for 5 minutes again, then you take it. Yeah, in our culture, when we are preparing our bread, we first have a dry cassava and sorghum. Then we have this pounder here. Then we bring, then we pound. But we just do it jointly with the men in our community. Could be the children or the men. So we just do it jointly. So after that, when you want to prepare it now, you bring a saucepan. It's a big one. You put on fire, and then you mingle till it is ready. Then you serve with this local food plant called osiga. Yeah, according to my observation, I've seen the best one was the one pasted, mixed with the beans and pasted. They were saying it is the best, followed by the one fried, mixed with the dodo and fried. There's one who said the boiled one was also good.
Ngor utie kugindi pari matong. Aya kalanga deomondo matong mira degini enusigane. Edikre.
Para nangu siga magini makudumo makuma maboga. Magingari doga. Pikum maketa chakalanga chade emiti ikora kwe eye.
Welcome to Northern Uganda. This is Omoro district. We are in Acholi sub-region. We are the group doing Pillar 3, which is basically on local food and nutrition. Today we are going to have a cooking demonstration that we have chosen 2 dishes that we are going to prepare. We are having malakwang, as you see here, and another food is called lala, our traditional food. We have chosen this food because of reasons. The reason being they are neglected and underutilized. Reason being because people say malakwang is sour, and yet it have a lot of food value, and it is even medicinal.
Some people don't like this food because it does not taste well to them, simply because if you don't prepare it well, the taste will definitely not be good. So most of the communities, as we were doing our assessment, we got to know that most of them, why they left it is because they don't know how to prepare. They also don't understand the nutritional value. They don't understand the medicinal value. But we realized that why those people of long ago lived for long and not very sickly like we are today is because they ate that medicinal food.
And malakwang helps in boosting breastfeeding mother's milk, which is very important. Also, it helps in strengthening bone marrows, and also it is an appetizer. Like when you have been sick and you don't feel like eating, when you eat malakwang, it will help you boost your appetite for eating, which is so good for consumption. And lala, people tend to ignore it because they say it is bitter. But lala is a medicine for treating stomach pain and also malaria when you have it. So we have today going to prepare it, and we have so many ways of different methods of cooking it so that people could consume it and like it. Now the group of picking the leaves and are finished up. Now we are done with the picking. Our leaves are now ready for cooking. We have our malakwang here and the la ready for preparation. This lala and malakwang, you see them here, they were neglected. We are finding the way to cook so that people will start liking it. So with lala, people used not to eat it because it could not cook well. And we have found a way of cooking it so that it is nice to eat and is tasty. That's why we have added otigo, which is called, in English name is called jute malon. The next step now, I'm going to wash my malakwang and put in the fire. And I first cut the la and then put also in the fire. Okay, we are going to put some soda as soup, so to remove the bitterness and the sourness of both of this food that we are going to prepare. What you're seeing in the background is in the Fairfield School we have principles of also gender mainstreaming, and that's why you can see integration of women and men pounding the pace. We are going to add some ingredients, like we have our tomato, the small varieties that we are going to put in both of these. There is sim paste and ginger paste. It's going to be a mixture. Okay, for lala we are going to use all the ginger paste because you know it is bitter. So we add that ginger paste because you know ginger is sweet, so that it reduces the bitterness. The food that we are going to use millet bread and then the potato. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, our viewer. Now we have come to the final stage of our preparation of malakwang and the lala. This is our malakwang. To remind you, we have put the ingredients here. We have mixed our sim paste and the ginger paste, and also we have added some tomato to bring the taste. So it is now here ready for serving. As a reminder, here is our lala ready. We have put the ingredients that we have put in. We have mixed it with the ginger paste, As I told you in the beginning that lala is bitter, so we had to put only ginat paste because ginat is having that sweet taste, so that it reduces the bitterness. So yeah, it is. Okay, now we are going to serve and give out to people to taste both of these dishes and the breads, so that people can taste and we see what they are going to say about it.
Out of all the dishes we've tested, my best was balakwang. I like the taste of it. First of all, it is kind of sour and it's an appetizer, especially when you don't have appetite. Maybe you're sick and maybe you have a hangover, you can eat it. And then it's also medicinal. In the past, when you have these migraine headaches, people use it as medicine. And also it boosts the breast for breastfeeding mothers. If you're a breastfeeding mother, you have a little breast, and when you eat balakwang, whether it's pasted or it's not pasted, it boosts the breast milk.
Mano melo edong lala. Pian lala mi achiel, lala mere gerakech kich bod jomuken lala miet. Pian konyo tiki vitamin come mo kony mi achiel le.
Angini bere twal pen mi penya kede be ba chame te kwaro eni ngo eni cham ka eni cham kreten uti awo mi karni uti awo mi karni pe gidonge mar cham te kwaro twal cha bara pungi we tiene cham te kwarba eni cham be cha wen cham fok cha wen cham fok fok pe tiu duki cham me te kwaro eni ma bere yin ba ina ten kita ini kira wachang makwini ti ma ber cham fok to twal fok kel bale kom dan bene to ga an wachini cham te kwaro wan wen po wego cham te kwaro e ma te ma be we punyu woto bene woto mo ma bene ho ti u ke gine wachi ba wa ni cham fok cha wen ni chari ber guru de tani pe be du ka cham te kwaro ene man ngo konyo wa ana po ma tek
Here we have our Farmfield School gardens where we have planted some of the food plants, of which one of each is this one. Today we are here preparing echadoi, one of the local food plants, which our old papas used to eat. But today's generation, they have refused, but because of the project, we are teaching them also to adopt eating echadoi. And this one is a very good food plant, which helps our bodies in when you eat echadoi, you get strength, and also it prevents pressure. We use the roots of the echadoi to preserve milk. Today we are preparing it And we are mixing it with the boga. This is a marathon.
The ladies went and they picked the chardonnay from the garden. They picked with also the ingredients, that is emoros and the amarantha, aboga. They brought it, washed it, assembled it, sliced it into smaller pieces, and then they took it to the fire.
It boiled for around 15 minutes. Then I added emoros and the amarantha to make it soft. Now here, it is soft now, and it is even ready. What we are going to do next is we are going to divide it, because we are going to eat it when we have added milk, sour milk, then also milk with pasted nuts, then with the milk pure. We are going to have it in 3 stages. So that is what we are going to do here. Yes, I'm now going to divide it in 3 saucepans. Then we will taste which one is the best out of the 3. So the first saucepan, I'm going to add milk, and this is milk, sour milk. Then add pasted nuts. I'm now mixing milk with the pasted nuts. Then put a chardonnay. I'm now going to add salt. After mixing it, you put it on fire for it to boil, at least for some time. After that, I'm now going to add little salt. I am now mixing water and pasted nuts, then add a chardonnay. After mixing water and pasted nuts. Yeah, this is the side saucepan now. We are making it in 3 versions to encourage those people who don't want sour things also to eat chardonnay. Because when it is added nuts, it is not sour. Then that one with milk, some people like eating it with milk alone. Then there are people who want eating it with pasted nuts. So that is the reason, because we have people who have ulcers, they don't want to eat sour things. Now I'm now putting a chardonnay in the saucepan of pasted nuts and water. After that, I'm going to add salt. Starting with the pasted, shadow pasted with the ginnas only. This one is pasted with ginnas. This other one will be without paste, or it's only milk, sour milk. Mixed with the milk, pasted ginnas. Our food is fully served. Now people are ready to eat. They are now washing their hands to start eating. And that is our cultural way of serving and eating. We eat as a group. We put food on a round plate, then we eat. When I tasted all the 3 dishes, I found out that this one, which has the sour milk with the paste, is more delicious. It was very, very tasty. It even had a fine texture. I enjoyed it, and yet this is the one that most people don't know how to prepare. So as a farmer field school, it is our achievement that we have achieved our objective of improving the taste of this chadoi. We have also achieved our objective of finding out a new method of preparing it.
Actually, when we have been implementing this project, we really realized a lot of achievements that we have done. In terms of household income generation, most of the beneficiaries or the farm field school members practicing this local food plant production and consumptions have really increased their level of income, and also as well as savings.
I'm very, very positive that what we've left behind will be sustained by the farmers, not only by the farmers, but also the local institutions, because already they've been providing a supportive role. The enabling environment is there, but above all, the farmers themselves, the farmer field school approach. These are schools without borders, without walls, where farmers come, converge, and learn and unlearn bad aspects. So this will help farmers from time to time to converge, relearn, and also do things better.
Organic agriculture promotes diversity.
We are looking at the health now of the soil, health of the plant, ecology as a principle of organic agriculture.
This is now our ecosystem zone, where everything in terms of plants and trees are incorporated in the same piece of land.
My name is Francis Nsanga, and I'm the project manager of the Knowledge Hub for Organic Agriculture in Eastern Africa. The Knowledge Hub for Organic Agriculture in Eastern Africa is part of the KCOA project, which is Knowledge Center for Organic Agriculture in Africa, which is a continental-wide project. So in Eastern Africa, the Knowledge Hub is being coordinated by Vision Africa Trust and Pelham Uganda.
The project is looking at a collection of validation of organic agriculture knowledge, but then after the collection we need to disseminate. We disseminate and then do capacity building, and then lastly the third one is we are looking at a networking.
In this project we use what we call the TOTOF approach. The TOTOF approach is the training of teams of facilitators, TOTOF. Now that approach helps us to come from the regional level to the country level to the farmer community level.
And that approach is a chain of how knowledge is transferred from various people to the farmers. And as a master trainer, I train at regional level.
Those are fellows who are agronomists. They are experienced in agriculture. They have done some organic work already. They are training farmers at their countries, in their countries. And so we asked the 4 countries to select 6 individuals they are aware are very good at agriculture, and then we just sharpen their ideas. And then those make the master trainers category.
KCOA project, this is the Knowledge Center for Organic Agriculture in Africa. It's under the Knowledge Hub for Organic Agriculture in Eastern Africa. So under the Eastern African Hub. And knowing KCOA was through my local organization. It picked me to be trained as a multiplier under the project of KCOA.
And the role of multipliers is to transfer the knowledge from the master trainers to the farmers. And the job of farmers is to use the knowledge to improve their livelihoods. Each master trainer is supposed to have 60 multipliers. And each of the 60 multipliers is supposed to have 50 farmers. And the farmers are supposed to use the knowledge at their households to improve their livelihoods.
When it comes to organic agriculture, I have passion in it. I feel blessed when I'm teaching to my people. I feel I'm teaching something that is fruitful.
Nali sinagenda mu musomo gwa organic agriculture, nali nga nkozesa chemicals zino ze batunda mu butale. Nga ebintu byange bwe birwala nga ngenda nengula kadagala nendeeta nenteeka mu bomba nempisaako. Ebintu bye nafuuyiranga byabanga bivaamu naye ng'oluusi tutuuka okubiryanga eddagala likyaliko. Eddagala eryo terimala gaggwamu, lirwamu.
The chemicals those zaali expensive ate nga bw'otoofuuyire tojja kufunamu. Ekyo kyekizibu ekyaliwo. Kati nga ogenda kwesanga omuntu bw'oba olima nga tolina ssente ojja kuba nga tolina kyokola ki kyojjamu.
Okufuuyira okwo kwandeetera ekifu ku maaso na buli kati era kigira ne kinnumba. Nendako okusanyala engalo zino kuba eddagala nalikwatangamu. Niwe kuba nali nyinako kwa idea y'eddagala eryo nakitegeera.
Organic farming first and foremost looks at the health of the people. Then too looks at the health of the soil and the environment itself. Then the other aspect is cost effective, being the use of natural or organic or the materials that are within the farm.
Mu training eya KCOA twayiga bino, twayiga okukola manure, twayiga okusimba emiti egikuuma obutonde, twayiga okulunda ebisolo ebyaffe naddala binnansi, twayiga okumanya nti eriyo obutale obutunda ebirime ebyorganic nga multiplier natendekebwa okukomawo ntendeke abantu 100.
Twafuna okumanyisibwa okuva ow'omwami Galiwango nga ava mu kibiina kya African 2000 n'atutegeeza nga we twali tufunye akakisa ak'okuyiga ku organic engeri gye tusobola okuzzaamu obutonde. Bwe nayiga organic nakizuula nti nalina okulunda, ate bwe nakizuula nti nalina okulunda saayina kulunda mu nnunda eri eyaffe ey'edda gye twazimbanga ebiyumba obumyu n'obusuula n'obukasukamu ne busima ne bukola ki. Nayiga nti nalina okuteekateeka obulungi ebiyumba n'enteekako engogo obulungi okusobola okulembeka omusulo n'obusa bw'obumyu kubanga byonna bigimusa. Kati mu musulo gw'obumyu obwo nayiga nti nsobola okukolamu pesticide ate mu kiseera kyekimu nenkolamu n'ekigimusa. Kubanga bwe nkwata omusulo gw'obumyu nengattamu ekimyula nengattamu kaamulali nengattamu galiki nkamulamu pesticide oba eddagala erita obuwuka nenfuuyira ku birime ne birabika obulungi. Ate omusulo gw'obumyu gwennyini bwe ngattamu n'obusa bw'ente automatically kiba kigimusa kyensobola era n'okufuuyiza nga nkisengejeza obulungi. Kati guno omusulo gw'obumyu okusobola okugukuŋŋaanya obungi nti mu wiikisi 2 mba nina ebidomola 2 era bye bidomola 2 nti we mba mbigasseemu kaamulali ekimyula ne galiki nsobola okubitereka okumala ennaku 14 nenfuuyira era ebirime byange ne bisobola okulabika obulungi.
So inside here in the greenhouse is where we also do seedling production for different vegetables. like sukuma wiki, green pepper, tomatoes, eggplants. So after that, we take them to the main field. So even the learners, the farmers, when they come here, we do train them, and after they've been trained inside how they prepare their seeds, then they are also taken to the main garden to see the spacing. So from here, we are going to the main garden. So where we are now is the plantation area, and here we are practicing agroforestry. And when you talk about agroforestry, we are looking at planting trees with other crops. So trees here are interplanted with a number of varieties of crops. We have bananas, we have vegetables, then we have even those enriching herbs. Then the fodder also is also there. We have lablab around. So this is now our ecosystem zone, where everything in terms of plants and trees are incorporated in the same piece of land. So because our model garden or demonstration garden looks at giving farmers knowledge, so what do farmers here learn a lot of things. Because here we have the labs, I mean the hubs where we make the pesticides themselves. So over here, I'm showing you Teflosia. So Teflosia is a very important hub that we use in making biopesticides that helps us to kill all pests and insects that are soft-bodied. So over this side, we have marigold. Because of its smell nature, it is a repellent that when you spray it on the plants, it repels all there would be poisonous insects that would be damaging the plants.
Now, as a multiplier, I have now this knowledge to teach my farmers, to let them know that no, if a banana cannot survive there, it's not artificial science. It is about the soil. How can I feed the soil for the soil to feed the plant? That's just the equation.
Ebirime bino nga bwe biri wano byonna nkozesa nkola ya organic farming. Eno ntula ya green yino etandise okubala, etandise okumulisa mu bbanga ttono tugenda kuba tuginoga. Ono sukuma wiki byonna tuli ku nkola ya organic farming. Kuno okubikka kunnyambako okukuumira amazzi mu ttaka nembeerawo nga sifukirira buli kiseera. Ono sweet pepper byonna tuzze tubikola ku nkola ya organic farming. Tuzze tukozesa organic nga bwe mumulaba, natabula ttaka nakavundira yenna ne mukola bulungi ebimera byange ne mbisimbamu. Eno enkola ebintu byange mbiteeka wano kiwana eno nundirawo mbizzi. Kati twakola automatic system ey'amazzi, amazzi gonna agafisse embizzi gezinywedde gakulukutiramu wano, nteekawo ebikuta, nteekawo obusa bw'enkoko, buli kimu kyonna nkissaawo wano wenzija manuwa wange oba ngenda kusimba nentabulamu ettaka nensimba.
I'm so glad that I'm among those youths who trained to do organic farming. I have to say, when we finished training, we are very much eager to start using the knowledge that we have got. So we started a demonstration garden, which is our very first garden. We wanted to prove. We grew tomatoes. This is our garden here. But as a way of wanting to find out the difference between what we have learned and the other means we have been using to do farming, we divided our garden. Like, we made one part and made sure we are going to use what we have learned, the organic ways of farming, and then the other part we keep using these other artificial means that we have been using. It's now a month or less, it is coming to a month. We now have started registering the differences. This is a good testimony because I already feel the energy. I already see the positive things like the growth rate, the performance of the plant is very good and it is looking healthy. It is giving me energy as a farmer. So right now I wanted to show you the difference now I have noticed already between using these organic fertilizers, because I applied it here and I want to show you where I did not apply it. This is the other side of the garden, and you can see from here, from this plant, this is where we used other chemicals which are not organic. And remember, we planted all these at the same time. So now you can compare.
You see, from its inception, we did a baseline, and the baseline results showed that the youth are not involved in this kind of farming, the organic agriculture farming. The project has a target, to involve the youth. So we found it easier for us to get into organized groups of youth, and we're looking at now the schools. Why the schools? Because they have a multiplier effect, but also we need to encourage the youth to learn this kind of farming.
I came to know about agroecology through PELAM and CARE, that is Knowledge Hub for Organic Farming in East Africa. And how did I come in? That's when they invited me and introduced me to one of the projects that they were developing, and that was a school debate, inter-school debate. And my school, Grace High School, was to be part, and even other schools from different regions around.
My first time to hear about organic farming or organic agriculture, it was when we participated in the inter-school competition debate about agroecology can sustain food security and nutrition. Then as we were debating, and after debating, I got to know the idea that agroecology was more better than the other farming practices. I decided that my uncle is a farmer. We have a piece of land home. We grow only one crop there. But in organic farming, it tells us don't grow one crop. At least you can mix in there.
And they brought those people of PELAM and CARE brought in the concept of agroecology. I was touched, but if the school wasn't touched and also was doing organic farming, I would not be doing it right now. But we do it from home and even at school.
When I happened to go back home during the holiday season, at our place we don't have a lot of land that we're going to carry out this conventional farming. Then I happened to open the eyes of my mom, and I was like, Mom, do you know that you can carry out farming on this small piece of land? You can carry out agriculture, which is not expensive, in that the fertilizer, you don't need to go to waste a lot of money in buying fertilizers. I tried explaining it to my mom, and she was like buying it.
As we participated in the inter-school competition debates about agroecology and the use of organic farming, we are told to visit different websites. Like here, I'm going to use Infonet Biovision. Infonet Biovision, it's like if you want to know about plant health, you can come and click here about plants. Human health, it's also there. Animal health is there. Environment health is also there.
When you look at the youth, they like using these social media platforms, they like the WhatsApping. And now, when you tap youth through that angle, where you provide these digital platforms, for example, Biovision Infonet, we have Access Agriculture, then we have Afra Organic Manual. So we think the youth can easily get this information, read, internalize, and then be able to put it to use.
Ebintu byali bibi nnyo kubanga ojjeko okubeera n'ettaka lino lyonna eriweza acres 10. Nze nalina pikipiki nga ndi muvuzi wa boda. Era nga bwe mmala okunnyuka olw'eggulu nga nnoonya we batunda ekiwagu ky'ettooke oba omulengo gwa lumonde, nga nsiba ku pikipiki okuleetera abantu bange tulye. Weewuunye bwe natandika okufuna emisomo gino, bannange kaakati wendi nze mutunzi w'emmere. Bagikima wano, sikyatambula, ne pikipiki gye nnina ennyambako okutwala mmere yange mu trading center. Sinakindi n'okuba nti neefunira n'ekifo ate wenteekera ddala mu tawuni nga wange wentundira emmere yange eno. Era mu bimu ku birooto byange bye najja ntuukako, naganja kuva ne ku pikipiki eno neegulire emmotoka. wakati mu kubeera nti nzize nkola emirimu egyo egy'enjawulo nga nnima wenjogerera naakagula emmotoka yange ejja mu kiseera mu nfuna yange amazima nga nange mpulira njeyagaliramu era najja nga nkyogera nga nkigamba ne bakama bange kubanga ne master trainer waffe yatugamba nti bwe mulima nabw'oba olima eyiika y'olusuku oyinza okumala emyaka 3 ng'olina emmotoka yonkituukiriza.
So when I came to know about it, immediately I came at the ground before even training others. I came and trained my family. I came here with pleasure. What I was eagerly wanting to know, to tell my dad that I've really learned a lot in organic agriculture, because we've been in agriculture, but we were not really doing the right thing. I went in the training. Really, I saw different things and which are possible to do, which don't require a lot of money.
We had workshops in some places where we sell our hot pepper. They told us that if we continue using inorganic fertilizers and inorganic pesticides, our hot pepper will not be allowed in the world market. So that's why I thank Peram Uganda for teaching us to use organic fertilizers, both to restore the environment and our soils, and for our good health.
The farmers have now come to know that it is possible to make organic manure and all the other organic inputs, and they have actually come together. For every farmer group we've empowered, they have come together to at least do one thing, either produce organic inputs or be able to create a PGS group, participatory guarantee system group, that can now produce a certain value chain. Value chain is a crop, maybe they are producing a vegetable or a fruit or something, and then they sell it to a market with a better price when it is well packaged.
What has worked in this project, I could term first of all the 3. 1, first and foremost, we are able to network. We are able to network, and we are able to really market ourselves, market our products, and really people are calling. Like the other market in Abaita, Babiri, that is in Entebbe. So those people are always calling, and they are requesting for some products which are organic. So which means this project is doing well.
What has worked well in this practice, one of them is much of the inputs we recycle. So the principles of now organic agriculture looks at recycling, then looks at diversity. So in diversifying, we've seen that I see what is happening to me. Like where you are seeing me standing, I have green pepper, I have eggplant, I have onions, I have sukuma. So you see, you have diversity of crops because organic agriculture promotes diversity.
It's not been long after training, but I've really registered a lot of positive things. People are producing hot pepper organically. People are producing tomatoes organically. People are planning to pack manure, organic manure. That is money. And they are planning to teach others, as I've already said, that we are going to put here a young farmer training center. That is really good. I'm really happy for that and blessed.
Now, what has worked is being able to add value to the knowledge I had to be able to produce a product, an acceptable organic agriculture product.
In the other garden, where after digging the shallow well, I was able to plant there carrots, and then onions, tomatoes, and then eggplants. So after the sales, I could really target during dry season, when the farmers have no food and they are yearning for those things. I got some money from that, and then I was able to save with my wife, and then we were able to now to see that we can start that construction.
I have been able to reach many people I could not reach under my organization. And I feel I am national, I can cover national, I have multipliers nationwide from different districts. But before that wasn't the case, I used also only to stay in central Uganda.
So since 2019 when we started, we have trained 24 master trainers. We have trained almost 1,400 multipliers at country level. And we have trained in excess of 2,000 farmers. But our target is 25,000. Okay, so that target of course is small when you look at the number of people in the region. But what we are saying is that those are our direct contacts. We have contacted you directly, we have empowered you for 5 days, and you have the knowledge. Now the ripple effect from you is something that we'll now be finding out through our analysis and research and evaluation to know how many more have our farmers actually impacted.
The Knowledge Hub for Organic Agriculture in Eastern Africa KHEA project is being implemented in 4 East African countries of Uganda, Kenya, Rwanda, and Tanzania, and it's in its first phase of 2 years. According to the Research Institute of Organic Agriculture FIBO Survey 2020, Uganda ranks number 1 with the highest number of organic producers in Africa. In this video, we show you the approaches and practices being promoted by Ugandan organic farmers as selected by Pelham Uganda, a country implementing partner and co-host of the Knowledge Hub for Organic Agriculture in Eastern Africa.
As the country implementing partner, Pelham Uganda is working with 2 centers of excellence. One is in Masaka, that's St. Jude Family Projects, and the other is Kulika Uganda, that is located in Lutisi in Wakiso district.
Pelham Uganda selected 6 master trainers, and these were selected on given criteria. 1, they're having a knowledge in organic agriculture, but also be able to replicate the knowledge with the farmers. These were trained in Nairobi in October by IFOAM. The trainings were for 5 days, and also asked to train the farmers and the multipliers for 5 days when we come back home, which we've already done in Uganda here. The goal of the project is to 1, collect knowledge on organic agriculture practices, but also disseminate the knowledge on organic agriculture, which we've already done through the trainings we've conducted so far. And then the third one is through the networking. With networking, we've networked with WUMU, that is Uganda Matters University, COSI, and it is looking at the research component. Then we have partnered with St. Jude, and then Kulika Uganda.
St. Jude Family Projects, found 127 kilometers from Kampala City, deep in Busense village, Kabonero sub-county in Masaka district, founded in 1997, carries out organic farming practices on a 3.8-acre piece of land, and these are some of the practices they use.
The fecal matter that is harvested from the cattle project, after making the biogas and collecting all that biogas and using it for cooking purposes, we later on take it out, because it's filled with probiotics and all these many important bacteria in the rumination process of a ruminant animal. We actually still need it in a non-ruminant animal. So we take it out, fry it on fire. After we've fried it on fire, we mix it up in the feeds of these pigs, for example, and then later on feed the pigs. In one or another, it's going to supplement the feeding process of the pig. The number of other projects around the farm that are basically being used or being run on the farm within a very small area. For example, the contained gardens, just within a small area, someone can harvest plenty. So all through the year, someone has enough to eat, and in one or another, it promotes food security, especially for the poor farmers that we've been teaching all through the years. Again, when you move around, you see the poultry project, the construction of the buildings has been made in a way that there is enough space utilized vertically than going horizontal, because there's still no more space anymore in the country. The population is rising and land is becoming limited. Land is no longer increasing in size, but the population is increasing. So we have to look out for methods or ways of doing still farming, but in a way that is going to provide enough for people to eat, despite of having limited space when it comes to land. So the aquaculture project, the ponds we are having on the farm, we have those that are in containers, contained ponds, but again, so we have those natural ponds, which are basically dug in the swampy areas, and in one way or another, they are not affecting the environment, but rather promoting the health of the environment, or promoting the health of the macro and microorganisms within the environment itself.
A few kilometers away from St. Jude Family Projects is James Kabito, who is one of the project's secondary multipliers. James has shown great success after having been part of the Knowledge Hub for Organic Agriculture in Eastern Africa, KHEA training that was conducted early this year, 2021, at the St. Jude Family Projects.
Twafuna omusomo okuva eri memba munaffe Richard Musoke nga ayambibwako ekitongole oba projekiti ya KCOA nga omusomo gwe yagufunira ku St. Jude n'agutuleetera wano era nga gukwata ku nnima y'obutonde nga mulimu okukola nakavundira gwe twandiise compost manure, ne wabaawo plant tea. Ebijimusa ebyo biba by'amazzi naye nga bikolebwa mu muddo ogwa kiragala. Ne wabaawo silale oba silale oyo ng'ava mu gwe tuyita manure tea, ava mu busa oba mu kalimbwe oba mu bintu ebyo ebiva mu bisolo. Omusomo ogwo gwatuyamba okubeera nti buli eyajja mu musomo ogwo twateekateeka ne tufuuka bammemba ne tukola ekibiina ekyo kye bayita kyesiga Organic Agricultural Farmers Association.
James has gone ahead to offer land to be used by the community for further organic farming projects. Still in a distance of over 259 kilometers from St. Jude Family Projects in Rugando Cell, Nyakajeme Sub-County, Rukungiri District is another farmer, Ruth Mwebaza Makanda, who attended the KCOA project training at St. Jude and is now fully and proudly practicing organic farming on a small scale.
Some of the things that we learned was to grow food, and we came back, we did these raised beds that you see here. We started making our own raised beds. We've used sack mounds to grow food, and the food is growing healthy. We are developing an urban center demonstration farm for people who come from towns to see what we do. And one of the challenges we had here was water, lack of enough water, especially during sunny season. But because of the training and the exposure, we have decided to dig out our own underground water reservoir tank that's going to hold water, and we believe that water is going to supply us and feed this farm for the rest of the year. We now make our own manure. We do our bokash. That is something that we learned at St. Jude. So that has helped us. If you can look around, our vegetables look more healthy because of the manure that we are using now. But also what is interesting is that this is a community farm. It's a demonstration farm where people from the community can come and learn. We are open to the community. They can come and learn how to use small spaces like you've seen around and grow your own food, healthy food. So this training with KCOA has exposed us to so many things, and we believe in the next 1-2 years we are going to have a better farm.
In addition to St. Jude Family Projects, here is another center of excellence, Kulika Uganda, a non-governmental organization that has existed for over 30 years in Uganda, located in Lutisi Village, Namayumba Sub-County, Wakiso District. Florence Namulindwa Dumba, one of the KHEA project master trainers and also project manager at Kulika Uganda, presents some of the repellents and natural fertilizers they use on their farm.
we collect urine from the rabbit, and of recently even I took a step of taking it to Kawanda to be tested to find the content of nitrogen. When you apply it, you know its smell also, it repels insects. So it's a multi-purpose. Apart from giving you or giving nutrients to your soil and plants, it also repels pests as well. Then also we have verminity, we have vermicompost, we have compost itself, we have biochar, we have bokash, we are using super magro, we have native microbes. We have gardens we design which can help to harvest water during the dry season, during the rain season, so that during the dry season, the production continues. We developed one biopesticide which is working very well, and it has been also approved and published by FAO. It is a biopesticide. The most active ingredient is called rotenone, and it's really got from Tephrosia. You just pick the leaves, you pound them, then you sieve, because you need to put in to create a pressure to spray. We've been spraying aphids, armyworms. One time we are in Mubende, we are working with a team of 100 groups of farmers, youth farmers. And then that is the time when there was outbreak of armyworm. I think you remember that time. It is really amazing that we just used our youth farmers, just used the Tephrosia, and then you could see the armyworm dying. So what we are talking about, it is really cost effective. This kind of agriculture is cost effective. It is environmentally friendly and also socially just.
In addition to those practices, Kulika Uganda also applies other measures as used by St. Jude family projects.
As part of the project, we have so far trained 272 multipliers and 152 farmers, and we are proud of the results that are coming through. We are seeing an increased number of farmers embracing organic farming, and stories of change are being documented, and I'm sure this will enrich the knowledge platform. And we also strongly believe, that organic farming knowledge and practices will be widespread around Uganda by the end of the project.
A business plan for a farmer group is a tool that guides a collaborative farming business, outlines its goals and details, and explains how the group plans to achieve the goals. In other words, it is a roadmap that provides directions for the farmer's business. A well-thought-through business plan is essential for any business to be successful. Unfortunately, many smallholder farmer groups consider it less important, and as a result, groups are often unprepared and struggle in creating a successful business. But what are the relevant components of a farmer group business plan? In the effort to support farmer groups strengthen their businesses, Pelham Uganda is giving guidance on the ways of developing a business plan using the 9 components. Number 1, the description of the farmer group business. This includes the farmer group name, the group business, product, uniqueness of the products or approach, how many farmers there are, coverage, and background. Number 2 is the analysis of the market and business environment, including where the market is located, potential customers and their preferences, seasonal products and price fluctuations, as well as other actors or competitors in similar businesses. Number 3, promotion and marketing plan. This section focuses on the 6 P's of the business: price, product, place, people, promotion, and performance. Number 4, operations and management plan. This section describes how the farmer group plans to manage its resources, for instance, finances, inputs, or natural resources. It also introduces governance structures, administration, and management processes. This could be adaptive to changes in the business environment. Number 5, the financial plan, or in simple terms, a periodic budget. This section includes all the necessary financial calculations and assumptions of the business. This could include cost-benefit analysis, expected income and expenditure, services, and expected sources of funding. A financial plan can be both short and or long-term. Number 6, challenges, risks, and possible solutions. This is important because farmer groups need to prepare for any crisis. Just think about the coronavirus pandemic. This requires describing critical issues that could affect the business in the short and long run, and at the same time, discuss the solutions. Number 7, gender and social aspects. This section of the business ensures that men, women, youth, elderly, and other groups participate actively in the group business and that they are all fairly treated. Number 8, monitoring and tracking. This section shows the progress of the group business towards its intended goals and objectives. This includes, amongst others, the setting of milestones and indicators. The final component of the business plan is the executive summary. It provides a short and precise overview of the overall business plan. For example, to introduce the business to the business interested parties. As Pelham Uganda, we strongly encourage using participatory approaches in developing business plans for farmer groups to ensure ownership of the business and address all relevant aspects of the future business.
Agroecology applies ecological principles in designing and managing farming systems to minimize the use of external or artificial inputs. It also shortens the food chain and empowers smallholder farmers to strengthen their relationship with consumers. Despite the fact that farmers in Uganda are benefiting from agricultural production, they, however, face several marketing challenges. To address the challenges, Pelham Uganda developed and is implementing the PESA Agro Enterprise Marketing Model. The PESA model ensures a systematic process for farmers to plan for agroecological markets and guides the marketing of any given enterprise. The PESA model promotes unique agroecological principles in production in order to give sustainable agriculture an economic perspective. The unique features of the PESA model are: it is farmer-led, promotes and facilitates effective interactions between key chain actors to enable collective decisions. The model is phased in nature, which allows for a systematic intake, implementation, and rollout to the comfort of the smallholder farmers. It promotes participatory planning and assessment. The PESA model addresses 6 marketing challenges farmers commonly face. Number 1, low volumes of agroecological products on the market due to lack of collective marketing. To address this challenge and achieve proper marketing, in Module 1, the PESA model supports farmers in the organization of marketing groups. By doing so, the model strengthens leadership and governance processes. Number 2, poor market information. Often, specific market conditions or other influencing factors are not known and result in low prices and bad marketing. In Module 2, the PESA model builds the capacity of farmers to conduct market research and calculate profitability. It also analyzes the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats associated with agroecological products and the selection of profitable enterprises. Number 3, limited understanding of the business environment, which may cause losses, unnecessary expenses, or bad decisions for the future of the enterprise. For farmers to better understand the business environment, in Module 3, the PESA model introduces farmers to map and analyze selected value chains and enterprises. By doing so, it describes actors and stakeholders as well as their responsibilities. It also identifies business opportunities and plans for stakeholder engagement. Number 4, inadequate planning. The centerpiece of the PESA model is the development of a business plan in Module 4. Here, the model supports farmers to come up with their own business ideas and design models. This section of the model introduces business plans and entrepreneurship skills such as communication, negotiation, contracting and closing deals, marketing and self-branding, records keeping and financial planning. Number 5, engagement of other stakeholders. The engagement with other stakeholders is important, especially for the marketing of agroecological products, to benefit from the practiced sustainable agriculture. That is the reason why in Module 5, farmers are guided on how to plan and engage with relevant stakeholders for better agroecological marketing. And finally, number 6, implementation of the business. A business plan is nothing to a farmer if not adequately implemented. So Module 6 of the PESA model leads farmers in the implementation of the business plan and how to practically close deals, access financial services, and observe and obtain market standards and launching the business. Pelham Uganda believes that by farmers coming together with other actors, they will be able to market their agroecological products at higher prices, access markets, manage agro businesses sustainably, and improve incomes.
Cream, the way I know it, is practicing agriculture in a different or in many varieties, many ways, such that you are able to live after utilizing one thing and then takes you to the other and benefit from the other, just moving around in a garden, at home. That is why in our home here, there is no waste product.
So cream, otoma ngaje pekana teso. Ao metengo cream nese bukula kor.
Bwempulira cream. Ekitongole kya Pelham ne Hanga project batusomesa ku nkola ya cream. Ti mu nkola eno mwe tusimbira ebintu mu bungi naye nga buli kimu tekikosa kinne waakyo. Mu mbeera eno nga tusobola okulima obulimiro bw'enva, osobola okulima emmwanyi nga mulimu emiti, mulimu ebitooke, kuliko emmere y'ettaka, naye nga byonna buli kimu kiyamba kinne waakyo. Mu kino emiti giyamba okuwa emmwanyi n'ebitooke ebisiikirize n'okubeera awannyogovu. Kati ate ng'ebitooke tebikosa mmwanyi ng'ate n'emmwanyi tezikosa bitooke.
I'm Stella Lutalo, and I'm the country coordinator of Pelham Uganda, and we've been in existence for the past 24 years, and we work to improve the livelihoods of smallholder farmers and the sustainability of farming communities by fostering ecological land use management.
Yeah, right now we are faced with a major challenge as Ugandans and the world over because climate change has become more and more evident. We are seeing more effects of climate change than ever before. Some of you have experienced, you can take an example of the rains we've been experiencing of late.
I must say that agriculture is the backbone of our economy, and it's a sector that is severely affected by climate change and its impact. So, without coming up with deliberate interventions to address this challenge, the sector will encounter lots of agricultural losses. We shall have low production and productivity. We'll have food security would be compromised, markets will be compromised.
The weather is changing because we know climate is over a long period of time, but you know what we're dealing with right now is climate variability. You know, these seasonal changes that come into play that affect our small scale farmers. But also in the long run, climate change is, you know, something which has really affected them for a long period.
We felt that bringing together or putting together a framework that member organizations can use to support smallholder farmers to be more resilient to climate change, we would that would be a big contribution to the sector.
In Uganda, we are a network. As a network, we have a membership of over 56 non-government organizations, and all these organizations are working directly with the smallholder farmers, with the exception of a few international organizations that who support the local organizations to do the work with the smallholder farmers.
When we started developing the CRAIM model in 2014, it took shape, and in 2015 we were able to pilot it with 3 member organizations in 3 districts. So we had International Institute for Rural Reconstruction, Ecological Christian Organization. We also had another organization called War on Want, Northern Ireland.
CRAIM is that holistic approach that integrates all the best practices the smallholder farmers have been using since time immemorial. You know, one, to mitigate against climate change, but above all, to enhance their adaptive capacity.
CRAIM, actually, it has a lot of activities. The way I started it from Peram, actually we learned it and we came to implement it. So it has a lot of activities like on environment, using our indigenous crops and herbicides. Then on the side of girls, it helps to meet gender.
Emesiko ekije kuyayijire yatandika kutwegesaho ekigambo CRAIM n'ekintu ekitwabaga tutaretegereza ito nk'abana abantu b'ekyaro hanuya konka kuruga turatandikana kukora nayo batwegesa kigambo ekyo CRAIM twatandika kukora ebijimusa ebyite ebyobuhangwa ebitari by'ekijungu byo kugira ngo bundi omuntu wabikozesa okaza kurya nk'ekihingwa warabuganamu ekizibu.
Through TEDO, Pelam was able to come to us to train us on girls, to train us on agroecological practices, and then CRAIM.
We look at so many practices, you know. That's why we call it integrated, because it's not a one-size-fits-all, or we are looking at a particular, say for example, double dark beds, you know. Sorry, but we look at aspects of seed security. That is one option that we take into consideration. We look at aspects of integrated pest and disease management. That is very, very vital.
CRAIM teaches us how to use our natural pesticide or organic, and more so using the red or the pilipili, red pepper. So we always use it in 2 ways. We can either use a ready, fresh one, or we use a dry one. We pound it together, mix with this red pepper, put it together with the wood ash, and then we go and spread it in our garden when we are mulching it. So it helps to prevent termites from coming to destroy this mulch from there. And also other pests that come across, because it will be hot for them to cross. And the tobacco, most crops don't like it. So that is one of the benefits of CRAIM to our lives so much, so dearly. That is one of our best practices.
Ati poroti yanje obuhango bwayo ine omumisho ni futi nkaga kuzenyuma ni 10. Nyine hamaka ganje ndakoreraho ebyo buhinji na n'obusibiki ebintu byanje bindakora abataka barabyegomba hariho nk'omuntu chairman omwe ariho aho akegomba enkora yindakoramu nagenda namwerekerera nk'oku ndakora nawe yasetingaho ebiju era nawe hatiya asibire kurungi empunu nawe n'omusibiki murungi hariho n'abandi barirano abanje bayishire barimo kureba ebintu ebindakora nabo bagira ngo mbayambeho mbayeho.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to request the ones who are still in the business clinics to kindly come back and we wrap this up. We were given 3 cards. One is yellow and it has the key recommendation. For the recommendation, you're going to be very clear. What do you recommend? To who are you recommending this? It could be to the policy makers. It could be to the implementers or the farmers. And how would you like it to be implemented? Then we have one that is turquoise. It's a color in turquoise. It has major lessons learned. What major lessons have you learned today? And the one in pink, it has opportunities achieved, deals broken or sealed. That is what you're going to share with us today. So kindly, if you have those placards, one is pink, one is turquoise, and one is yellow. Kindly write on those placards and you forward them to the secretariat table or you bring them here. Then the rapporteurs will be in position to give us a report of the entire experience. We can do that in the next 10 minutes and thereafter we shall have a rapporteur presentation and then the closing remarks. Please note, if you're going to showcase tomorrow, we are having a market day tomorrow and Friday. Kindly pack your produce or your merchandise well. Don't leave it in the same stall where you are because the arrangement tomorrow is different. It's not the same. Kindly pack it well because tomorrow the arrangement is unique and very different from what we have today. So for now, get me the answers of the 3 colored tabs you have, pink, yellow, and turquoise. And then we shall have a board member, Alan Seblime, to close up the day. Thank you.
Seeds have become a little scarce. You cannot easily get seeds, more especially during planting seasons. You find seeds become expensive and accessibility is always a challenge.
The farmers are having a challenge which is affecting their production, and mostly the major challenge, besides climate and other factors, the issue is how to get quality seed and when to get seed on time when the season sets in. Many farmers are having no food, especially during dry season, simply because they grow little. Not that they are lazy, but they were not able to get seed.
This is an initiative of Oxfam Novib and Oxfam Uganda and Pelam Uganda, which is supported by Books for Life Foundation in the Netherlands. So this project is aimed at facilitating and enhancing the conservation of our genetic diversity through the promotion and also improvement of community seed banks. This project started way back in 2022, where Pelam received a grant from Books for Life Foundation to support and also to promote community seed banks in Uganda. Already this was complemented to the already running project under the Sowing Diversity Equals Harvesting Security project, and this was a welcome move for us as partners who are looking at how do we enhance the conservation of our genetic diversity.
Normally in the past, we just keep our seed locally.
Some farmers normally go and get seed from market, which is not pure seed. And then some farmers normally hang it up in the heart. Sometimes it has risk there, because when the earth burn, all the seed must be burned and you get no seed.
People stopped storing this seed, and it is the reason as why farmers keep running every season. Run to the market, run to the input dealers, run to ask the government for seed, and because of that, the seeds have been mixed up. You go, you want Serenat 11T, and then you go and you're given maybe Serenat 9. You're given another variety.
If a farmer is able to produce and keep his or her own seed for planting, then it is very important. It reduces on the cost that someone would have incurred in buying seed, or maybe even moving out of the sub-county to go and get a particular seed in terms of transport costs.
There are some seed, it has health benefit, and the seed is getting lost.
The risk of a certain
All
seed variety disappearing.
Thank you, production. I want to appreciate those of you who are in the business clinic. We have registered a couple of feedback with the TACWIS, the major lessons learned, the key recommendations to the policymakers, at the same time, the implementers. There are some opportunities that have been achieved. Just re-echo, tomorrow, those who are going to exhibit, kindly pack your produce safely and uniquely, because tomorrow we are not using the same arrangement of exhibition. And that said, tomorrow we are going to come a little more early enough. Let's pray that it doesn't rain, but even when it rains, let's commit to be here in time. It's 4:36. Allow me to invite the board member, Mr. Alan Sebulime, to come and give us the closing remarks, and then people can leave at leisure. But those who are still going through the stalls, please feel free. Acquaint yourself with the knowledge and information that will help you make a very informed business idea. Mr. Sebulime, you're welcome. Let's clap for him as he closes us today. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, our moderator, and also I want to give this opportunity to pronounce this event. All protocol observed. I wish to thank you all for turning up massively for this second Agroecological Market Systems Expo, which we call AMASE. I joined you a bit late. I think it was around 2:40. But what I've been updated that since the morning, people have been very busy, moving from one store to another, seeing what producers are churning out, what farmers are offering, and I'm indeed delighted as a Peram board member and also for management for what is happening and also for your turn up. Just to recall, the theme for this second AMASE was advancing agroecological entrepreneurship and synergies for sustainable market development. I hope and I believe that from what is going on, where people are still stuck in the business clinics and learning, I think we are synergizing. And also we are acquiring a lot of entrepreneurial support and knowledge, which we didn't have before. The objectives of this event, just for information, were four. I'll just read one, which was to foster business collaboration through partnerships, networking among agroecology entrepreneurs and market systems actors to enhance trade and market development. The other three, I will leave them out because of time, but I strongly believe that also these ones have been attained, given what is happening and also given the responses I've been gathering as I move across. This second event, the second AMASE, has happened at a time when the demand for organically or agroecological produced products is increasing, especially in the export market of Europe and US, and where producers really demand that we meet the global gap standards. Recently I was talking to one of the exporters, and he told me that one of the biggest producers, I wouldn't want to mention them here, but they are in service sector, basically in potato, that they want people who can supply them 2 containers of potato every week, and it should be organically grown. So you can imagine that the demand is there. It's up to us as producers to meet the market requirements and demands. In all our work, let us prioritize the quality. I'm talking about the quality of the produce, the quantity, the volumes, because that's one of the requirements of a market. The market asks, what can you supply? How much can you deliver in terms of the quantity? And also the time, what time can we be able to supply what the market requires? So in this, we should have that in our mind. And amidst this competition with the conventional products, we must subject our products to the product development cycle. We should be able to tell when our products are at a star, or they are at that stage of being a star, and also where are they at the cash cow level. Because at cash cow, you know, you're reaping profits, you're having a high or good market segmentation, and also you strive to add value to them so that before they reach the poor dog stage, at least you have an alternative product or byproduct for that case, which can fetch you more money. So let us embrace the product development stages and work with them. Let us also continue to add value like I noted, and also let us keep studying our market segmentation. Of course, to know which clientele you have, what requirements do they want, and all that, or what do they have. It's also imperative to have data for our products, farm data, and also to be up to date in terms of records. Because many times you talk to producers, farmers, and so, and they will tell you, we can supply this and this, but when tell you how much, say, let us see. Recently, I was challenged by one of our colleagues, who I think closely working with people from Djibouti, and was telling me, Djibouti likes Ugandan fresh food, but can your farmers supply me a container of potato, sweet potato, every week? 20-feet container, every week. So he said, I think they can. So you be sure. What about cassava? So the demand for these products, fresh, is there, but can we meet the quantity? So that's another thing and another challenge which we have. This takes us back to profiling how much we can meet, and also having at the back of our mind in terms of we call it the record. How much have we supplied? How much have we grown? How much have we harvested? So from that as our baseline, what can we do to meet what the new market is offering? So also we need to take note of the changing, of course, market prices and trends, but also the standards and the requirements. For instance, if you're in coffee, I've seen many people are roasting coffee. Should be able to know what roasts does your clients want. Is it dark roast? Is it light? Name it. And even if you are supplying baristas, what kind of machinery do they have? You find that those who are using mocha pot or French press need coarse grain. Those in espresso need fine. So you should be able to tell what requirements, what do my baristas or what do my restaurants who are supplying coffee, roasted and ground coffee, want, and what kind of mechanism do they have to process this coffee, of course, into the table. So all these should be we should be very eager at them, and also have them at the back of our mind, and also to appreciate what the market has. In that, I urge you to utilize each and every opportunity about this which you come across, but also to ensure that these products which you are churning to the market are really meeting the standards which the market has set. I believe we have managed to attain today's intended outputs and results, and these were enhancing collaboration and partnerships among stakeholders, working with agroecology and market systems. 2, we intended to increase awareness and showcasing of different agroecological products and services, which I believe we've also attained. 3rd, we wanted to enhance capacity and also strengthen skills and knowledge of agroecological entrepreneurs. The fifth was strengthened market linkages and increased access to support services, including financial, advisory, markets for agroecological entrepreneurs. When I had the clinics going on, I imagine this has been tackled, certification, name it, it has been addressed. Lastly, the intention was to improve policies and regulations that can create an enabling environment to support agroecological entrepreneurships and market-oriented approaches. This result, I also hope, is progressive being attained, and by the time we leave this place, because I heard of the cards which are being circulated to get feedback, what are your asks, what are your recommendations, what are you suggesting, I think we'll be able to attain this result. Hence, with those few words, on my behalf and on behalf of the PERAM Uganda Country Board, I wish first and foremost to appreciate you once again, and also wish you the best in your entrepreneurship endeavors. And with gratitude, I declare this second AMASE closed. Thank you for listening.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate the board member, Alan Bukenya, Sebulime rather, for giving us such a moving. When he says he has a friend in Djibouti who wants 20 feet, 40 feet worth of a container of merchandise, the earlier you plug into that kind of contact and network will make you a wealthy Ugandan. Tomorrow we are going to start at exactly 9, but if you're going to be an exhibitor, the earlier you hear, the better. Please package your merchandise in a much more appropriate way that weather may not disrupt it. Abagenda okwolesa enkya emikolo oba ebyamaguzi byammwe ne byemulima mubipakinge bulungi, tembireka mu midaala gyammwe kubanga enkya tetugenda kukozesa midaala gino, kigenda kubeera kirala. Mbakubiriza okukeera okufuna ekifo ekirungi gwagenda okwolesa. Mbakubiriza okuyita ab'enganda zammwe n'ab'emikwano ne ba market masters oboolyawo banaatuleetera abalimi abalala. Go home when you're sure you've learned something new, when you've bought and purchased something, but above all, mobilize more people to come tomorrow, and Friday it's market day. We are going to test some foods. I can't wait to test some foods from the east and the north. Zigenda kubeerawo emmere ey'ebika ebyenjawulo tugenda kuba nayo wano enkya ne ku Friday. So see you tomorrow. Those traveling home, travel safely. If you've bought any wine and you've taken it and it's above 10% alcohol, don't drive. Get someone else to drive you. Now I have one request of you. Just stand to your neighbor, thank your neighbor for coming, and tell them, see you tomorrow. Tell your neighbor, see you tomorrow. Aya. Tuonane kesho. Good night.